war started, and this invasion in February is just the next step in that Russian oppression and oppression of Ukraine. And we've got Carlos, one of our fighter pilot here on the space. So if you have any questions, just push the request button and we'll bring you up. But yeah, Anda, go ahead.
And don't sell yourself short. You're also from the military, and if it wakes up, we have whiskey. He's an expert on drones and other small mechanics, which he's very passionate about. So, my question is about something you, Charles, said earlier. It's called an LNG terminal, and I know I remember I heard this term previously, um, and I wonder what it is. So, what it is, what it is good for, how does it help?
Yeah, maybe an oil and gas guy who can help us out here. I think maybe one might be around. I can just say that LNG stands for liquefied natural gas, which is a way of transporting gas uh, across wide distances. But maybe there's an oil and gas person who can help us.
This feels like a trap.
Hello, Ryan. Great to hear your voice.
Good evening.
Good evening. There's two types of LNG terminals. There's a liquefaction terminal and there's a regasification terminal. So the liquefaction, you compress it and insulate it, keep it cold. It turns into a liquid. Regasification, you warm it up after you take it off of a boat and feed it back into a natural gas pipeline system, and typically transported as a gas instead of a liquid at not nearly as cold of a temperature, but it increases in volume, and then they can feed it into a natural gas system like you use in your house. Much warmer temperatures, much lower pressures, and safer, so it's less of an explosion if something were to happen, which is very rare. But they're building a lot of them in North America. They already had a lot of them, but the ones they have increased their capacity and built new LNG trains at the terminal. So basically that's just another spigot running out to a ship that can fill up with liquefied natural gas, and then they can transport it across the water and send it to Europe and earn much larger revenues there than they can in North America.
So these LNG ships, those are the ones that have the big white bubbles on them. That's what I mean. Excuse my layman's terms, but right?
Yeah. That's an insulated sphere that keeps all that liquefied natural gas cold and liquid.
How cold does it have to be? And they have to keep it that cold, right?
I think it's stored in the proper way. It's not hard to keep that cold, but yeah, it's under a lot of pressure. You pressurize it and cool it, and it turns into a liquid. It's like butane in a lighter. Butane outside of a cheap lighter you'd buy at a gas station evaporates and turns into a gas and burns, but under the right pressures, it's a liquid at ambient temperature. And LNG, usually you want to cool it off so you can make it denser. I don't know the exact temperatures. The resident chemist is asleep right now, but she could probably tell me the liquid point of methane or whatever other liquids they have in an LNG terminal.
Yeah, maybe just one more question, and that is these floating ones that Finland has installed now or is installing, and Germany did a couple weeks ago. I mean, are these just a temporary solution, or are these the kinds of things that can sit there for decades?
Oh, it can sit there for decades as long as it's properly maintained. They would probably at some point build a little more permanent facility, but I don't know what kind of boats they're talking about bringing in, if they bought them or if they're leasing them long term. They'll still have to have some kind of offshore terminal where they can pull these LNG boats up to and offload their cargo. So even if they don't use the ones they've got at the moment, in the long term, they may build their own if they're leasing these. And then they'll have some way to do this indefinitely.
Yeah, that would be great. Um, yeah. So I mean, this is all part of the European, push now finally to kind of align their energy policies with national security policies. So we will see. It's probably a good time to be in the oil and gas industry and building LNG terminals in Europe, I would assume.
Or expanding your LNG terminals in North America for the export side. That's one thing we have an abundance of in North America is natural gas. So I guess Putin thought he was tying a noose around Europe with his Nord Stream pipelines, and instead, he's not sure whether he found a rope or lost a goat, but he has crippled the Russian economy for decades to come. And it's the one silver lining thing I find somewhat hilarious about this whole situation is that he gambled on a lot of things and he's come up short on almost every one.
Yeah, 100%.
Sorry, Carlos, please go ahead.
No, I was just going to say he should wake up the resident chemist, but maybe that's not prudent.
No, no, I shouldn't.
I was uh, following this, just for me to understand. Why do I read about the need, for example, for Germany, right? To have its own port to receive LNG directly. Do you need a special? So, if I understood correctly, it can be transported through pipes, right? It is liquefied. It can be transported with ships and through pipes, and I understood this part.
I googled it. The boiling point of methane is negative 161 degrees Fahrenheit. So you have to get it pretty darn cold, which requires insulation. And if you don't keep it cold, it can expand and it's more of an explosion risk. Yes, they can move it in and will move it in through probably the same pipeline infrastructure or midstream infrastructure that the Nord Stream pipelines were using. Really, all you need is a place to bring it back to ambient temperatures and feed it into the existing natural gas pipeline network that already exists in Europe. Everybody might want to import their own if they have shoreline to do it from, just because buying it direct and not having to pay all of those midstream transportation fees can save you quite a bit of money. And if it doesn't come through a pipeline to begin with, it's coming on a boat, you might as well get it closest to your point of sale and then take delivery there, because moving it on the water in a compressed form is probably cheaper than moving it in the pipeline after it's been expanded.
All right. And you said US, it's one of the greatest producers, and that there is a lot of gas there. And I understand that China, as China and Japan are two of the countries which are the largest importers of LNG. Do you think that Ukraine can enter this market, can actually make a difference and earn enough money for them to expand this infrastructure, to develop it to a sustainable industry?
Oh, definitely. They could. I've seen some estimates on unproven reserves of unconventional oil and gas and conventional oil and gas in Ukraine, and there seems to be quite a bit of it there. They could build a pipeline down to somewhere on the Black Sea and create a liquefaction terminal and export to other markets. They could definitely just pipe it into Western Europe and supply Western Europe and compete with the liquefaction and the LNG imports. There's plenty of economic opportunity there. We have such an abundance of it here in North America, and I mean, we have consumers of it, but we have more than we need to use in any given year. So the price of it here was 1/10 of what I think $80 an MCF in Europe and $8 an MCF in the US, which was a record high price here as well, but it wasn't nearly as bad as it was in Europe. When I say record, I mean record high in the last decade or so.
Oh, wow. One of the things talking with people in US. So I'm talking with some friends in US. Most of them are I knew them from here, from Romania. They have moved to US, and we keep talking. And I mentioned this some months back, I think. One of them is in Texas, actually, and he likes to rub it in my face whenever the price drops there per gallon, because it's way cheaper than what I can buy here, for example, in Romania. And he's like, look, this is today, for example, 29th of December. We are in Texas. He films himself, and he shows me this is the price today. And I'm like, okay. For him, it was like, I don't know, 2 something. I think right now it's 1 something per gallon, and here it was like $6 something a gallon, because I made the conversions in order to be able to evaluate if that is high or low. What's my price compared with his? And when he had 278, that was when he had 278, I had something like $6 per gallon. in Romania. So yeah, it can. I can believe it is the same for the gas. So it should not be. I don't know. I sorry. I don't know why, but I can believe that.
Well, we also have to drive 20 miles to get anywhere here. If you want to go to the grocery store, it's 10 miles away. So things are a little out of the norm.
%100. Helsinki, welcome up, please.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Doing great. Hi, Helsinki.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, about this gas business, we were taking from Finland to Finland maybe 10%. We had a straight pipeline, but the Russians cut it off, and it was actually we don't want to buy it anymore from them. But we were never reliant on that, by the way. But now it is costly for us. We have rented, or our government, not they have rented LNG ship which arrived like 2 days ago in a small port near Helsinki, and that will provide us. We rent it for next 10 years, and it will provide us with LNG for some various purposes. And but I've been wondering, so it's a question of additional cost, because this Russian gas was very useful for us. It's like addiction to Europe, this gas. So what is kind of been bothering me all these years about the gas is like we have not been able in Europe to realize the full potential of Norwegian wealth on the hydrocarbons, especially the gas. And on the LNG, the issue is that the LNG, it takes a lot of energy to put natural gas from the ground to LNG. That's one of the things. But Norway is geographically proximate. So I don't understand. It's a historical thing that we didn't were able to get a pipeline for Norway. But Norway, I would imagine that there is a lot of unrealized potential in Norway to provide us safely and also kind of fulfilling our national security objectives in Europe. That I would like to kind of continue the conversation that what can Norway do? How can we buy from Norway? I understand that the Norway pipeline goes to Western Europe, UK, this kind of thing, but I think there is a lot of untapped potential in Norway, and Norway is very rich and capable country, so we should rely more on Norway. So this is something that we should explore in the future, because this Russian gas was so many years the go to kind of like a solution for Europe, and this has been a huge strategic mistake. So now it's time to make, like the Germans say, Wende, gas Wende. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thanks. I have a question for you, Helsinki. A couple days ago, there was a report, I think it was from the EU, and it was about the reduction of gas consumption in Europe. And I'm looking through my notes here, and I believe it said something along the lines that Finland had reduced gas consumption year on year by over half, I think 57%. Were there any specific measures taken by the government? Yeah, here it is, 52.7% reduction in gas year on year consumption in Finland. Were there any specific measures taken to reduce electricity usage or change heating or something like that in Finland?
Yes, there has been a kind of public campaign to people to save energy, and a lot of municipal swimming halls and this kind of schools, and there is like information campaign going also private sector is involved, that save energy. You know, it goes to the kind of like, in my thinking, also a little bit ridiculous lengths that we are like opening swimming pool in municipality, which is a very nice service for everybody, and then we are cutting the saunas or lowering the temperature. Of course, it's a good for awareness, you know what I mean, but it's still kind of like, so this kind of measures has been taken, but also in conjunction to this, I want to mention that like in Northern Europe, the municipal district heating stations are very key because it comes, the hot water to the radiators come from there. A lot of these heating stations are powered by natural gas. Guess from where? Of course, Russia, from pipeline. So now we have to kind of take measure. We were always prepared for this because ultimately we didn't trust Russians too. We always knew that this will going to happen, that we can replace, but it's a question of cost. So a lot of measures has been taken to try to save electricity, but the biggest incentive for people has been the overall huge cost of electricity, because this European electricity market is really crazy. Electricity companies are making huge profits now, and people are very, very upset. And the government, like I heard from Erland, government is stepping in heavily to subsidize this because people are really suffering with their electricity business. And also companies, a lot of small and medium-sized companies, SMEs, they were reliant on natural gas on various production processes. So it's a big issue. It's a big issue. So we are absolutely, government is is tackling this, but there is a lot of kind of like worry about this here also. So I hope this answers your question, Charles.
Yeah, definitely. Are the saunas are still open though, right? I mean, that would be catastrophic. They shut those down, right?
Absolutely, it is. Well, this is like a national disaster. For me, it was terrible that how can they make the sauna temperature from 80 to 70? This is like a sacrilege, yeah?
I understand. Yeah, no, I know what you mean about the electricity market. That's obviously that's the huge debate in Germany as well. I mean, we talk about Olaf Scholz and the politics, and also then this new energy subsidy bill, that this inflation reduction bill that went through the Bundestag and made a lot of people mad in the EU, and I can understand all of that. But like you said, that is a huge issue, and the SMEs are complaining bitterly. The prices have gone down a little bit now, but as you said, you know, the prices are a bit sticky. But so that's also an issue then in Finland for the SMEs and the price of electricity, I guess.
Yeah, and I want to mention also in terms of we have a big energy corporation called Fortum, and Fortum invested to Russia billions. I think we lost 10 billion there, so it is horrible. And taxpayer has to foot the bill. So the business geniuses in our energy corporation, they have been getting good options and good salaries, and they have done huge mistakes. Like the chairman of the board, this Rauramo, who is a big energy kind of director, he said that, 2015 we didn't know that Russia is going to use energy as a means of pressuring. This guy is like these are incredible people that they are just, you know, controlled by their profits. They are not thinking about geopolitics. So big mistakes has been done, and taxpayer has to foot the bill for these business geniuses as usual. So this is kind of my rant, but it is absolutely true. I'm just stating facts here.
Yeah, that makes sense. I saw so just shortly. I saw Dave. You came up. Just a little information for all the listeners. Twitter is having several issues today. There's issues with people not being able to find the space, get in the space. We're also having a few issues on co-hosting side. So I saw you requested earlier, Dave, regarding the LNG topic. So I'm not sure. Do you have anything to add on the LNG?
Yeah, I was just going to pipe up. I have a chemistry bachelor's, but I think Ryan brought up the boiling point is like 100 minus 160 Celsius for methane, which is the main component of LNG. But you know, so they have to cool it down to that temperature. Though they have, if you put about 25 kilopascals of pressure onto it, it only has to be cooled down to just below freezing. And so that's generally how it's transported, is they put it under a lot of pressure and then they don't have to cool it quite so much.
Can you give us an idea of how much pressure that is?
So that's about 4 atmospheres, 25 kilopascals. It's about
okay, so like if you were 40 meters under the sea,
yeah,
or 20 meters under the sea.
yeah. I'm not sure what the what it would be in pressure, water pressure. But yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not like super. It's not compressed natural gas. It's just a liquid natural gas.
Is transporting LNG, is that dangerous? I mean, are there risks with that, or is that? I mean, we know about crude oil tankers and things like that. We all maybe remember oil spills and things like that. But is LNG, is that dangerous in any way?
Well, it is flammable as a gas. It's, if you can keep it as liquid, it's pretty stable. But that's hard. That's the hard part. I don't know much about how it's transported. I do know that it's flammable, and especially as a gas.
Okay, great, thanks. And
Yeah.
I was just, oh, go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not like gasoline that it's going to explode at the very tiniest spark.
Okay, thanks a lot. Helsinki, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to mention something positive. It is the thing that LNG can be used now in the ships. So there is a nice new technology that you can replace the heavy fuel oil in the ships and you can use LNG. So in the future, I hope we have in the global shipping industry more and more LNG ships. And it's a very cool and very also kind of like environmentally much more friendlier in terms of emissions, these LNG ships. Of course, it contributes to climate change like greenhouse gases, but still the LNG ships this is the next step in the future. Yeah.
It's a million times better than the high sulfur diesel they use now.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Anda, hi.
Hi. I need help from my elves. But until then, I'm patiently waiting here. I have so I was listening to the discussion and I was wondering, like compared with for example, grain export. How would this help Ukraine? How much money are we talking about as a volume, if it makes sense? Ryan, you're either hot miking or you want to.
I'm hot miking and scrolling through photos on Twitter. Sorry. I have no idea what the estimated reserves are, or how, I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, or how quickly they could get those ramped up in the right price market and with the proper drilling technology and knowing how to drill stuff like that. If it's not real complicated geology, you can drill a new well about every 10 or 15 days. They could turn on a lot of revenue for the state in a very short time. I don't know how mineral rights work in Ukraine, but assuming they had large tracts of land that were resource rich and a big chunk of the revenues were going back to the state, it could be a huge shot in the arm for their economy.
Awesome.
I just wanted to
I've-
bring up one. Sorry. Go
yes.
ahead. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up one thing because Helsinki got me looking and thinking about what he said about Norway. I mean, great point, and just kind of looking through some of the news over the past about Norway. So I'm going to introduce everybody here to the name Hammerfest, which I think is the greatest name of its town, a city ever, located in Norway, very much far north. Apparently, they have a reindeer problem in Hammerfest. This is also the only location for LNG production in Europe. Last week, there was an announcement that an investment firm, Equinor, an energy investment firm, will be making an investment of $1.3 billion in the LNG terminal there to an LNG production facility to expand it. There's a few key insights from Norway's LNG supply to Europe over the year. So says in 2022, Norway's share of EU exports went from 20% to 25%. So 25% of all natural gas for the EU comes from Norway. It has surpassed Russia as the top spot, which I think we can all assume here, as natural gas imports into the EU have basically been reduced to zero, of course, over the year as European nations got ready for the winter. For the UK, Norway actually now supplies 50% of all natural gas to the UK. So this is good news about Norway and this investment. It says that Hammerfest is actually no longer supplying really anything to anyone outside of Europe. So maybe that helps, Helsinki. Maybe it'll keep the saunas back up to 80 degrees.
Yeah, God willing. Yes, thank you very much.
And a sauna at 80 degrees Celsius is going to kill some people.
I got a question about the sauna as well here Helsinki. What scent is the best scent for the sauna fragrance?
Oh, the scent.
Yeah, because there's different flavors, right? So there's pine or cherry, or I don't know what they all are, but what's the best one?
Depending on the taste, what is your taste, what you like. So eucalyptus is very nice if you're having a flu. Eucalyptus was also
When
if
it
you
goes
take
fresh pine cut from the trees just outside.
But the traditional is birch tree, of course, but it doesn't give out very natural, strong scent. But eucalyptus, I find because the eucalyptus tree oil is very strong. You know what I mean? And it has this kind of qualities of opening your airwaves and stuff. So personally, I like the eucalyptus best because I use it a lot, but it's really a question of what you like. Because I think if you think about Finnish traditional thing, if you make it like the sauna smells like smoke and this kind of wood burning, and this is the traditional smell. So if it's like a very strong kind of aromatic or perfumatic smell, I would avoid maybe that. So but it's a question of taste, yeah.
All right. I see Ryan is requesting again, and I actually have a piece of news which came some minutes ago, like 10 minutes ago, that there are 13 Russian strategic TU planes, I suppose that's Tupolev, in the sky, and 2 Caliber carriers in the sea. This is reported by the head of Mykolaiv region, Vitaly Kim. So there is a possibility for us to learn that in the following minutes. Some strikes are being performed. So we will know more later, what's happening, where, and so on and so forth. And I wanted to share this with you.
Thanks, Sanda. Sad news. I've got several DMs regarding liquefied natural gas. So I'll just kind of read out a few of the things that we've got here while we wait for more information on those strikes. So Equinor, the company that's investing the 1.3 billion in Hammerfest, did belong to Statoil, which is the limited company founded by or owned by the government of Norway. It looks like they have several other investors at this point, but it was originally part of the oil company, the state oil company. Also, main importers for LNG, or top exporters to the EU for LNG, the United States, roughly 34% of all LNG into the EU comes from the United States. Then Russia was at 12%, then Qatar. People talk about German politics. Sometimes I'm talking about the Zeitenwende. Sometimes I like to highlight that the Green Party Minister of Commerce or Economic Minister actually went to Qatar to negotiate fossil fuel deals for Germany. I would have never had that on my bingo card for this year, that the Green Party would be in Qatar trying to get more fossil fuels. Also, U.S. Liquefied natural gas is so the main source for U.S. liquefied natural gas is the EU. So just a few pieces of information there. That's it, Anna. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Charles. I know you. It's about that time when the music sings. Herman is here, and I suppose you're gonna make a swap, and I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for everything you've been doing for MriyaReport, and for being a great partner as a co-host, and here at MriyaReport, a great colleague. It's been a real pleasure, and I'm looking forward to co-hosting with you next year. So I wanted to say that, and thank you.
Thanks a lot, Anda. Yeah, Happy New Year to you. I hope you have, in German we say Guten Rutsch, but I hope you have a prosperous New Year. And don't tell my colleagues, I hope they're not listening on the space, but I like working with you better than I like working with them. So we'll do our little version of MriyaReport trading places here, from the American in Germany to the German in America. I'll stay around. I've got a few more hours left. I can hang out on the speaker space, but have a good day.
Yeah, guten Rutsch, Charles.
Thanks, and Slava Ukraini.
Haraim Slava.
Herem Slava. All right. While Herman is coming up as a co-host with me, as every morning, I will kindly ask you to share and retweet the space. Tag some people here in the space. We have Konstantin on the panel. He's a veteran and an Ukrainian, so you can come up and ask direct questions from someone who actually is from Ukraine, right? We have Ryan. He has done to present him, it would be so hard because he has done so many things, including here in the space, being a co-host in Ukraine, helping 3XR, being an expert in his field and sharing his knowledge with us. He's been great. We also have Dave here. Dave is a chemist and a biologist, and he can speak about a number of things, from mosquitoes when he first came up here in the space to very intricate details on other topics. We have Helsinki here, and also Carlos, who is not only a pilot but a trainer and a great lobbyist and a great human being. So if you have any questions, you can push the mic, which is on your bottom left, and request to come up, and we will be here waiting and discussing in the meantime, but waiting for your comments or questions or whatever. Also, if you request and you see no one is answering, like in 10 minutes or something, because sometimes we get distracted looking for information or discussing, being here in a active discussion. Shoot us a DM. Sometimes, because both Herman and I have Android phones, they are more stable here in the space, at least for now, in my experience. We don't see all the requests. So if you shoot us a DM, my DMs are always open. I will follow you, and then I should be able to see your request, because this is a Twitter bug. I only see the requests and actually the people in the space who are people I follow. So if I don't follow you or you don't follow me, it doesn't work. So thank you for your patience. I know it's a bit glitchy sometimes, but we are pushing forward. Dave, thank you for your patience.
Oh, sure. Well, I'm going to take your line and ask a question from the back of the class, of Constantine, if he's around. There's a very long video circulating. I posted it. I don't know how to post in the nest, but I posted it in the space. It's like a 17-minute video showing a soldier that he starts out restocking people in some trenches, and he moves forward, and you can see him passing on some magazines to other soldiers, and then he comes up to what appears to be a wounded soldier, and then eventually is shot himself. And throughout while I was watching this video, it's very hard to watch. I should warn you, I guess, if you haven't seen it. But as I was watching, there wasn't really any cover. He was just, there's trees, but there's bullets flying everywhere. You can hear the bullets everywhere.
Hey there, where was it? Is there a location of this?
I could not find a location on it, but I just saw it a few minutes ago, so I haven't had much chance to look. Like I said, I posted it in this space, and I've also posted it on my wall. But it seemed like he was on his own. There was no covering fire. There was no support. and it emphasized to me how much they need armor support. And so my question is this what most of the front line is like? Is this disorganized one guy running around with no help and no cover? Or what's going on here?
It's hard for me to reply because I have not seen the video.
Okay.
And if you say it's 17 minutes, it's gonna take me at least 17 minutes to watch.
Yeah. It's so, yeah, I guess it's
Well,
just a guy running through a lot of trees and dodging bullets.
let's do this, Dave. I will take the video from your wall. I will send it to Konstantin, and if
I'm looking at it right now, but it's long video.
all right. So we will have to be patient for an answer on that one.
So Dave, I can give you one quick answer right away while Konstantin is watching the video. It is actually quite atypical that you have two soldiers suffering bullet wounds and that front line at the same time, because the well, you contract bullet wounds, but the vast majority of casualties in terms of killed in action or wounded in action is actually from shelling. So that makes this video atypical because it's based on gunfire. I'm sorry, that's all I had. I saw the video. I know what you're talking about.
I scrolled through the video, like really quickly scrolled through it, and I'd say I don't think that it's disorganized. It's not disorganized what you see. That's really actually how the combat looks like. It's not what you see in Black Hawk Down movie. It's not. It's totally different from what people think that combat is, because it's much wider scale. And it's not like you said. If you think that if on this wide scale, for example, the United States military has enough equipment, enough armor to support it at all times, it would not be. Give me a second. It's not always true. It's not always happening as people think. Infantry is infantry, for example. To have United States operates 6,000 BMPs. It's a huge number. It's 6,000 BMPs is a huge number, but each BMP can only hold a 10-unit squad. So multiply 6,000 by 10. How many troops do you think are mechanized? It's only 60,000, and that's United States. So if you think that it's all about armor against armor, it's not. Also, in that video, you see that it's those are trenches. There are a lot of trenches over there. Trenches do provide a lot of cover. Having the armor just standing there, it's not going to help, because armor can be seen from the drones. Hiding armor is almost impossible. Armor is used, properly used armor is hidden until the moment you actually need it. And of course, Ukraine lacks the armor. It's not a question. Ukraine lacks BMPs. Ukraine lacks tanks. We've been talking about it for months and months. I don't think anyone has questions about it. But quite, I spend only 2 minutes just scrolling through the video, but it looks like actual combat when you have the resources that you have, and that's the reality. Like I'm saying, combat is not what you see in the movies. It's not. Even for United States, it's not what you see in the movies. In Afghanistan and Iraq, especially late years, when you've seen all the footage, for example, that you see, it's usually you have some kind of two snipers sitting in the in the mountains, and a huge convoy of 15 armored vehicles are just shooting back, standing behind them, and that's the combat. This is different. This is totally different. It's not what is happening. It's not global war on terror. It's a huge front line where thousands of troops are fighting. There is not enough weapons. There is not enough armor. There is not enough artillery, and that's the reality that the soldiers are facing. And they organize. And I have not seen anything disorganized, other than degraded platoon. It's obviously degraded, and that's how you fight. That's how you do it. And it's so unfortunate that he took. I don't know if he has died. It appears that at the end he was moving. Actually, his hand was moving. Maybe he has survived. I don't know. I pray for that, but that's the reality of war. It's not what you see in the movies.
Yeah.
Konstantin, in the description of the video that I have seen, it said that he survived, and the wounded soldier that he was approaching survived, and in total they had 8 wounded at that point, and 1 killed in action during that battle.
Thank you very much for that, Konstantin. As I said, it's from the back of the class. I've never been in the military. My only experience with combat is playing, airsoft and paintball, which is nothing like that. And so thank you for your perspective.
And thank you for asking. Sometimes I have some questions, like I said, we are together in the back of the class, and I get the courage to ask them, and then I get DMs like, I had this question, but I was afraid to ask because I didn't know that, and well, yeah, sometimes some other people from the space have the same. We get informed, and then we can move forward. Herman, you know who just pledged a fund for Ukraine, and do you know why I find this information funny?
No, Amber, I do not know. Please enlighten me.
So France is going to provide Ukraine weapons worth 200 million euros. And I find this information funny because 2 days ago or 3 days ago, we saw a piece of news which was from the Netherlands, which stated that the Netherlands pledged 2 billion euros in military aid, and another 500 million for medical aid. And I was thinking, I'm happy France is sending something and budgeting that. It's important. But France, and it's there with Germany, a producer of weapons. So I'm kind of expect better from them, we will see. We will see what's gonna happen going forward. But Poland has sent 9 billion. So yeah, France can do better. What can I say?
Well, yeah. I say first a quick audio check. How's my voice coming through today?
Okay, I can hear you really okay.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I have a new audio equipment. All right. So yeah, of course. I mean, France is sending aid to Ukraine, and that is we need to be thankful for that, and we need to be grateful. They're doing something. I do not know what it is that the French are sending or what the Dutch were sending. We do know that the French were giving vital equipment to Ukraine, namely MRAPs and self-propelled artillery howitzers, which are really, really important for targeting destruction of Russian armor. That is what the Ukrainians have been using those Caesar guns for targeting tanks and artillery pieces behind the lines, so the Russians do not have the ability to bring them to the front, and that is vital. So we are all grateful to France for providing that. Netherlands is giving, as I said, $2 billion worth of equipment, and that is also highly appreciated. I do not know exactly what is encompassed in that particular shipment, but we're also equally grateful for that. Having said that, we all could, of course, give more. As you pointed out, that France and Germany, they have weapons industry. They have the producers in their countries. They have the ability to give more than others in terms of pieces of equipment, in terms of numbers of weapons, in terms of overall value. They have the economy to do so, and they're not doing that. I mean, Poland is giving a huge amount, and I mean, I'm definitely grateful to my ancestral homeland for really giving up a vast chunk of their own military and just sent it over to Ukraine because it was the right thing to do. And of course, they're trying to rearm themselves more modern equipment from Korea over the time. But the important thing is they gave it. Look at Estonia, a tiny country with little equipment, with a small economy, and they gave their entire annual military budget to Ukraine. I mean, some people are giving, other people are not. Let's say Belgium, other European countries, and they have less of what they're providing, but still everybody chips in a little bit. Do we have the right to demand more? I think we have the duty to demand more from the countries where we live in and the countries where we're from, where we have our networks, to approach the people to lobby for more support to Ukraine, especially military equipment, which is so vital right now, because the more military equipment we give Ukraine right now, the less humanitarian aid we have to supply in the future, because they help ending this genocidal war. Yeah, that's how I see it. But in the end, I'm grateful for everything that's going to be sent, and I try to refrain from pointing fingers, except for the Germans, of course, because I'm German. I can always point fingers at the German government. I'm entitled to do so. I'm registered to vote in Germany. I can put pressure on my own elected officials, and I'm doing that. And yeah, but for other countries, I'm just thankful that they're doing something.
100%. So if we use this analogy, I should be able and entitled to bash my own, which I often did here in the space and outside the space. So yes, But for the moment, I will take advantage that I still have. I still have Carlos here in the space, and I saw a piece of news regarding an announcement made by Russia that they have a new batch of Su-67.
I think it's 57.
Sorry?
Isn't that 57? Or is it 60?
57.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. 57. 57.
Anda, did they say how big that batch of the Su-57 is? Because previously I'm aware of only 6 that they have built so far and managed to commission.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, I mean, this is kind of one of those weird. The announcement piece, if you really look at it, where they are in terms of where they actually are, how many they have that are flyable. And again, when we talk about flyable, that does not mean that they're mission capable. So they're supposed to be their 5th generation fighter, low observable. Even though they use the word stealth, it really doesn't mean anything anymore, because we use low observable. Nothing's stealth anymore, because they can be picked up. Most everything has a radar signature, or can be picked up with something, right? I think the thing that's interesting to me about this is they have engines. They have a basic avionics suite. They do have a radar, but they're not even close to being fully mission capable, if that makes sense, Anda. So the total flyable platforms is very low. It's kind of like when they had the first F-35s. They weren't combat coded, as they say, so they could never be taken into actual combat. They're basically the same. They're the airframe. They've got the center barrels, everything else, but they're meant to be kind of demonstration aircraft, mostly in the aerodynamic sense, in that they're not marketable in the way that they're formed.
So it's like a prototype car in my world, right? You have something, you see the shape and know it will be able to do, in theory, this and that. But basically, you don't have it in mass production, so you cannot buy it, and second, the capabilities are not fully tested, and therefore is just a theory.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more like what you're talking about. It's probably a little more robust than that, just because, again, aerodynamically, to fly an aircraft does take quite a bit. But it's not even probably the engines that they have are probably not even going to be in the full version. It does have vectored thrust, but just based off of the design itself, it's actually very observable from that angle, from the rear. So there's still just technologically not a lot of things that it's not on par with the F-35 or the NGAD that will be after that. So not there yet.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Carlos, if you were to compare the Su-50, which I assume is a air supremacy fighter, with an F-16, what do you think is the combat utility, combat power between those? Are those Su-57 actually that much better? Well, assuming that the entire low observability wouldn't matter, let's say just a one-on-one air-to-air.
Yeah, I mean, just based on its vectored thrust, it's going to have an advantage to an F-16. I think what they were really trying to step up and class this as a Raptor F-22 style aircraft. That's kind of what I think that they were trying to go for. Because if you think about the Raptor being not just low observable, but just that vectored thrust, and obviously they even look very similar. I mean, if you kind of look at them, so they're meant to take advantage of that vectored thrust in that way. So better than F-16, I would say it has some advantages technically, but to see them in a dogfight probably wouldn't happen anyways, so.
And by vector thrust, you mean that those jet turbines on those fighters are actually movable by themselves, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So instead of just moving the control surfaces, the nozzles for the engines actually can redirect the aircraft. So it allows for just quicker turning in a radius fight. They call it like a one circle fight. So if you're in a radius fight, it can turn much more quickly, bring its nose to bear. Now, if that's where technically they'd be on par as if F-16 with a helmet, the joint helmet mounted cueing system that they have, or like the equivalent system is like, I think there's Scorpion and stuff like that. Both of these would have helmet. So there's not even truly a need to be able to turn your nose that quickly if when you can actually cue your missiles to fire without having to bring the nose around.
I see. And I heard a rumor that the big problem with those Su-57 in terms of their low observability is that they do not have internalized weapon base. They still need to mount all the weapons on the wings, which then exponentially increases the radar signature. Is that correct, or did I get the wrong information there?
No, I think you're right. And that's actually the next kind of big point to talk about, the armament piece of things, unlike the Raptor. So if you think about the F-35 and the Raptor, they were able to basically put the missiles inside. This is a problem that's actually been huge. Huge problem with both the Chinese and the Russians. They needed to be able to make the rocket motors bigger, right? That's how they got their distance, if you will, to be able to have a longer stick with the missiles. That now means that they can't put them internal. So some of the missiles they'd have to have on the outer carriage, the way that you just said. And yeah, that kind of basically starts to not completely negate, but definitely negate a lot of that low observability.
Yeah. So you mentioned the sorry for bugging you with questions here. So we haven't seen the Su-57 in action yet, and we don't expect them to see them. The same reason we don't see the T-14 Armadas in action. We won't see them in action in Ukraine. Have you seen those predecessors models that you mentioned, the Su-35? Are they actually combat ready right now, or they're still flying the Su-31 on the Russian side? Have you seen Su-35s doing any kind of action in this war?
No, I think they've seen indications of them flying, but not necessarily participants. That part I have not been able to ascertain one way or the other. However, I did hear that they've been airborne. So I don't think that they've actually seen action, as you said. But just getting them airborne. Again, this is they don't want to risk them. I don't think is kind of part of that.
Yeah, they don't have that many of them, but the Su-35, how old is it? 10, 15 years minimum, right?
Yeah, it's about 15. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're still too valuable for Russia to actually use them. So they're still relying on their frog foots and whatever the Su-31s, the very old airframes they're still having. Yeah, that's actually good to know that whatever they're coming up with new technology that won't make it to the battlefield, not just because they cannot get combat ready, but also because they are too cautious with using the few assets they're having, because, well, they don't have that many.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not having that many assets, and I think what they found is that the air defense is increasingly better, right? And so they don't want the allowable risk for those particular assets is not worth it for them. So that's less than a squadron that they have flyable. So that's not much.
Yeah, wonderful. Sorry, and I did interrupt you with your topic here. I think you went through the SU-57s here quite a bit. Did you have a follow-up for that? Or did you miss the part? Go ahead.
No real follow-up. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you talking about the person that asked the question or me?
Well, Carlos, yeah, you can finish that topic and then we go back to Anna.
Yeah, mostly I guess I was just going to say that I think really this is just an information operation on their part, right? To kind of demonstrate that their industry is still moving at a pace. And I again, I think it's more of just an information operation than it is an actual demonstration of a continued like industry, if you will.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that one. Be it the new jet fighters, the new tanks, or the new intercontinental missiles they're showing off. I think they're just aiming for some pictures on a TV screen rather than having some ability out there on the battlefield. So, yeah, I agree.
And with that, guys, I'm going to say goodnight, and I will see you guys on the flip side.
Thank you, Carlos, for being up here with us for so long. I know it's really late there, so we really appreciate your input, and it's a pleasure to have you on the panel. So, thank you. And
yeah, thank you, Carlos, and fly safe tomorrow. Okay, come back.
Yeah, appreciate it. Good night, guys. Slava Ukraini.
Heroям слава. So, Herman, I was checking out an account which is called Ukraine Frontlines, and apparently Russian missiles are spotted all over Ukraine. So 17 regions of Ukraine are under threat, and there are, for the moment, reported some hits in Kiev, but we don't know if it's air defense shooting down some drones or some missiles, or something worse. They also had attacked Chernihiv. Missiles were spotted over Irpin. They were also spotted over Odessa. So the last ones were spotted over Odessa. So we'll see how is it going forward, and if there is something new. I hope we. Sorry, Herman, please.
Yeah, I've seen in the news that those bastards are shooting missiles again. if you see Irpin, that's a little bit strange because that is on the western side of Kyiv. That is kind of like an indication they are using Belarus again as a staging area for their standoff munitions. They're firing at civilian infrastructure and residential areas. I mean, as much as it hurts me, I come to expect that 20% of those missiles about will get through to the targets or to what the Russians think the target is. And a few of them will miss the target just because those precision guided munitions they're having are not that good and they cause damage somewhere else in those civilian areas. But yeah, that is what we probably can expect, that an 80% interception rate and then 20% coming through. And the Russians by now will have learned that that's a number they need to expect, and they will understand the shortcoming of their own ammunitions. So I expect they're going to double tap or triple tap certain targets thereafter to maximize the chance of actually hitting something. And yeah, whenever those missiles do not really hit those sites that they're aiming for, then there's a quite good chance that they're hitting a residential block where people are living somewhere in the cities. And that is the frustrating thing when dealing with Russians doing Russian things. You know?
100%. But the great thing is apparently there have been some interceptions over Kyiv and also over Sumy region. So that's good. I'm happy for each and every one of those drones being intercepted and stopped in their tracks. Let's say, although they are flying. So yeah.
Yeah, I think the current ongoing wave that's mostly missiles, cruise missiles, I would say, and we've seen before an attack today or tonight, an attack on Kharkiv with the Shahid drone, so which was quite rough. They also had a quite high interception rate, but I haven't seen any damage reports from the ground yet. But they're still shooting at Kharkiv for all cities that they've shot so much already the past couple of months.
Yeah, Russia is doing Russian things, right? Shooting at civilians, because what else we can do when we don't have anything else to do, right? So as we wait for more information, I wanted to ask you if you know anything about 108 Ukrainian women released from Russia. I don't know if it's an old video or not. It was posted by one of our listeners, and I don't have any more details about this. But
yeah, I've probably seen the same headline that you have seen, and I didn't spot any detail. Are those civilians that have been abducted? Are those fighters from the Ukrainian armed forces that have been traded in? I just don't know what it is about, and yeah, there was very little detail in there, so I'm a little bit cautious about it.
yes, this is one of the things, because when you don't have at least two sources or something that indicates it's a recent video, we have to be mindful and wait. This is why usually I enjoy actually when when I look on Colby's timeline, because I know he has the not only the capability but the willingness to check and fact check his information and to so I'm sure what I read there is accurate and correct. So yeah, we will see what's happening.
I would like to ask Konstantin a question, if that's okay with you, Konstantin.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So switching gears a little bit, about those Lancet drones, they have been quite annoying the past couple of weeks. I think last week we saw some footage of Russian Lancet drones that were stuck in the camouflage nettings around Ukrainian equipment. I think it was a tank or a howitzer. I'm not sure what it exactly was. But yeah, we talked about this on the space that those Lancets, I think there were 2 Lancet drones actually, that it couldn't penetrate those camouflage netting. Is it something that you guys over there in the 92nd are looking into in terms of the last defense against those Lancet drones, or is that not
You
true?
misread it. People absolutely misread it. It was the trees that stopped it, and the camouflage netting was just the last line fence, basically that catched it. It was not the camouflage net by itself. It was clearly stated in that picture. And for Lancer drones, the trees are a problem, and we discussed this. I had a tweet, I think a month ago, where I asked to send me all the videos, all the possible videos of the Lancet strikes, and thankfully Rob Lee and others helped me. There was actually someone, like a great person, I don't remember his name, unfortunately. I would greatly give him the credit right now, but or her the credit, but I don't remember, who just gave me a spreadsheet with the links to the videos. I managed to download all of them and upload them to the Google Drive and share it with our artillery brigade artillery group. They did some analysis on it. I don't know the results. We have not really. That's not something that's going to be discussed with me, as you can understand. But the Lancer drones, everyone told me they like, if you stay in the trees and shoot the howitzer from inside the tree line, they will explode before, or they will explode or drop before actually hitting the target, reaching you. And it's not the Lancet. It's not the net that stopped it. It's the tree lines plus the net. And in that post it said that trees protect, and it got stuck in the net after that. That was the post. So Lancet will definitely not gonna be stopped by the net.
Yeah, thank you, Konstantin, for that. Okay, and thank you for clarifying that those were the trees. So we were looking at the fragments of those Lancet that then fell down into the netting. Okay, good, gotcha, good to know. All right, Colby, welcome to the panel. Do you have something to share with us?
Thank you. Not anything in particular, and has been mentioning the things that we're discussing in the back channels right now with regard to what's going on with the air defense. Yeah, and thank you, Anna, for those words. My feed definitely has not been as active lately as it usually might be. Been a little bit preoccupied with other things, but I appreciate very much that endorsement of my fact checking abilities. We all do our best here to try and ensure the information we provide is as accurate as possible. So I know a lot of us on the team put a lot of work into that. And there's definitely a lot of bad actors out there who do not spend much effort on trying to verify information before they share it. So we all make mistakes sometimes, but you can sleep easy knowing that we are definitely doing everything we can to ensure that MriyaReport is always providing accurate information to our audience and not just saying whatever might get a few extra clicks.
And we are very appreciative. I am very appreciative. So what I said, it's because first of all, I use it shamelessly. I'm sorry. I don't have your skills, but I can read. So uh, I use your work. I steal your work because I am a tiny dog dressed in yellow, and I follow other dogs around. um, so yeah, and because I like and try to be to be on correct here in the space and in general. I have a question now that you're here. You can always say shoo and go away. Um, so there is a factory in Ukraine which is called Ukroboronprom, and there is a rumor. I don't know. It's something that I read in our newspapers, and this one is a real newspaper. Is not, and the article is signed. So I don't know. It says that this factory is able to provide internal production for Ukraine of weapons, missiles, long range missiles that can hit further than Engels, the airfield that was hit on the 25th of December. And I was wondering if you have more information on this. I will share. The article is from our press, and it's in Romanian, so you'll need some translator or something. But I think it's really interesting if they can indeed do this, so they are not only speculation. So I was wondering about this one. The article is fairly long, and it also touches something that we discussed, I think, yesterday or the day before. I think yesterday evening for me, so your morning. By Colby, by Carlos and Erland, about deficiencies in Russian defense, and how is it possible to have one of their airfields, which is not close to the border, hit. So even if the drones are pretty slow and they fly relatively low. I don't know. I still am baffled by that hit. So this is one of the pieces of news which actually spiked my interest. Um, Herman, I was wondering. I know, just as me, you are looking for information, so and try to fact check them and um, to learn about what's happening not only in Ukraine but around Ukraine and what's impacting Ukraine. And you have the advantage of having access to both um, German newspapers and um, American ones. And I was wondering what are the main topics that you see that are reappearing regularly in both of them.
That's a hard one. Reappearing as I'm actually more interested what is not appearing in there. So I was missing a clear denouncement of the Russian narrative as well in the German as in the American press and the media, to clearly state that there's no legitimacy whatsoever for Russia to conduct this kind of aggression. So that is one that was missing. And numerous other things like how would we put ourselves in the context of knowing this and how should we react to that. I think that was not discussed at all in any media that I am aware of. So and yeah, I was quite shocked about it in the beginning. Right now I'm not shocked anymore, I'm just frustrated. Recurring topics. So what I noted in German media popping up lately again is the questions about negotiations and why. So this time it's more about why are they not negotiating and why are the positions of the Ukrainians and the Russians are so different that negotiations are not possible, which is kind of like I don't know, weird, I guess, to discuss that, but it is also useful of preparing the public to the or to introducing them to the situation that negotiations in the classical sense are simply not going to go anywhere. That's what we all knew from day one, I guess, that negotiations don't work. The last time there were negotiations, there were certain mandates pressed upon Ukraine, those Minsk 1 and 2 agreements. They were dictated, and the Russians didn't stick to them at all. And before that, we had the Budapest Memorandum, which the Russians never really intended to keep. So what those negotiations are supposed to bring, and what is the control mechanism to hold Russia accountable to these statements and whatever negotiations they sign in the end, that is not in there. But what I find useful is that those reports in German media are preparing the German public for the fact there will be no negotiations outside of battlefield results. And I hope that it will finally funnel in a more public support of military aid to Ukraine to achieve those battlefield results to get a speedy resolution to this war.
Thank you, Herman. I ask this because I think each country has certain reoccurring topics that they pay more attention to than other countries. It's like different people looking at the same problem and seeing different aspects of the problem, right? So here in Romania, for example, you have all sorts of information coming in, and here it depends a lot on the source of the piece of news, but usually there is more about politics, weapons, and politics, and of course about the Ukrainians who are fleeing um, Ukraine because of the war. And there are actually some news outlets who dedicate a page to Ukraine as is. So it's entirely on Ukraine, which wasn't previous. This one wasn't a thing that was previously a topic before the invasion in February 24th. So from time to time, you would have an article about Ukraine or about what's happening in Donbass and the ongoing fights and some. I think last year I read some lengthy article about it was an interview with some soldiers from Donbass and how they see the war, what happened with their colleagues, and so on and so forth. But other than that, until February 24th, I haven't seen much about Ukraine in our news. And looking at what I can find here, it sparked this question in my mind. I saw Charles had his hand up earlier. Charles, do you want to add something? Or maybe he is busy. I hope he actually has the time to eat breakfast, because he was crazy early this morning here in the space. I don't know, it was 2 or something. Crazy, simply crazy. So in other news, one of the if you want, I can I can give you, because I was perusing our news. I can give you a fun and ironic piece of news. So several towns in Romania have campaigns of raising money to buy electrical generators for Ukraine. I think a month ago, I think a month has passed since Constanza had sent generators to Odessa. Constanza, it's a seaport. It's a city at the Black Sea, and they have became they became sister towns with Odessa. And they have sent, I don't know, 50 generators or something like that through an ONG, NGO. You call it NGO, an NGO which is working closely with the mayor of Constanza, and the finances, the financial part comes from Korea in that instance. Since then, I have seen two other towns which are going to send generators for Ukraine. There is a European solidarity campaign which is called Generators of Hope, which has as a goal to help the Ukrainian people by providing energy. One of the towns which rallied to this movement is Timișoara. Timișoara is people who will search it on the map will ask, why in the world? Like Timișoara is at the opposite end of Romania from Ukraine. So you have Suceava, which is north, close to the border with Ukraine, and in the southwest, close to the border with Serbia, you have Timișoara. And actually, it's not. It has a reason. Around Timișoara and further down the right, so to the east, there are two regions in which Ukrainians have settled previously to the war, so they were already there. So we have two regions in Romania where we have Ukrainian national Ukrainian population. One is in the north, and one is in the southwest. Actually, I don't know exactly how they got there. I will look that up because I think it's interesting. But they are close to Timișoara, so it actually makes sense why Timișoara is one of the towns which will send raised money and will send generators to Ukraine. Also, Timișoara is the second town in Romania after Bucharest with a very large employment force. Actually, they to my knowledge, they used to have how do you say when people are laid off?
Layoffs.
Yeah, there is a so basically everyone, if you want to work in Timișoara, you will have a there is always something to do. They need people. They don't have enough people for how many jobs they have. So Timișoara is one of the cities in which, if you want to work, you will find something to do, and this is basically something that occurs seldom in Romania. It's not something frequent. There are some big towns in which you can always find something to work if you want. One of them is Bucharest, which is the most developed one. And then you have Timișoara, you have Cluj, also, which is in the middle of the country. So I was really glad they have this this it's not an opportunity. I don't know what's with me today. I cannot. I seem to not find my words. Initiative. The correct term is this initiative. So they are the one of the towns. So this is fairly recent, 19th of December, and also one of the districts of Bucharest. Bucharest, it's governed by six mayors, 6 districts, and there is also one general mayor. And one of the districts also is raising money for sending generators to Ukraine. So I think this is actually nice. Cluj will also send one big generator for Kyiv, destined for Kyiv, and there is a lot of support, in this regard, and this is one of the trending topics here, aside from what the Ukrainian displaced population, which actually remained in Romania, are doing, because actually not too many. There were not a lot of people who remained in Romania. Most of them just crossed Romania and went further. It is estimated that 2.5 million Ukrainians have crossed our borders since the beginning of the war, and less than 100,000 remained. So the figures are somewhere around 90,000, which actually remained in Romania. So not too many. And yeah, these are, for example, one of the topics that are reoccurring in our media from time to time, apart from daily updates with what's happening in Ukraine, in not only about shelling, but also about military aid, military equipment, and so on and so forth. So, yeah. Well, I babbled a lot.
It's all right. So Anna, you touch a few points that I find quite interesting. So one of them is that Poland is like a major supplier of military equipment to Ukraine, while Romania is known to be a major energy source of Ukraine. We know there's a lot of gasoline and diesel coming from Ukrainian refineries because you guys have your own carbohydrate sources in the ground that you can extract in your own refineries. Do you hear anything about the electrical supply to Ukraine I heard that there is some shared power resources from electrical connections over the border. Is that a topic in the media? Is it going to be discussed, or is this something that is to be not too newsworthy to bring up as a topic?
So it was mentioned in April, May, when Ukraine joined the European grid, and also when Moldavia started sharing, buying in September energy from Ukraine. We also bought energy from Ukraine, and after that, sending some energy back when the first blackouts appeared in November. But for the moment, it's not. So if I will peruse the last, I don't know, 1 month and a half, I don't see too many news about this. We have Colby with his hand up, and I think he has some updates on what's happening in Ukraine. Colby?
Yeah, just real quick on what's going on right now, I guess. There's obviously a very significant Russian barrage in progress of numerous cruise missiles striking targets all over Ukraine. There have been numerous interceptions, although there have been some that have gotten through as well. No tally quite yet, but it may get up to around 100 missiles fired in total when it's all said and done. We'll see. Still very much developing, but there's a lot of preliminary footage showing what seems to be interceptions, but also some pictures and reports of damage to various locations. So that's still developing. I put something in the nest on a different topic here, and mentioned something she had read in Romanian media, and so I tracked down what the original source of this is. So I've found that in English, actually, in English language article from the actual source, which is a Ukrainian outlet, Espresso TV, who interviewed a Ukrainian general who was formerly director of their foreign intelligence service, and he told them that he believes that Ukraine has established production of 1,000 kilometer range missiles and UAVs with a range of up to 1,200 kilometers. So that's very significant, obviously, if that's true. That would be a massive increase in what Ukraine's even speculated capabilities are right now. If they have some sort of missile that's capable of flying 1,000 kilometers, that's obviously far beyond the Neptune cruise anti-ship missile, and quite further than, if I recall correctly, with the export version Krim of Sapsan. I think the export version was only going to be 300 kilometers. I have to go double check what John's thread says. Anyway, I'm sure John will have a lot more to say on this in the future. I brought this to his attention, so something for to him to dig into a little bit more. So very interesting remarks from the general here on this topic. Certainly provides an alternate explanation for what may have hit angles, because previously the main theory was that it was these legacy Tupolev Soviet UAVs, but there's definitely some other theories out there about what it could be, and domestic Ukrainian system that is newer of some sort has certainly been one of those, and this lends a little bit more credence, I guess, to that theory. So definitely another sort of developing story here to keep an eye on, and I'm sure John will have a new thread on the topic for us sometime in the future.
Colby, excuse me. Did you just said somebody was delivering cruise missiles to Ukraine, or was it just a wishful thinking on my part?
No, we're speaking about Ukrainian domestic production here.
Ukraine produced their own cruise missile.
Well, they have Neptune, right? Neptune is a anti-shipping cruise missile.
Yeah, okay, but I heard that you mentioned it in the context of 1,000-kilometer range.
Right. So this general is saying that he believes that Ukraine has established a missile of some sort that has 1,000 kilometers in range.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't get you there earlier correctly. Thank you for clarification. All right, so that means that they would not be restricted by any external third-party suppliers, a restriction on the range or targeting objectives inside of Russia, which is great. That's what Ukraine needs to hit the air bases, hit the logistic nodes, the refineries, the MOD posts inside of Russia. That is fantastic news. Okay, for the ongoing air raid, I know it's a little bit early. Are there any indications that the Russians were targeting anything outside of the typical electrical infrastructure, those water facilities or other civilian infrastructures, or were they aiming at the military infrastructure this time? Yeah, okay, I guess it's a little bit early for that. I saw a map quick that showed various locations of missile strikes inside Ukraine, but they didn't really tell what it is. Yeah, Anna?
All right. As Colby is gathering information on what's happening and what's been hit in Ukraine, because apparently there are some hits. There is a piece of news, a synthesis for the last year, and I believe we have had someone from the Ministry for um, today the coffee didn't work, or I need more. Probably I need more coffee. I had just one. It's about cyber attacks. So they have estimated that since the beginning of the war, for 4,500 attacks, cyber attacks have been launched on Ukraine. So taking into consideration, we have had 308 days of war. That means roughly 15 attacks a day, like rounding them up, right? So there is a department of cybersecurity in the Ukrainian security service, and they declared that Russia is launching more. So they said Russia is launching over 10 cyber attacks a day. Luckily, the Ukrainian society doesn't take notice of a very large amount of them. And they also state that 2022 is the ninth year in a hybrid war, and therefore their cyber department was prepared for what happened, because the number increased starting 2020. In 2020, there were like 800 cyber attacks registered from Russia to Ukraine. In 2021, it were 1,400, and in 2022, 4,500. So it tripled from last year. But what they said was that they are prepared for this kind of attacks, and they can repel them fairly well. And some of the this was what they said basically, right? Some of the Ukrainians don't even know about many of these attacks, so that's a good sign. When they are kept out, that's a very good sign. So sorry, Herman, back to you.
Yeah, it's of course it's good that the don't comes through, and to me it was quite surprising actually that the much spoken of Russian cyber warfare branch was so ineffective, was not used that much in this war as I would have expected. So they were attacking infrastructure in the United States and in Europe. And they pulled quite many heists, mostly about blackmailing and ransomware attacks, where they're trying to extract the money from infrastructure providers in the United States. And now in the war against Ukraine, they only triple their attacks against Ukraine year over year. That seems a little bit shy of what they were expected to be able to perform. And yeah, I mean, thank God they are not able to do that. It's just, it's the same question with what is the Russian Air Force doing? Why are they not doing anything actually to fight in Ukraine? What we asked ourselves from the very beginning of the war. Where's the Russian Air Force? Where's the Russian cyber force? Why are they so incapable of launching any major attacks towards Ukraine? And that is a question that is probably revealing about the state of the Russian abilities itself, I would say.
To go to work.
I will miss this for the next week. I will really miss this. So I do need to go to work. Starting tomorrow, I will be on holiday, and I won't be co-hosting because I won't be in the country. So I will try to tune in. I don't know, next year, but we will see. Anyway, I want to thank you all, Herman, Ryan, Joseph, Colby, and everyone from MriyaReport. You really became a family to me. I see Mokers and Ben also in here in the space, and Wendy, and oh, so many of you, both you and the listeners and everyone I interact here every morning. You grew on me. And I will miss you. I will try to tune in from time to time, but I won't be able to stay too long and not be able to co-host. So I will wish you all, I will take this opportunity to wish you all a very good and very productive new year, and to thank you all for being here, for supporting Ukraine, for being amazing human beings. Amazing human beings. I know no one won the lottery, so everyone is working to earn their money, and doing this in their extra time, taking time from sleep, from work, from family. So I really appreciate each and every one of you, and it's a pleasure to be here and a privilege, and thank you. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Here, I'm Slava. You're going on vacation? Why didn't you tell me?
I did tell you like a
I'm just
month
kidding.
ago.
Anda filed her paperwork very promptly. So yeah, thank you, Anda. We will, of course, miss you. I will miss you as probably the person who will wind up covering. But yeah, please enjoy your vacation. We will, of course, be here when you get back. So Herm, how we doing? What have we been talking about earlier?
We've been talking about many things. Talking a little bit about the Air Force, especially those Russian Potemkin Air Force they're building. We've been talking a lot about information, international information that is circulating about Ukraine, recurring information. We've been talking about the ongoing missile strikes that are happening in Ukraine, and we know that there are many interceptions going on. We know a few missiles came through. We do not have any solid numbers of actual interception rates or what was hit. So that's developing stories. What else did we talk about?
Real quick, Herm, I do have something here. So as of right now, it's reported that Ukraine shot down 5 missiles in Mykolaiv Oblast. This is reported presumably by the governors of these regions. 1 was shot down in Sumy Oblast, and a total of 40 were shot down, as reported by Euromaidan Press, Ukraine Frontlines account. So there is some confirmation that some are being shot down, but as you correctly pointed out, Herm, we don't quite know. It sounds like around 120 missiles were fired in total. We have confirmation of at least 40 shot down. I assume more were shot down than that, and we'll get more confirmation of that later. Back to you, Herm.
So that must have been the largest missile barrage we've ever seen from those bastards, right?
It's a good question. I would assume it's one of the higher end ones, if not the largest. Colby, do we know? I mean, this seems like quite a substantial one. Would you say it's the largest we've seen?
I don't recall what the highest top line was. We definitely have we've seen them in excess of 100, but I don't recall off the top of my head what the largest single number was fired in a single barrage. But certainly, anytime you're getting over 100, 120, it's quite significant. So it's up there for sure.
Yeah, anytime we hear stuff happening in Lviv, I think that's a pretty serious indicator that it was a major attack. Would you agree, Colby?
Yeah, this is all of Ukraine is under air raid alert right now, and there's missiles hitting pretty much all over the country. It's definitely quite widespread, distributed. It's not just 1 or 2 cities being hit. There's Kyiv, that's Mykolaiv, Lviv, I think Kharkiv as well. So definitely quite widespread.
Yeah, there are reports of explosions in Kharkiv as well. So yeah, as Colby said, pretty much every city in Ukraine right now suffering from these terror attacks. on Ukrainian infrastructure. So very, very unfortunate. We want to continue to urge people to express support for more air defense systems to Ukraine, more abilities in the hands of Ukrainians to intercept, shoot down this stuff. It's always good news to hear when new air defense systems come into Ukraine. But Colby, I know there have been some reports of 2 NASAMS headed into Ukraine, and this report is incorrect. This is just it was someone misread a Pentagon report, and then people read that, and then people read the person who read that, and so forth. So we just I wanted to clarify or give you the opportunity to clarify. As far as we know, this whole idea that 2 new NASAM systems went into Ukraine that's been going around, that's just a misread of the 2 existing NASAM systems that are already presumed to be in country. Is that correct, Colby?
That is correct. And as I was saying earlier, we here on MriyaReport do our best to bring you guys accurate, verified information. There are many accounts on this platform, accounts that are ostensibly pro-Ukraine, but still put out a lot of very dubious information. And it is our firm belief that it does not actually help Ukraine for anybody to publish such dubious information. So be careful who you follow on Twitter. Be careful who you retweet on Twitter. There's a lot of accounts out there that are just out for their own clout and followers, and are looking to be able to monetize their following and asking for money to support the work that they do, which in reality is quite minimal, because most of these accounts are just spending all day on Telegram, reposting things straight from the channel with just a Google Translate, and offer no analysis or context or do any sort of verification work to see whether the things that they post are actually true or not. So I would strongly encourage people not to follow those accounts and not give them any of your money. I think it's actually kind of a shitty thing to do for a lot of them, and there are definitely legitimate OSINT accounts that put in a lot of work into verifying information and adding value, and that's an important part of the community. But the people who are just trolling Telegram and posting dubious information and then asking to get paid for it, they know who they are, and I would encourage the audience not to follow those people, not to support them, and be aware that a lot of things that they share are not true.
Ooh, that was a sick burn, Colby. But also, I think that is definitely out there, and I think there is a more maybe benign or charitable interpretation or group where I think they just maybe misread something or misunderstand something, or quite often it seems there's maybe something lost in translation when we read stuff off of said Telegram, and then someone retweets it. This happens a lot, I think, on Twitter, right? Someone misunderstands something from Telegram, they retweet the misunderstood version, and like a game of telephone, that version kind of spreads around, right? So we just we do our best to sort through the noise and to confirm stuff, and if we hear about something that's really making the rounds and starting to influence significant accounts that are like more credible than, or we're looking at it and going, oh, like that's this is gaining, this rumor in particular is gaining traction, even though it's based on an incorrect reading of the source document or so forth. And we'll do our best to inform our audience, I think. Thank you, Colby. So we're continuing to monitor the strikes going on in Ukraine right now. I don't know. Herm, do we have any further information on the strikes? Do we want to continue discussing the strikes, or should we just maybe wait for some more information?
I think we wait for a little bit more testable information, and we wait for some fact checkers to go through that and geolocate the stuff and make sure everything is right. It takes a couple of hours usually before we have the full picture. And yes, thank you, Colby, for giving the information hygiene speech to every one of us. It's very important to see who you follow and to see what you share, and to make sure that you, don't share if you're not sure if it's true. I mean, I'm guilty of that as well. Happened before to me, mea culpa. But how's that? I'm gonna make up to you guys, and I'm gonna share some information, some really hard testable numbers from a trusted source. How's that, Kobe?
Yeah, and as I said earlier, we definitely all make mistakes, and there's a lot of people who are sharing things not with malicious intent. It's just mistakes and misunderstandings and mistranslations and a little bit of broken telephone and all that, as Joseph said, and that's totally fine. But there's definitely people who should know better, and there's a persistent behavior from certain accounts in consistently posting very dubious information. And then for those people to have the audacity to try and monetize, sharing just stuff straight from Telegram without actually putting any of their own effort in, that's very, very questionable behavior.
It indeed is, and I have a couple of accounts in mind that you might be mentioning right now, and a couple of accounts that I consider to be more trustworthy in that regard. Anyway, for the sake of delivering proper information to our listeners, shall we proceed with delivering to you the Ukraine Ministry of Defense Russian combat losses from the last 24 hours? Because I think they're quite interesting. That came up maybe 40 minutes ago. We have quite exciting numbers. So what they reported is they destroyed 15 vehicles and few trucks, a total of 4,675, 15 destroyed yesterday's, 10 UAVs, 1 combat helicopter, 5 tube artillery systems, and 5 multiple rocket launcher systems, which is usually a very good indication that they have a major operation going on. That's striking deep into the back line of the Russian armed forces. 10 armored personnel vehicle carriers, infantry fighting vehicles, 1 tank, and 790 troops, amounting total of 104,560 Russian soldiers.
Thank you, Harm. So we do have, I guess, a couple more updates. I believe I saw at least an air raid alert has been issued in Belgorod, which is pretty common when there are air raids in Ukraine. And there's also been an explosions reported in Zhankoy, which is in occupied Crimea. So it does appear there are retaliatory strikes occurring due to an unknown third party, or perhaps severe smoking accidents that might require the use of air defense systems to deal with. Yeah, so it's unfortunate. It's a depressing topic, of course. It's a weapon of terror that Russia has chosen to use because they've failed to get any results on the battlefield. They're attempting to coerce, they're attempting to terrorize, they're attempting to brutalize the Ukrainian population into pressuring their government to accept the annexation of these 4 territories that Russia has fake annexed. They had their little sham referendum, and now they're saying, "Oh, we just want peace. We want it. We want everyone to just be peaceful, right? We're the peaceful ones here, and everyone just wants to fight a war with Russia, and we're just defending Russia because this is all Russia. And all you have to do is recognize this is Russia, and like we'll stop, blowing up your power grids and stopping your water pumps from working and letting children freeze to death and so forth." It's not going to work, of course. Ukraine isn't going to be bullied or terrorized or brutalized into accepting Russian occupation of their territory. They understand that if they do freeze the conflict, as we sometimes say, that Russia will just be back later for more, and that the only way to get Russia to stop doing this is to draw a line in the sand. It's called the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, and to push Russian forces out completely, and to make sure that the sanctions that have been put in place, the destruction of the Russian army that has been exacted by Ukraine with the help of its allies and partners, and the continued diplomatic isolation and utter, you know, befuddlement at what Russia has done in terms of its standing in the international order. This is the appropriate response to Russia's actions, and that's what's going to happen, right? So these terror attacks are unfortunate. They're tragic. People die. People are deprived of basic things they need to live a modern life: power, water, other services that the cities provide. But it's not going to change the outcome of the war, and I don't know. I mean, the Russians have talked about doing this on TV for months. They talked about how they were going to do this, and they started doing this, and they cheered it on. And now you have that witch on RUTV1 saying, "Oh, like, we feel so bad about this. Oh, gee whiz. Oh, we don't want to do it, but you guys are held hostage by NATO, whatever, blah blah blah." So yeah, they genuinely believe that they know what they're doing is wrong. They just think that there's some kind of justification for it, more or less. And when you catch them in their less lucid moments, they'll talk about how they love doing it, and that they would have killed more Ukrainians when they did it, and so forth. So it's in any case, it's a horrific war crime. Russia will be held accountable for it for years to come, and it will be a stain on their history, I guess. Herm?
Yeah, I would like to add here that we've seen in the past, but whenever people use terror bombings to force your foe into submission, let it be the blitz that the German Luftwaffe put down on English cities in 1941, or let it be the Allied fire bombings of German cities in World War II. None of them actually came close to the aim of those campaigns to force your opponent to make concessions, to come to negotiation tables. It only strengthened the resolve of the defender. They never ended up in actually weakening the morale or the will of people to fight. And that never forced anyone to a negotiation table. The only exception I know is the shelling of the port of Zanzibar by the Royal Navy in the 19th century, which lasted 28 minutes and led to the capitulation of Zanzibar, but that is a completely different situation.
Yeah, thanks, Herm. So I guess maybe it's a good time to provide some announcements for folks. You are, of course, listening to MriyaReport. We are a 24-hour Twitter space dedicated to discussing the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. We do our best to bring you guys experts and people on the ground in Ukraine that can explain the situation there to you. Yesterday, yesterday, we had a member of Ukrainian parliament here, which was very exciting. So always great to have such distinguished guests on the MriyaReport, and we want to thank you, our dear listeners, for making it all possible. Your guys' participation by not only listening, but also, of course, retweeting the space. That helps us so much. It helps us get the message out to people who maybe are in your circle who haven't heard about us, and by retweeting it, either make the algorithm like us more, or just people that that might not have heard of us just see your tweet and might come check us out. So that's how we get a lot of our listeners, and we really do appreciate you guys spreading the word. So thank you so much. Please keep doing it. Please retweet the space. Of course, me and Herm, we don't want to, and Colby, we don't want to be alone up here. Maybe with sleeping Ryan. If you want to, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will bring you up. You can ask a question or make a comment about the Russian invasion of Ukraine that is going on right now. We will do our best to answer any questions you have, or I suppose address any comments. So please do participate. You can press the microphone button. And of course, if you would, please do check out MriyaAid.org. Maria Aid is a charity that sends non-lethal aid to Ukraine. It is an organization that is run completely by volunteers. That means every penny goes directly to procuring non-lethal aid and sending it to Ukraine. So please check out MriyaAid.org. And if you're so able, so inclined, please do send what you can. We are being joined by Wendy, so I will wait a moment to get Wendy up, and then we will let Wendy speak. Wendy, welcome up. Go ahead.
Oh, morning, Joseph. Morning, Herman. Apologies for my voice. I've got a virus at the moment. Yeah, I just wanted to echo what you were saying, Joseph. You put it very, very, very eloquently. Do please, at this time of year, tell the people that you meet in your lives about the importance of the information that you hear on this space, which is information vetted and analysed by a diverse range of experts in their fields, and also, of course, to keep Ukraine and the plight of Ukrainians prominent in the public discourse and in the discourses around tables that happen, at all kinds of gatherings at this time of year, be it work or family gatherings. It's terrible news to hear about Ukraine suffering yet another wave of indiscriminate attacks. May God exact a wrath of cold iron upon the people who are perpetrating these attacks, because, as we know, they are done for the simple purpose, for the sole purpose of terrorizing Ukrainians and making them colder at this time of year and putting the most vulnerable at risk. In my country, which very lucky not to be under, very lucky not to have suffered Soviet occupation, very lucky not to be in the position Ukraine is right now. We wrap our kids up warm in an extra layer. We tell them, remember what the kids of Ukraine are going through right now. Today is unfortunately for Ukrainians another one of those days when they are having to endure attacks solely for the reason of their existence, solely for the reason of their defeat of Muscovite invaders on the battlefields. So yeah, may God bless the Ukrainian people and Slava Ukraini.
Slava. It is a tragedy. After their military defeat on the battlefield, they're resorting to those terror attacks on Ukrainian civilians in order to make some kind of statement that is so disgusting. Corby, please go ahead.
So the president's office is saying well over 120 missiles have been fired at Ukraine. Our friend Nolan Peterson, who was on the space recently, saying that he's in Kyiv and you can hear multiple explosions. Air defense is active. Very long list of cities, locations all over Ukraine are reporting explosions. So not all confirmed yet, but again, this is pretty widespread. We have Chernobyl, Poltava, obviously I mentioned Kharkiv. There's definitely damage there. There's reports of a building on fire in Kyiv. Obviously, quite a number of interceptions have been reported as well, different locations in Kyiv and Odessa. But definitely, this is a very significant barrage, and seeing some more reports that there may be more missiles inbound from Tu-22Ms that are flying over the Black Sea right now. So definitely not quite over yet. Still more information coming in. So this is definitely quite a large operation the Russians have undertaken this morning.
Colby, I saw one report from Euromaidan Press that says there's information about the possible launch of Daggers /X-22 missiles So again, this isn't confirmed by any stretch, just information about the possible use of them. What is a Dagger, an X-22 missile? Is there anything significant about its use? Why would they report that?
So X-22, I assume that they are referring to the KH-22, which is a older Soviet anti-shipping missile that we have seen utilized in a ground attack role. Definitely not an optimal weapon system to be hitting ground targets with, but we've seen quite a lot of that out of the Russians because they have a shortage of PGM. So we see these older missiles not intended for that role being used in that capacity. If memory serves, when there was the first strike on Engels Air Base, the strategic bomber that we saw pictures of damaged on the tarmac, it was equipped with a KH-22, if memory serves. As for Dagger is the Kinzhal, the KH-47, which is the hypersonic air-launched aeroballistic missile. So they may be conflating two different things there. Dagger is not KH-22. KH-22 is different. They're two different systems. So there might be some conflation there because I am very skeptical that we're seeing the Kinzhal being launched. But I suppose it is possible. Time will tell if there's actually launches of those, but there might be some miscommunication or mistranslation there. Dagger is KH-47, and then KH-22 is definitely a missile that we have seen in past strikes being utilized.
Gotcha. So yeah, maybe they were saying like this and possibly the Kinzhal as well. But yeah, I don't know. As you said, it might be a weird report or a mistranslation. Who knows? One more question I had for you, Colby, is again, I apologize if you don't. This is very recent. What's happening right now? You haven't had time to like look into it, but there's some mention that right now the Russian bombers normally have some kind of a transponder on, and it makes it a little bit easier to track their movements and understand what's going on. And they like maybe had them off, and it was a little bit harder to track. Have you heard anything about that? Is that just something I read that's just random and doesn't mean anything?
I would pass that to John if he heard that question. He's probably in a better position to answer it than I am.
Sorry,
John's trying to get up. We'll get John up.
What's the question?
Well, John, I guess first, I mean, it's there's a lot going on. As Colby said, it sounds like both you and him are a little bit overwhelmed with information right now. So, is there anything you wanted to report that we haven't covered yet?
Not as of yet. I was caught a little bit off guard. I just got home at like midnight. I was about to go to bed, then my feed exploded, and so I'm still up 2 hours later.
Tell me about it.
It always happens that way, John. So basically, I read in passing. I'm looking for the tweet now, but there was some mention that the Russian strategic bombers, which are launching these missiles, have some kind of a transponder that they usually makes them a little bit easier to track, and that they had turned those off, and that made it a little bit harder for them to track. Is that a thing, John? I guess, or did maybe I read from a bad source?
So, from a publicly interceptable communication standpoint, yes. Although I did see some posts from some of the folks that I follow that track the Baronet, the Russian strategic bomber communications net, that there was still some communications activity occurring on a couple different frequencies. So I'm not sure that they've gone completely radio silent. That being said, the Ukrainian government will have access to vastly more data than we will have publicly available, ranging from ground-based air defense radars, both short and long range, to potentially everything up to U.S. Data from U.S. space-based assets that can detect launches in real time. So I would not think that a communications blackout would have too great an impact on Ukraine's actual ability to detect these launches and estimate the positions of these aircraft.
Thank you very much, Sean. We're trying to get Colonel Jeff up right now. Colonel Jeff requested, of course, Twitter being Twitter, wouldn't let me get him up, and now I don't know where Colonel Jeff went, and I'm sad, but it happens. Thank you very much, Colby and John, for being here. If we get Colonel Jeff up for whatever he wanted to add to the discussion, we most certainly will. Oh, here comes Colonel Jeff again. Maybe the second time's the charm. Elves, get him up. He's a colonel. Colonel Jeff, welcome up. It's great to see you, as always. For our listeners, Colonel Jeff is, I suppose, a diplomat in Austria. I'm so sorry, I forget your official position, but also an aviator. So welcome, Colonel Jeff.
Thanks. So yeah, it's great to be with you. I was just listening in for the last few hours because I always enjoy listening to the MriyaReport, and I heard some discussions about IFF and transponders, and I thought it might be helpful if I tuned in. So my official title, by the way, is husband. At this point, I retired from the Air Force, and yes, I was a diplomat in Austria. I was also a diplomat in Kosovo and in Belgium, but those days are long past. I was a senior diplomat, so if there are actually diplomatic or international questions, I'm happy to answer those. But regarding the IFF systems, or what we call the identification friend or foe / transponders, what you read was somewhat correct. Every airplane has a transponder, and for the vast majority of air traffic out there, these transponders help air traffic control by actually reporting where they are, their altitudes. As a matter of fact, with new systems called TCAS, or terrain and aircraft collision avoidance systems, the IFF system or transponders actually talk to each other and help airplanes from running into each other, which is a very good thing as air traffic increases. Every aircraft also has every pilot has the choice to actually turn that off should they choose to. So for example, military aircraft, when they're flying routine missions, will fly with their transponder, what we call mode 3 in our aircraft, completely blaring out so everyone can see where it is. In the United States and most Western nations, we also have a mode 1, a mode 2, and a mode 4, and we're also getting a mode 5 here quickly. All those are pretty much military and combat related transponders / identification friend or foe systems. They require ComSec or communication security keys to work in most cases, and only report back who they are to friendly forces. Enemy forces can't see them. So for example, if you're flying into combat, one of the steps you take right before you got in is we call it strangle mode 3. So you would turn off your IFF system that was for the commercial world, but just leave on the IFF systems that were for military. To give you an idea of how important this is, when you're on the ground, getting ready to take off for a combat mission, there's actually a little guy who runs around with a box. So one of the maintainers, God bless him, he's an awesome guy, and he puts his thumb up to you and points and holds a number 4 up, and you're looking down out of your cockpit and you see, okay, he's going to check my mode 4. You turn on your mode 4 real quick. He aims the box at your little antenna, and if he gets a green light, that means your mode 4 is good, and he gives you a thumbs up. If your mode 4 is not good, you're not even allowed to fly into combat. The air component commander, the general in charge of the air war, says you would cause more chaos in my area of operation if you weren't squawking. We call it squawking the correct information, and you just say, hey, just we'll launch a spare. You're just not going to go. So hopefully that help explains that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's great information, Colonel Jeff. Thanks so much for coming up and sharing with us. Does anyone on the panel have any questions for Colonel Jeff while he's available? Colby, John, I'm checking for recent. Oh, John, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Joseph. Colonel Jeff, question for you. One of the interesting things that we observed was that there was a loitering munition strike with the Shahed 136 that preceded this cruise missile strike by about 12 to 18 hours. Presumably, that was an attempt to bait Ukrainian air defense assets into revealing their positions so that the Russians could adjust their cruise missile routes accordingly to evade those sites. What kind of turnaround time would the Russians need to be able to make to actually incorporate that data into their route planning?
Colonel Jeff?
I'm sorry, I had my microphone off. I'm getting old and I don't remember to turn it on anymore. Need another cup of coffee, just like our previous host. They need a couple things, right? And so for those who don't know, John and I are actually on a private chat as well. So he could ask me there, but he's going to put me on the spot in front of the whole gang here, and that's fine.
John, you're cheating on us.
So the first thing that they need is they need a solid ELINT collection system that could do direction finding / geo emitter location capabilities. And it's easy to say, but sometimes it's really hard to do. And then if they actually can geolocate and they can actually get these, with lines of bearing and then, cross references and you end up with these ellipses. So you roughly will know where those radars are. Then, you bring it back and you start looking at the planning. Ukraine is a very fluid battle space. You and I both know that. And I would say that if I was in charge of a radar battalion that was involved in air defense and during an attack, I brought my radar online to try and impede or stop an attack. As soon as that attack was over, I would tell my company, boys, pack it up, we're moving, right? Because I wouldn't be so worried about a future attack into Kiev. I'd be more worried about a future attack on me, right? So if it took 18 hours for them to launch the second strike, I don't know if they were actually using that information for rerouting their drone strike. I would argue they were probably rerouting it or using information to strike where the air defense systems were. Either way, 18 hours later, I'm going to be long gone from where I turn that radar on. And I know that makes sense to you because I can see you clicking up the 100 things, but hopefully it makes sense to the rest of the listeners.
Thank you, John. So I guess, I was looking at kind of the various aviation news we've seen lately. One, I guess probably the most important in terms of what's been going on has been the Ukrainian strikes on Russian airfields deep in Russia. So it appears, Colonel Jeff, that Ukraine, we think, although there are alternative explanations, we've now seen a video of the launch of these old drones from the late 70s used. And either this or some other weapon was used to go very, very deep into Russia and hit Engels Air Base, which is, one of Russia's most important air bases. I know John's talked a little bit about this, but kind of one of the things about this is Russia does have other air bases that they can kind of redeploy to, but there aren't a lot of places that they really have the infrastructure to have these big strategic bombers hang out and do their job. So I guess do you think that these strikes into these Russian air bases deep in Russian territory, what sort of strategic impact will they have on the war overall, do you think?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I could espouse on that for 20 minutes if you want, but it does. The short answer is it has a significant impact as long as they're targeting the right things. Here's an example. In the war, the operation called Deny Flight back in the 90s, the NATO and the United States was trying to stop a bunch of flying in the Balkan areas, and they dropped 3 heavy bombs onto the runway in a Croatian airfield called Udbina Airfield. And unbeknownst to us, the Croatians had a bunch of bulldozers and tractors, and they had the runway operational again in probably like 3 hours. So if you're trying to blow up a runway, we've learned that blowing up runways doesn't really work because runways can be rapidly repaired. What you want to go after is and to be fair, most people the common individuals say, well, blow up the runway, and if they can't take off, they can't fly. Well, that was the case for many years, but it's not the case anymore. So now you want to have to go after fuel supplies, logistics depots. You want to go after maintenance hangars, especially heavy maintenance. So what we call like phase 2 or phase 3 maintenance levels. You want to kind of go after those things and blow them up. And for the historians out there, this was one of the biggest lessons that the Japanese unfortunately learned in World War II, and the United States didn't learn, right? So the Japanese, when they bombed Pearl Harbor, that it was noticed by Admiral Nimitz that they didn't blow up the places that, like ship repair. They didn't blow up the logistics facilities. They didn't blow up the massive quantities of oil and gas reserves. And this is why the United States was actually within, I want to say, 3 to 6 months, had the majority of the Pacific Fleet back. And so what you target at the base is really, really important.
Thank you, Colonel Jeff. I know Doman's trying to get up. I cannot get him up. Elves, get Doman up, please, or Herm, if you can see Doman, please do. And it does seem like they've taken some measures since then. I have to, I guess what I would ask is, it seems that the Russians weren't prepared, or they could have taken measures to protect their aircraft and their assets there, that they didn't take because they assumed that airspace was protected by air defense, and that the airbase itself was, more or less deep in Russian territory, and therefore, not vulnerable to such things. So, Colonel Jeff, do you think that this represents like a fundamental failure in Russia's capability to defend, in terms of their ability to detect and neutralize threats in their airspace? Or do you think maybe this is, Ukraine found maybe one weakness or one way to exploit a weakness in the air defense and got through? And does that, sorry, I'm trying to. I guess that's my question. Really, is what does this say about Russian air defense? Oh, and sorry. Do you think that these new revetments that we've seen emerge, and maybe I assume there's new, safety measures taken, more or less, or security measures taken at the airbase? Do you think that will make them fundamentally more secure, or is it a bigger problem than that?
No, I think it's a bigger problem than that, and John and I have actually discussed this a little bit on the margins, and that is, I don't believe that the Russians would leave Ingalls Air Base or a strategic asset like that unprotected by air defense. And Russia has a large air defense capability. They have a blanketed, it's open source. You can find, what the theoretical Russian laydown is for their air defense systems, S-300s, S-400s, short range point defense radars and missile systems. So I'd have a hard, and as paranoid as Russians are just by nature, I can't imagine that they'd say, okay, we're just going to leave this one alone because we don't think you can hit it. That's just not their modus operandi. I also don't think that Ukraine had a sophisticated weapon that by previous, 10 months ago, that anyone in the world would think could be able to penetrate an S-300, S-400 SAM missile engagement zone. I don't believe anyone would have thought that imaginable. So we are in a very strange place, and a lot of people have asked me, well, what was it? What did they use? And I don't know what it was, right? And I think that asking that question is the wrong question. We roughly know the low end capability and the high end capability of the Ukrainian drone, long range strike capabilities. We can draw that bandwidth, right? What's more important is why didn't the S-300 shoot down? Because whatever was in that bandwidth, even in the highest end stuff that Ukraine has, should have never been able to make it through. And I'm not releasing anything that's classified. I mean, if you're an American or if you're someone who follows the American military, from congressional testimony from four-star generals, four-star admirals, and the Secretary of Defense, when they lobbied really hard for the F-22 and the F-35, because the point was everything that the United States had before these two assets was unsurvivable, their word, not mine, unsurvivable in an S-300, S-400 missile engagement zone. So if an F-16, right, and an F-15E could not survive in an S-300 or an S-400 missile engagement zone, then how on earth did anything that Ukraine has get through this and hit it? The first answer possible is that the S-400 and S-300 just aren't as capable as Russia has let on. The last 10 months of the war would definitely support that. Everything that Russia says that they had that was unbelievable is proving to be less than unbelievable and far more unsophisticated and basic than what they've led on to. So that could be the case. The second one could be that maybe Russia just kept their S-300s and S-400s off because they said, well, whatever's inbound to Engels right now, it's not worth us shooting a $150,000 to $250,000 missile at it. We only have so many missiles left. We're running out of ammunition. We're going to take the crunch here, and whatever happens at Engels, we'll eat it. So, and then there's tons of other theories out there. I don't know, but it's fascinating. You bring up a great point.
Yeah, thanks, Colonel Jeff, very much for that explanation for our listeners. I knew if I could just keep you up here until Doman came, I'd be okay. Doman, thanks for coming. I know Herm might want to go to sleep though. So Herm, if you had any questions for Colonel Jeff, or if you maybe wanted to sign off, please go ahead, buddy.
No, actually, I do not have any questions. I'm going to switch to listener for a while, but I really need to log up and do some things here. Slava Ukraine, everybody, and let's hope that the night ends not as bad as we fear.
Slava. Colonel, good morning. My question is going to sound really silly, but I think you'll see where I'm going here. Is it an out-and-out failure by Russian air defenses to now twice have not prevented the strike on their key strategic bomber base? Or is there some sort of an excuse beyond the fact that the 26th was the day of Russian air defense forces and therefore, celebratory mood and all that?
Well, good morning, Doman. It's good to see you awake. I don't know how else you can draw it other than a failure, right? But to be fair, Russian information campaigns can spin almost every failure into a victory. So I anxiously wait with bated breath to hear, Russia's explanation of how these dismal failures turned into, after sitting numerous days inside the OSCE and listening to the Russian ambassador lament about how well they were doing, I always find those speeches fun and entertaining. So hopefully we'll get one soon, at least from the perhaps Minister Shoigu or their chief of defense can explain why they're being pummeled. I mean, the Russians know they're getting pummeled. If I was a Russian citizen, I'd want an answer. Of course, what Russian citizens want and what Russian citizens get are far different than us on the West.
But also, air defense is difficult, right? There's things moving through the sky. You need to see them, then you need to actually hit them. Do they have some sort of an excuse at all, or not really? Not if they were to you 1-for-1s.
So if I was going to presume and look, I don't like being wrong. So when I'm forced to actually lament, pontificate, or presume, I often get very scared because I could be very wrong. And I just want to preface that with, I could be very wrong. So please don't hold me to this. You and I have spoken at nauseum about when Ukraine, that the news came out that Ukraine was able to shoot AGM-88 high-speed anti-radiation missiles off of their MiG-29s on their assets, right? And I've often said that the success of the HARM missile can never be judged by its percentage of kills, right? Yes, the HARM missile is going to kill some radars. It's going to miss a lot, and that's okay, because every time one is shot and every time a enemy SAM operator is watching this missile inbound to his location, he has a choice, right? He can turn off his radar and live, or he can leave his radar on and suffer the punishment if the missile actually hits him, which in many cases it does. In that case, the missile works as advertised. We could right now be seeing the after effects or the secondary tertiary effects of what HARM has brought into the battle space, because people who work in radar battalions know everyone else who works in radar battalions. It's a small community, and they rotate from one radar side to the other so they can understand what each radar is bringing. And a HARM missile loves long range and acquisition, what we call alpha scan radars. And an alpha scan is just a fancy name for a radar that spins 365. You see them at all the airports, right? So they spin around and they report 360 degrees. HARM missile has a more challenging time with beam trackers or radars that are very narrowly focused. So if you're one of these long range radar guys, you can see these HARMS missiles coming in, and who knows, even commanders can be telling these guys, hey, keep your radars off. We're not necessarily under attack at this point. We're taking the fight to the enemy, but now with these high-speed anti-radiation missiles they have, we don't want to get hit and we don't want to lose valuable assets, because a long-range acquisition radar is a strategic asset for a country, right? They don't have spares just sitting next to each other. If you take out one, there's an open sector that is uncovered until that radar is repaired. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. I'm just thinking of kind of the situation that they're in, where okay, let's put it this way: a strategic airbase like this, with dozens of bombers representing one of the three prongs of the Russian nuclear triad, one would naturally presume this to be one of the better covered areas by air defense in Russia, right?
Sure, that makes sense. Go ahead.
Well, so what does it tell us when they can't intercept things flying there? I mean, you kind of think, Moscow number 1, St. Petersburg number 2, this would probably, Putin's bunker number 3. Okay, sorry, Putin's bunker number 1, Moscow number 2, St. Petersburg number 3, and then Engels is probably like number 4 or 5, right? Probably the submarines up in the north number 4, and then this might be number 5. So it's quite really high up the pecking order. So what does that tell us? Either the people operating it aren't any good, or the systems aren't very good, or the systems aren't there. Now, I don't think that the systems are the problem, because as you said many times before, you trained against these things, you kind of knew what they were supposed to do. And you've also seen Ukrainians use S-300s, older versions, to quite some success shooting down cruise missiles and the like from the start of the war. So it's probably not that. The people, maybe, because maybe they sent all of the really experienced ones closer to the front. Or they've actually removed a lot of systems from where they thought that Ukraine is unlikely to threaten them, and moved them elsewhere. So where do you think that the balance of those options lies? Or is there a fourth option?
Yeah, so let's back up a little bit, because I probably inappropriately, and that's my mistake, presumed that listeners had a knowledge base that I had, which is unfair to them. So let's say in my last example, where they turned off those long range acquisition and long range early warning radars. Okay, and to be fair, Angles probably has its own approach and departure radar. So it's got a radar that sits at the airfield, and it can probably see maybe 40 miles. Okay. So Angles radar is not going to be turned off, because a harm missile can never reach that far into the nation, right? And let's go through what a scenario would look like for Angles, right? So Angles is getting no massive feed, so they can't see out 200, 300 miles. They can see 40, 50 miles. And then all of a sudden, here comes some blips coming at the airfield, right? And at first, those blips are considered what we call unknown aircraft. They could be friendly, right? I mean, the radar operator doesn't know. They could be friendly, they could be enemy. So he's going to spend 1 to 2 minutes trying to discern whether or not these are friendly or enemy. After checking the transponders, after checking the flight plans, after trying to communicate with them on the radio, he's now going to presume that these things are not friendly. So that's 2 to 3 minutes into the scenario, right? At that point, he's going to call his leadership, because he's in Russia, Russian doctrine. He's not authorized to just go weapons free on anything inbound to his location, right? So he's going to talk and say, hey, I've got, multiple inbound tracks. I don't know what they are. What should we do? And again, he's just the air traffic controller radar guy. He's not in charge of the weapons, right? So then the air command post is going to, hopefully, if you're in Russia, hopefully all these radars are fused into a central air picture. They might not be, which then adds even more time. So my point is, if it takes 5 minutes, right, to get to where you're even spooling up your air defenses to get them ready to see these things, you've lost the fight, Jack, right? You can't expect missiles that are flying at 300 to 400 miles an hour, and in a 50-mile scenario, they're already halfway there. Now they're 20 miles away, and your air defenses turning the radars on, queuing, trying to find the tracks. It's over, right? They're going to hit.
John, if you want to dive deeper into this, go right ahead.
There is sort of a fourth option that ties into, to some extent, the system not working as advertised, but I think it's maybe a little bit distinct from that, and that is integration of quality of the integration between Russia's various air defense assets. It's been noted by a number of different sources in a number of different areas that they have really struggled to achieve this, to achieve a high degree of integration successfully. The most pointed example that I recall is from the MriyaReport on general operations throughout the first half of the war, And one of the points that they noted was that the ability, and I just use this as an example of a wider phenomenon, the ability of their A-50 airborne early warning and control aircraft to pass useful targeting data to their ground-based air defense systems was severely limited by the way they had set up their integration. So more or less, they had a situation where rather than the A-50s directly pass data to those ground-based assets, they were first passing it to a ground-based district HQ, and then from there was relayed to a IL-20 something, the Coude, which is a command and control aircraft, and then from there was relayed to the ground-based air defense assets themselves. That seriously impairs reaction time, as Colonel Jeff was getting at, and could potentially seriously compromise in a number of instances their ability to successfully initiate and conclude an engagement. There's been noted issues with, based upon testimony from some Wagner guys that were operating Pansiers, of them being unable to effectively coordinate or communicate with other air defense assets, to the point where they simply stopped attempting to coordinate with other assets because of the fact that it actually increased their reaction time attempting to do so. So that actually had decreased their ability to effectively conclude an engagement. So that is seemingly a very severe weak spot for the Russians in terms of their air defense capabilities.
You're listening to John's the Maria Report. If you want to, folks, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will bring you up. You can ask a question to our very distinguished panel. Little known fact about cats, they actually are very passionate about the topic of air defense in general. They like getting rid of things in the air.
Joseph, have you ever seen a cat? Have you ever seen a cat with like a fly flying around and it keeps trying to, jump at it and swat at it? What is that? It is fundamentally air defense. This is perfectly normal. It makes perfect sense why John's feline got so excited about it. Colonel, I've got a little pitch for you before we go to Pauli, and let me know what you think, because I have a guess about why Russians have been using so many S-300s in a ground attack role. My guess is the following. They have a lot of launchers. They have a lot of missiles. They do not have very many trained operators. Because, as we've touched upon many times, doing the whole using a radar to track something moving quickly through the sky and maneuvering left and right and up and down and changing speeds and then actually hitting you with a missile, that takes a lot of skill. Taking a launcher, pointing it in the general direction where you want to hit something, and trying to hit something, within a few hundred meters of a certain ground-based coordinates that aren't moving and aren't maneuvering, takes a whole lot less skill. So my guess is they literally have enough people who know how to use S-300s in the correct intended way. That's why they're saying, well, we have all of these missiles, we might as well kill Ukrainians with them. What do you think about that hypothesis?
So Domin, most people, when they say that they're going to throw out a pitch for me, they talk about my books. so next time you need to try harder and talk about helping me sell my books. But but in all
the next book could be
okay, perfect.
Russian,
all right, thanks.
Russian undertrained missileer or whatever.
Yeah, and to be fair, I don't know if you already saw it, but on Twitter, so my second book actually just broke another record this month for sales, and it's called Balkan Reprisal, and I'm really happy about that. And I don't know if it broke it because my book's really good, or if because
I think it's the news cycle.
The news cycle out of Kosovo and Serbia has got everyone spun up that they're following the war, and people want something that is fun to read, which is a fiction thriller, but it's actually based in cultural and all realistic things about Kosovo. And I served there for 2 years as the senior defense attaché, so I kind of know what I'm talking about. But anyway, back to your question. All right. so I had a chat with another one of my friends, and he said, "Hey, you know, remember when Russia was shooting their S-300 missiles in a ground-to-ground roll, and they were, beating the bejesus out of Ukraine? That stopped. Like, what happened? Like, why did they just stop doing this? Because you're 100% correct. You would think that if they were shooting S-300s, that they had more than enough of them. That at this point they're just gonna use them in a long range situation like that. The best guess I have is the initial war plan that Russia rolled out. That, granted they haven't shared it, but there's a lot of experts who have assessed it. Is they expect this war to be over in 3 to 5 months, 6 max, right? And they truly believed if they could get into Kiev, they could, decapitate the head from the nation, that the rest of the nation would fall and it would be over. And I think Putin and his military leaders hung to this plan because, number one, they didn't want to face the concept of a long war. That they kind of pushed all their chips on the table. Maybe not all the chips, but then they said, okay, well, we're so close. We really think that Ukraine's going to fall. Let's just go ahead and go all in. Let's, bet everything on red on the roulette wheel, and let's start lobbing S-3 going to fall. And as we all know today, 10, 11 months, 12 months later, that they haven't fallen. That Ukraine's actually pushing Russia back. And I think now Russia's to the point where they realize, okay, we need to now, and they have recoiled. I mean, this is very clear. They've retreated out from the north and Belarus. They've now come around. They're trying to secure their western front, Ukraine's eastern front. They're trying to regain lost territory in that area. They want Donetsk. They want Kharkiv. The change in their strategy is just fundamentally obvious to anyone who studied warfare. And because of that, I would argue that they're now looking long term. We're not going to shoot S-300s. I would also argue you're not hearing much out of the Russian Air Force anymore. And you and I had spoken a month ago. Why were Russian airplanes taking off? People were taking pictures of them with empty rails. I mean, they had, most of the rails were filled with missiles, but they actually had rails that didn't have missiles or bombs on them. And I'm baffled because if I was an aviator and I had a rail, I wanted something on it going into combat. I didn't want it just to be empty. I wasn't going just for a show of force, right? And from that point, when we talked about me assuming that they were running out of air-to-air missiles, we're now to a place where we don't hear much about Russian air forces going in like we did a couple months ago with MiG-29, Su-27s, the newer fighters. That's kind of gone. Now we're listening to bombers, stand back and launch drones. And I don't know how many weapons they have of this stuff, but eventually they're going to run out of that too. And it just keeps like that. I feel like they just keep throwing spaghetti at the wall. Whatever sticks, they're going to go with that for a while, and then until they can get some more spaghetti on some other capability.
Colonel Jeff. Tillman, go ahead.
I just want to ask, my underlying hypothesis is correct, though, right? It's a lot easier to just shoot an S-300 in a general direction and it falls, within roughly where it falls, than it is to take down an aerodynamic target with it, right?
Yeah, so
much less skill needed.
Yeah, there's not a lot of skill needed. I mean, it's easy. You just push the button, right? You set it in a vector and an azimuth. I don't know enough about to be fair, I don't know a lot about the S-300's ground-to-ground capability, right? And who knows? Maybe you can actually put a GPS coordinate in it, but the way the seeker, the fusing, the way the missile was designed, it was never, it wasn't the primary purpose of the missile, so it can't be that good. I think you're right?
So real quick, I did want to, this is highly unorthodox, but I thought, why not take an opportunity? I wanted to make Colonel Jeff part of the promo, because why not? So, Colonel Jeff, as you know, we're joined by a lot of distinguished guests. Today, we're joined by two. So we're going to be joined in about 6.5 hours. We're going to be joined by Taras Bilka. He's a former military correspondent. He's currently serving as a private in Zaporizhia region. And in about 10.5 hours, we will be joined once again by Douglas London. He's a veteran CIA officer of counterintelligence and a national security commentator and author as well, The Recruiter, Spying and the Lost Art of American Intelligence. So, Colonel Jeff, I don't know, did you have any comment about our distinguished guests that will be joining us today?
You guys, I mean, it's amazing. You get Ben Hodges, you got former CIA off. I mean, I listen to MriyaReport way more than I talk on it, and I don't know why people just don't leave it on. You guys do phenomenal, and I look forward to hearing from both of them. That it's going to be very, very good. I also don't. I mean, you have like 35,000 followers now. I don't know why we only end up with like anywhere from 300 to 500 listeners any given time. I just leave it on. So it's good stuff.
Dominique is pretty good. I'm just saying. But no, thank you very much, Colonel Jeff. I do appreciate it. John, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, so on the ground attack capabilities of the S-300 and the S-400, so it's a bit of a weird animal there. My understanding is based upon some reporting from various Ukrainian sources. They took apart the wreckage of some of the initial interceptors that were used in the ground attack role, and they said that it looked like the Russians had installed GLONASS receivers on them to try and improve their precision in that role. But as far as I can tell, based upon some really old Belarusian sources, there is no English language prior to around July of this year. There was no English language sources on this, as far as I can tell. Apparently, there was a ground attack capability built into both S-300 and S-400 when the systems were initially designed. That was obviously prior to the development of GLONASS. So there was some way of providing guidance for a ground attack role prior to GLONASS. I'm not sure if it was just to simply launch it in the ballistic arc and hope it hit something, or if they were trying to use some sort of radar-based guidance. My understanding is that for the ground attack, they've mostly been using the 5V55 series interceptors, which just depending on the specific model, is usually either TVM, track via missile, or semi-active radar homing. I don't believe they have any kind of onboard inertial navigation system. So how they would turn that into any kind of guided land attack munition without GLONASS is a bit of a question mark to me. And again, unless they're just, firing it along a ballistic arc and hoping it hits something.
Yeah, John, you and I are. First of all, that's great information, and it's just fascinating to me, right? I mean, the amount of money that goes into building a missile like a Patriot missile or an S-300 or an S-400, these big, medium to long range air defense missiles is. I mean, it's a lot of engineering, and a missile. A missile, just by and large, if we just talk about missiles, right, that are intended for warfare, they have like 5 or 6, 7 parts, right? They have the rocket propellant, they have an explosive charge, they have a warhead so it can shape that charge to a degree. There's a computer that processes, there's transmitters and receivers, and then the seeker and guidance phase, right? And engineers know that that's the basic construct of a missile. If I'm going to build a missile that's going to be ground to ground, I'm going to radically change the amount or the size of each component in that, right? I want a very large explosion, and I want a very, very good shaped charge because if I'm going on the ground, I want to hit at something that is that's meaningful, that's substantial, right? I need a large explosion, and the seeker and guidance is going to be a very low cost system, because things on the ground don't move, and if they do move, they don't move at 600, 700 miles an hour like an airplane, right? So maybe just GPS, maybe it's just GPS guidance or glass. That could be enough. If I need a video feed or infrared, I can do that as well. But again, these are far cheaper than, you know, radar tracking on a 600. And so the amount of money that goes into each component radically changes between whether you're going air to air or air to ground. And that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? The maneuverability of the missile for an air to air missile needs to be substantial. It needs to be able to maneuver, needs to be able to pull multiple Gs. It needs to be able to defeat chaff, flares, jinking, jamming. There's a lot of money that goes into that. Very, very few, you know, ground to ground missiles need to worry about chaff and flares and jinking, because they're warheads, and as slow as the target on the ground moves, with a large warhead, they might not be able to completely destroy the target, but they'll definitely damage it, even if they do fall for some kind of countermeasure. Hopefully that helps some of the listeners.
Pauli?
Yeah, sorry, I had a call previously, so couldn't ask this during the exact topic, but I have a question to Jeff.
Shoot.
All right, so based on the like the bits of knowledge we have on how the Ruski forces have been, how do I say, utilizing their air defense and radars, what do you think is the like their state or their current status with the how do I say, the central image or the situational image or situational awareness and ability to well, cooperate between the areas? As we know, the drones or any missiles that are flying towards angles, they travel quite fast, so they usually travel through any radar areas quite fast. So what do you think is the current status of these, like the ability to cooperate and work together? Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and you know, thanks for asking. And John kind of alluded to this a little bit, and I'd welcome his thoughts. You know, when you're talking about building a singular air picture for a nation, there's a lot of things that go into that, right? There's filter centers. There's and the United States went through a lot of growing pains when it was trying to create a single air picture, and this was perhaps a couple decades ago. But what would happen is, as a track, let's just say a track, would show up on a system, and that system felt compelled to report to the overall air picture. But the problem was he wasn't the only sensor out there. There were 5 or 6 different, sensors out there, and all these sensors, to a degree, would see the same track, but from a different angle or over a different spot or presumably at a different altitude. And you ended up with, 6 tracks in the main feed. And if you're now the air battle manager, what was just one track coming at you is now a wall of enemy aircraft. And, you kind of freak out. So, fusion of tracks became a big challenge for the United States. We do it really well now. And I'm proud to say that, I was around and helped with some of those things. If we ever get Bull Kirkendall back in here, Bull was instrumental in figuring out how fusion centers, for lack of a better term, artificial intelligence would build rules and rule sets on how to fuse different targets. The worst thing you want to do is, if it really were 6 targets, you don't want to fuse them all together, right? So that's the opposite end of the spectrum for that problem. but yeah, they, the John talked a little bit about the mainstay, their equivalent of AWACS and it flying around. And you would think, and only because I'm used to it, right? I'm used to flying with Link 16 and having a data link system that talked among all the players, and if you had the right keys, you were getting all the data, and everyone had the same picture. And it's very easy to operate when everyone has the same picture. This is the same in football, be it European football or American football. If everyone on the pitch sees things the same, they can operate the same. If everyone sees a different picture, it's a mess. So John, did you want to talk a little bit more about how their pictures out there?
So the only one that I really have any insight into, and again, this is just taken from that one Rusi report, is that rather than having the A50s, the mainstays, directly transmit targeting data or any other data that they might gather directly to, say, Russian aircraft or Russian ground-based air defense assets, it is first relayed to a ground-based district headquarters, presumably either somewhere in Russia or somewhere deep in occupied Ukraine. And from there, that district HQ relays it to an airborne Akut-A and IL-20 something. I don't remember what its Russian designation is off the top of my head, which is a airborne command and control / relay aircraft, performs a number of different functions. And then from there, that aircraft then relays that data to Russian aircraft or Russian ground-based air defenses. And even if we are to assume that they are still getting the same fidelity or quality of data that they would be if, say, the A50 was directly transmitting it to whatever its intended destination is, having it be relayed through 2 other communications nodes beforehand is going to dramatically increase, potentially dramatically increase the reaction time of a Russian air asset or a Russian ground-based air defense asset in terms of being able to successfully act upon that information. So if you have a fast-moving Ukrainian loitering munition approaching Ingels and you are a Russian air defense operator, let's say that a mainstay has detected it at quite a significant distance from the airfield, that may not matter if that mainstay cannot effectively transmit that targeting data to whatever air defense platform you're operating in a sufficiently small period of time.
Thank you, Jeff and John. And I think Jeff was referring to American handball, right? If I'm correct.
Yes, it's we do kick extra points. So we use our feet very rarely, and I get that. But to help, I often think sometimes, and maybe I'm just old, and I apologize if that's the case. But I sometimes think the vignettes that I bring from my war experiences often help the listener. So I'll share another one here. Tread lightly on classified, right? So I did fly in the war in the Balkans in 1999, and Serbia had a fairly decent air defense system. They had roughly a handful of these air defense missiles called an SA-6, right? So let's say, just to keep things unclassified, let's say they had 5 at the beginning of the war. Well, we know as an electronic attack platform, the guy shooting harm, my job was to actually take those out so the strikers could operate with impunity over Serbian airspace. Well, the war lasted roughly 60, 90 days, something like that. And at the end of the war, we looked at the map of Serbia, and those 5 SA-6s had turned into 15 SA-6s. So the intel guys just kept drawing circles and rings on the charts, and we're like, did they build 10 more? We know we killed a couple, but how do they have? How do they now have 15 SA-6s when at the beginning of the war, the intel said they only had 5? And, your intel officers are very good at making up answers. That I think that's what they get. That's their training, is to make up answers. But, the answer was, well, we think maybe some of them were in storage and they hadn't come out. And, the SA-6 is mobile. So they moved from one place to the other place, to the other place, to the other place. And they didn't want to stay because, the fundamental concept of land warfare is shoot, move, communicate, right? You shoot, pack it up, move, communicate where you are now, and prepare for another engagement. And at the end of the day, they didn't have 15. They probably had maybe 3 or 4 left because, again, we know we killed 1, right? Or again, all these numbers are theoretical, right? But they had 3 times more at the end. And the answer was our intelligence wasn't good enough to actually figure out which actual SAM went from one place to the other place to the other place. So the intel guys, and be an overabundance of caution, I guess is the nicest way to say that, just kept drawing rings. Now the problem with that is if you're a legacy fighter aircraft, you don't want to fly through these rings. So your flight route is now impacted by 15 surface air missile systems that when it only should have been impacted by 5, and your flight route looks like a spaghetti string running over the top of Serbia, and you're exposed for far longer over Serbia. So it's not healthy. But hopefully that vignette explains how challenging a singular air picture can be for any given side, whether it's Ukraine or Russia in this war.
Colonel, how different is the air picture today? Let's say, how different is the tech and skills that the Russians of today have compared to Serbs of 30 years ago?
I'm making coffee in the background, so forgive me. I don't have a cat. Sorry, John. To be fair, I exited the military in 2020, and for the last 6 years, I was actually more doing diplomatic stuff and not really focused on the air. I know Russian systems are decent. To put into context, I asked John to come back and talk about the mainstay again, because what he's reporting to me should be breaking news on the front of like the Weapons Review Journal, right? This is unbelievable that in today's digital age, that the mainstay, at least in this war, is not using systems, if it does have them, that can directly push a data burst into the cockpit of a modern Russian fighter jet that literally gives him targeting information, targeting resolution, a declaration hostile, and a weapons free order in a half a second that he just can't see on his screen. I mean, back in my day, there was tons of communications between air battle managers and fighters, right? So a fighter, a U.S. fighter, let's say, or a NATO asset fighter is flying around, and all of a sudden on his radar, he's got an unknown track, and he's going to come up on the radio and he's going to say, Dark Star Taco 25 declare bull 250 at 15. And what that means, Dark Star is the call sign of AWACS. He's Taco 25. He's asking for the AWACS, right, to declare what is the track that I'm seeing at 250 for 15 miles from the bullseye, right? So now the AWACS guy has to go to the bullseye. He draws 250, radial 250 to 15. He looks for a track in that given area. Hopefully the guy on the F-16 or whatever didn't screw up when he tried to calculate out where the bull was. AWACS is going to look at it. He's going to talk to maybe rivet joint. They'll try and figure it out, and then he's going to get back. That takes a lot of time, right? And in an airplane that's flying, and let's say an F-16 that's flying at 500 miles an hour, he doesn't have a lot of time to declare. In today's day and age, that same fighter guy can hook that track, and with just a couple flicks of his thumbs and his fingers, he can push it into the AWACS. They all know what it is, and he's asking for declare. It's completely calm out, right? And then he's going to get back within 3 to 4 seconds all that information popping up in his heads-up display. He knows exactly what that is. That is unbelievably advanced if you're an air fighter from the 1990s to the 2000s, right? That this is phenomenal. The other thing that's interesting is if we take this one step further, since AWACS has such a great air picture and now is far less task saturated, right? So the guy doesn't have to talk on the radio all the time and try and figure out and draw lines and blah, blah, blah. He can actually just push an air picture to the F-16. Well, what does that mean for the F-16 guy? He now gets to fly around with his radar in the off position. Yes, he flies around with his radar in his off position for a couple reasons. Number one, the radar's a huge beacon saying, here I am, right? He now gets to be a little bit more stealth, a little bit more low observable. He's not giving away his position, and he's getting a full air picture in his cockpit without his radar on. Can he turn it on if he wants to? Sure. Does he have to? Depending on the tactics, techniques, and procedures that they briefed in the pre-brief, maybe he's not going to. Maybe he's going to leave it off. Maybe it's more technically feasible to leave it in the opposition. That's the West, right? That's what we can say about the West. Based on what John said, it's very clear to me that I can tell you that's not where Russia is. That's probably the best I can do.
John, real quick, do you want? Do you have some follow up to that, John? Go ahead.
Yeah, just on this issue of modern digital avionics and communication links compared to some of the older analog stuff. Rusi had in a previous report a little bit earlier in the year. Unfortunately, I don't remember the details overly well because it's been a while since I've read it, but one of the things that they identified as a potential significant issue with various different types of Russian munitions as well as delivery platforms was not necessarily fundamental issues with the munitions or the platforms themselves per se, but more so their integration together. And again, this is a reflection of a wider phenomenon. And the best example of this that I remember from reading that was the Russian strategic bombers using radio navigation and trying to queue up and target these air-launched cruise missiles using various analog methods as opposed to some of the more newer digital methods. And as a result of that, it's very likely that has contributed significantly to the imprecision that we've seen with Russian cruise missiles and ballistic missiles in terms of precision on target as a result of potentially the missile not potentially having, for example, a very accurate position fix when it first comes off whatever its launch platform is. And again, I'd have to go back and reread that to get more into the details, more specificity and accuracy. But that was more or less the general gist of what the issues they're facing are in that regard.
John, real quick, I wanted to ask if you wanted to comment on the man pad that shot down a cruise missile, because that's pretty cool, John.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like an Igla 1 downing a Caliber. I mean, it's difficult, but certainly doable. Caliber, KH-101, 555, those are all subsonic cruise missiles at a close enough range. Man pads can absolutely down one of them in either a head-on or potentially a chasing engagement. The critical thing there would be for the man pads operators to be appropriately positioned and appropriately cued that there is an approaching Russian cruise missile. If that's done, then they can pull it off. Ideally, if you have some sort of fixed platform to mount the man pads on, even better, so you aren't having to stand there carrying that weight on your shoulder. But it's totally doable. The Ukrainians have successfully shot down a large number of cruise missiles using man pads in this manner. So kudos to them for that.
It's impressive to me that it was an Igla, not a more sophisticated one. But John, as you said, I think it's about being kind of in the right place and then having really good timing and knowing that the missile's approaching and firing right. Is that, would you say that's more or less how you do it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure Colonel Jeffy might have some insight to add to that.
Yeah, I would take an old man pad and really good queuing over a phenomenal man pad and no queuing anytime, right? If have someone on the radio telling me you have a target that you are cleared on coming at you, and he'll be overhead you in 5 minutes, approaching from directly from a bearing of 300. I now can get out my old man pad. I can spin up the battery. I can get the seeker cooled. I can do all those things, and I can literally just hold that thing, looking right at that. I will have a far higher percentage of kill that way than I will with a very modern man pad in very limited queuing. In 30 seconds, or I hear something coming, and I don't know if it's friendly or enemy. Now I've got to wait until it's really, really close to be able to discern, is that a friend, is it an enemy? I don't know, but really good queuing. And all of my comments today are really kind of tying into one big thing, right? The better the air picture you have, and the more people that know the air picture, and everyone who's on the same sheet of music, is fundamentally, it's a massive game changer. There's if any of the listeners are into kind of reading about how militaries operate and stuff like that, there's a very famous Air Force colonel. His name's John Boyd, Boyd, and he came up with a thing called the OODA loop, right? And if you ever read about the OODA loop and his paper about the OODA loop, it's a great paper, right? It's available at the Air University, Air War College. It's something that's taught to every single aviator now. And basically the construct is land warfare guys think at 5 miles an hour. Naval warfare guys, and that's not a bad thing. That's kind of how they do it, right? Naval warfare guys usually think at about 15 knots, and air guys need to think at about 500 miles an hour. So time is ridiculously critical, right? And his OODA loop, which stands for orient, observe, decide, act, orient, and you just keep going around the loop, right? OODA, OODA, OODA. If your OODA loop is smaller than your enemy's OODA loop, you get to decide, act, and orient faster than your enemy gets to even decide. In other words, he's got to go all the way back to orient because you changed the battle space. It's a great paper, but when you hear aviators talk about, I got to shrink my OODA loop, I've got to shrink my OODA loop, I've got to be able to orient, observe, decide, and act faster than my enemy, that's what they're talking about.
Luckily, we have Carlos in here who's always preaching the greatness of OODA loop, and now even our friend, our fellow broadcaster Alan, is using it occasionally, which is great. As you said, it's a very useful tool, Colonel John. I think at this time I have to tell John to go to bed, which is kind of unusual, but I also must go to bed. Delman, I'm sure it'll be a great morning. We got Colonel Jeff coming up. We have two great guests we're looking forward to. Once again, sorry I wasn't prepared, but I probably should mention them once again. We have Taras Bilka. He's currently serving as a private in Zaporizhia region. He'll be here in about 5 hours. And we have Douglas London once again joining us, a veteran counterintelligence officer and author of The Recruiter, Spying in the Lost Art of American Intelligence. He will be here in about 9 hours. So looking forward to both of those. Please do again join the panel. Ask any questions you'd like. It's great to be joined by Colonel Jeff, John, who should be going to bed, Ryan, who I believe is in bed, but of course the indomitable Doman, who will answer any questions you have about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So with that, I will say my goodbyes. Good night, Doman, and Slava Ukraini.
Slava, sleep well, Joseph, but John, I'm keeping. All right, Wendy, go ahead.
Thanks, Doman. Obviously, however these inbound cruise missiles get shut down, forgive my voice because I've got a virus. However these inbound cruise missiles get shot down, it's great because every one that gets shot down is, of course, saving huge numbers of Ukrainian lives. We often talk about the disparity, but the cost involved between Patriot missiles and NASAMS missiles shooting down these crude loitering munitions. And of course, it's always worth it because because of the effects of saving Ukrainian lives that this has. But could one potential answer be, given that we've just seen this Igla shoot down an inbounds caliber, correct me if I'm wrong, is one potential solution to this to have teams of manpad teams, protecting key infrastructure, and Ukrainian cities? Is this a potential solution to the other kind of ideas that have been bounded about? And by bounded about, I mean, of course, come as a result of detailed analysis.
Yeah, I fundamentally, I guess I have a little bit of a challenge with your premise, right? Your foundation. And, Winnie, I think I love your questions, and I think you provide valuable stuff, but that it to me, I bit off on your it's always worth it to shoot down an inbound missile because the cost of human lives. And I perhaps I spent too many days in Afghanistan and seen, things that I don't want to talk about on this net. Human life is important, and I get it. And we all want to place some level of immense value on it. And I'm not trying to cause a fight here. And I know probably people aren't going to want to hear this, but if every Patriot missile costs $3 billion instead of 3 million, then it's not always worth it, right? I mean, a country fundamentally can't work itself into bankruptcy in an effort to try and to maintain its existence. So yeah, I putting that aside, though, I get your point, and I do agree with that. if that's any consolation, I'm good on that part. I guess I had a little bit of umbrage with your earlier part. Hopefully, we can still be friends.
I'll just continue this a little bit, Wendy, and say the best way to take them out is to take them out on the ground. So more strikes at angles, please, Wendy.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, thanks, Colonel Jeff. I think my voice, in its current state, might sound a little bit like Dolan's. I'm not sure. That was actually my layman's question to you there, sir. Yeah, I mean, the idea of having manpad teams is, I agree with your points. The cheapest way of doing this, whilst saving Ukrainian lives, is obviously preferable. Can Kyiv be protected by teams of manpad wielding soldiers instead of expensive Patriot batteries, for example? Is that an actual workable solution to this, given the scarcity of NASAMS IRST systems? Not the scarcity, but the fact that Ukraine is a vast country, and as we've heard before in this space, it has a vast amount of territory to cover. I mean, for me, watching this video of the interception of a cruise missile by a manpad is great news. It's absolutely fantastic news, because yes, I've heard stories about this before, but I mean, it certainly bears consideration, doesn't it? That this is possible. And like Doman just inferred, these attacks coming from Belarus, I mean, let there be no doubt that the origin of these attacks and the places of origin are legitimate military targets. And the sooner that these launching points against from Belarus that are being used to attack Ukraine are themselves attacked with the kind of precision strikes that we expect from the armed forces of Ukraine, who prosecute this war in accordance with the highest standards of NATO NATO militaries. The sooner this happens, the better, because attacks coming from Belarus against Ukraine. I mean, this invasion started, of course, with vectors of attack from Belarus. It's been part of this this war from the very outset. So that would also be most appropriate to see.
Thank you, Wendy. I would very much appreciate that. Maybe we can dive into this with Colonel Jeff. Why Ukraine has been hitting targets inside Belarus. But John, let's go to you. And first, we have a question from an audience. What is a manpad?
Just briefly, because I'm gonna go to bed soon because it's currently 0300 in Dallas, and I really need to go to bed. A little bit of good news in light of today's events. While the cruise missile strikes were occurring, Ukraine found a way to apparently destroy a Russian S-300 battery in Bryansk, Russia. So looks like they flew a number of loitering munitions out there, and there is now a very large fire at what was previously a Russian air defense site.
John, air defense working at Engels.
Are you joking, or are you saying that as a statement of fact?
I am saying Euromaidan Press, which is an actual, Ukrainian media organization, says Russia's air defense is working at the Engels airfield right now. I don't know if they just picked it up of a Telegram channel. I don't know how reliable it is, but they don't tend to just make complete stuff up, because they are journalists, so they do try, and they didn't even add an allegedly. So I'm going to say I'm about 75+% sure that there's air defense working at Engels.
It's working now.
Okay, but I'm guessing you don't know any more than I do, right? This is the so yeah, that's a good thing if it's true, because what does that mean? Ukraine knowing how to get there. What I don't get is why Ukraine would be launching stuff at Engels now, because clearly the bombers aren't on the ground right now, are they?
I mean, depending on where the launch box was, presumably somewhere to the northwest of the Caspian Sea, and how exactly they stage these launches, perhaps some of the first bears or blackjacks could be returning to base right around now. So that's a possibility, although there's some big error bars on what the actual timing of that would be.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just confused why now. I mean, if anything, the time for this was 5 hours ago. Either way, John, we'll let you go to sleep, and I'll bounce it off to Colonel Jeff. Colonel Jeff, why would it be a sensible idea for Ukraine to be striking at Engels now if they are indeed doing it?
Well, I think the simple answer is now that the bombers are that Russia's using the bombers, right? If you ask,
but I'd imagine they're in the air, right? So why would you hit an airbase while you can't hit the planes? That's kind of what I'm getting
at. I mean, I guess the first question is that when Ukraine started planning for when they wanted to launch their strike, did they have intelligence to suggest that the bombers wouldn't be there at the time that they? I mean, it's not like someone just flips a coin and says, "Hey, do it right now." So there's a lot of planning that goes into this, right? And every single system that's going to strike, they have to do their mission planning, and then they have to deconflict airspace for there's a lot of issues that go into that. So again, the other question is what's the strategic assets? The bombers can be moved around, and to be fair, a wise Air Force has a different posture on their ramps for wartime than they do for peacetime. You know, in peacetime, we line all the airplanes right up next to each other. It looks really pretty. You take gorgeous pictures of, you know, nose after nose after nose after nose. But you disperse your aircraft out around and do these types of things. I spoke earlier and said, you know, that the real strategic assets that you want to hit at angles are the maintenance repair facilities, especially heavy maintenance repair facilities. You want to go after the you know, the fuel stores and stuff like that. The runway is not that important. The ramp is a waste. You know, targeting the ramp is a fool's errand, and you have to know where those airplanes are. And the more that they move around, the harder it is to actually hit them on the ramp. So.
Right. I think I get it. Maybe they're thinking, okay, we launched one strike, we launched a second strike, we saw where they ended up. Maybe we can adjust fires, we can adjust onto some sort of a structure building, like you described, either ammunition storage or maintenance or some such, and take that out, and that's actually going to be worth it. And
yeah, exactly. And look, I don't know a lot about the Russian Air Force, but I mean, it's one of the most basic fundamental issues for a maintenance officer who's in charge of a fleet is in the middle of wartime, your maintainers spend more time moving airplanes around the ramp than they do sometimes fixing aircraft, just because you're always worried about being struck. So if you're going to launch a cruise missile, unless you have literally immediate intelligence to load into it of where to hit on the ramp, it's almost like trying to play whack-a-mole, right? And everyone knows, if you've ever played whack-a-mole at Chuck E. Cheese's or whatever video game, you know, at the end of the day, you don't win. Right? You run out of energy and you run out of power because the moles just keep popping up. So that's an issue.
Let's say hypothetically the runways hit now. Let's say there's, you know, a few dozen bombers up in the air and the runway gets hit. Could this cause them trouble? Now, these bombers obviously have immense range, many thousands of nautical miles. But I'd also guess they're often not going to be fueled fully for something that's a much more local flight. Could it mess them up? Diversions and so on, organizing dozens of aircraft, heavy, big ones, to go somewhere else if a runway is temporarily unusable. Could that be part of this? Just, you know, wildly speculating.
Yeah, it would take 2 to 3 hours to repair a runway if they were ready and they were capable of doing it. And I would imagine they are. It's fair to say that, yeah, you're going to disperse your bombers, but at the end of the day, they're going to refuel the bomber, and 3 hours later, they're going to fly it back to where it's supposed to be. So it would be an annoyance more than it would be a strategic impact. Your intelligence guys, if they were going to target an airfield, they're going to tell you that if you want to get the most bang for your buck, you want to go after things that don't move, right? Because we know it's there, and we want to go after things that have high strategic value to to us. And when we talk about a maintenance hangar, right? If you level a maintenance hangar, most likely in that hangar were tons of spare parts. There could be actually a bomber in there that was already being worked on. You take away all the equipment that they need to actually work on a bomber. So as bombers start to break, right, as they're flying them, there's no ability to, their ability to repair those bombers becomes fundamentally challenged. If you go after massive fuel stores or you go after ammo dumps, right, you take away all the bombs that they have on the ground, and if you can blow up an ammo dump, man, that's like gold, right? So targeting the airplane is, look, it's not bad, but it wouldn't be the first target that you'd want to go after.
Before we go to John, I just want to note I'll stick a tweet up in the nest from Artward that has some pictures and videos of air defense allegedly working at Inglis. I just want to say, look at the sky, not that cloudy for once. Now is the time for satellite overpasses. So the forecast was correct, the forecast was correct. And yesterday I was saying, you know, the one chance that we will have for satellites to see through gaps in the clouds is going to be around noon local tomorrow. And tomorrow is today, and it's around noon local, and the sky looks pretty clear. So hopefully there's a satellite in place right around now to see what's been going on at Ingles the last few days. John?
Yeah, so as to the hypothetical, if the runway was to be put out of action while those aircraft are still airborne, it is worth noting that the Bears and the Blackjacks, they just need about a 3,000 runway. There are a number of those in the general vicinity of where the launch box is. So if they couldn't land immediately at Ingles, they could go to Akhtubensk, Ulyanovsk, Fedetovo, there's one or two others. They all have sufficiently long runways. None of those air bases, as I understand it, have any kind of capacity to sustain combat operations, but they can land and take off from there, pending the restoration of the runway at Ingles.
All right. Yeah, that's fair enough. I was more thinking of the organizational question, or the human factor of it, of actually redirecting them all and the mess that causes, and they all end up in wrong positions afterwards. Then they need to be brought back, and you know, I think operational efficiency isn't the strong point. But John, we still have the question from earlier. What is a manpad? Seeing the two manpads were clearly successfully, seemingly used today against aerodynamic targets flying towards Ukrainian civilians.
Right. So a MANPADS is a man-portable air defense system. So typically it is a shoulder-fired, small, short-range surface-to-air missile that is man-portable, so usually portable by a single individual. The fun fact when it comes to the grammar here, MANPADS is singular and MANPADS is also plural. So there is no such thing as a MANPAD. It's just always MANPADS.
It's a man-portable air defense minus the system. So what are the common types that people are likely to encounter by name from various origins?
So for the American audience, the most familiar would probably be the Stinger system, which is the MANPADS currently in service as the mainstay of the United States. There is also the IGLA and various derivatives of the IGLA. That was the Soviet counterpart to the Stinger. It was the mainstay MANPADS of the Soviet Union, and its derivatives remain the mainstay of Russia and most of the post-Soviet states. Ukraine is obviously operating, a very diverse number of systems now, so I would be hesitant to still call the IGLA their mainstay, but they have substantial quantities of them and operate in a great number. There's also the British Starstreak system, which is very interesting. It's less so man-portable. I think, using two people actually, usually fire it from a fixed mount. It has a number of interesting properties. Particularly, I believe it's currently its interceptor is the fastest, just based upon publicly known data, of any currently in service MANPADS, and number of very interesting capabilities besides that. But those have been supplied by the United Kingdom. There's also the Poirun, which is a Polish system that I've heard is quite good. Then I'm sure there's a handful of other systems that Ukraine has received that I just can't recall the name of.
Grom, I think, is another one. But yeah, that kind of covers most of these things. And as you said, Ukraine operates a vast number of them. You can also attach them to vehicles and have them shot off of vehicles, and that's sometimes better because they're easier to carry around and easier to keep stable and whatnot. All manner of things. Eric, go ahead.
Hi guys. So way back in 1981, when I was a young buck at the age of 17, I joined the United States Army, and they pushed me into something called a 16 Romeo, which is a Vulcan machine gunner, and it's an air defense artillery. It was an air defense artillery piece. They still use the Vulcan now. It's a 20 millimeter 5-barrel Gatling gun. But back then, the manpads were called red eyes, and the Stinger missile system was just coming out. So they're still using those today. These are ancient. This is an ancient system. It must have undergone extensive upgrades throughout the years. Yes or no?
You're referring to the Stinger, correct?
I'm sorry?
Are you referring, just to clarify, you're referring to the Stinger, correct?
Yes, the Stinger missile system itself has to have gone upgrades over the years, right? I mean, they can't still be using the same basic design from, it must have been designed in the late 1970s.
Yes, so there have been a number of upgrades to the missiles themselves and the seekers and the guidance systems over the years. I'm not that well versed in what the actual specifics of the upgrades were, beyond knowing that some were performed. The age of the system is actually a significant problem at this point, because we ended Stinger production quite a while ago, and now we are moving to restart it, given the fact that we have substantially depleted our own inventory to provide those systems to Ukraine. The issue is we are now having to look at a total redesign of a substantial portion of the Stinger's components, specifically the seeker and the guidance package, because of the fact it was originally designed to include components which are now quite old. They're very legacy components that are no longer practical to acquire, or I should say impossible to acquire at a reasonable price point. So the Stinger is going to have to undergo a substantial redesign over the next 6 to 12 months as part of the process of putting it back into production.
Ken Ford, thank you.
Thank you, John. Colonel, I've got a question here from a listener. And the question is, seeing that a lot of these cruise missiles don't just come from strategic bombers, but many come from the Black Sea Fleet, the Caliber missiles, can Ukraine target their Black Sea Fleet?
So this goes back to the whole, the target of a moving challenge, right? Or the challenge of a moving target. Excuse me. They theoretically, if they had long enough range surface-to-surface radars that could see out to where the Black Fleet was, that they could track them well enough, and then had missiles or aircraft and missiles that could actually get out there and do it. Theoretically, yes. I see John has his hands up, so I'm going to let him jump in.
Yeah, so not to be too speculative here, but within the space of possibilities, I like to talk about Ukrainian domestic missile systems quite a bit. One thing to recall is that SAPSN, which is the domestic short-range ballistic missile system that they had in development, it has, as part of its existing design, a various selection of optical, infrared, and active radar seekers in addition to its INS and GPS guidance package. So depending on what the technical specifics of that seeker is and writing the appropriate guidance software, it is potentially feasible that that could be converted into an anti-ship ballistic missile. Granted, there's a lot of ifs there. They would first have to get SAPSN into existence in any form first, but it is potentially within the deck of cards, albeit very, very close to the bottom at this point, based upon the info we have.
The question that comes to my mind, Colonel, is How hard is it for planes that already have HARM missiles mounted to them to mount a harpoon?
That's not an easy do, right? So a harm has, if we just talk physical stuff, right? So the harm has a special launcher called an LRU-18. That's the launching receiving unit. That's what the harm rides out of, if you will. That also has to be configured onto the airplane. I would imagine that a harpoon has a different LRU. I'm not an expert on shooting that, but I would imagine it has its own. But then more importantly, the bigger problem is you have, what's the interface that goes into the aircraft for the pilot, right? I mean, there has to be some kind of targeting resolution that comes from the airplane. I don't know if the harpoon can actually launch in an autonomous role, right? I mean, can you launch a harpoon and just say, hey, if there's a ship kind of off your nose, once you get out there and your radar turns on, can you see it? I mean, that's a dangerous way of shooting a harm missile, or I'm sorry, a harpoon. So there's a lot of challenges there.
John?
Yeah, so in terms of air-launched anti-shipping missiles, again, going back to the domestic Ukrainian systems, Neptune, there was an air-launched adaptation of it in the works prior to the invasion. It was not completed prior to the invasion, and any info on that has been totally black-holed since the invasion began for obvious reasons. Range of 300 kilometers, the ground launch variant. So, I mean, they wanted to integrate it onto the Su-24M Defensor. So that would probably be the most straightforward solution weaponeering wise. I suspect that the real challenge would be actually getting the targeting data needed to successfully carry out the engagement to begin with.
How much of a danger would a Ukrainian fixed wing be over the Black Sea? When would they start coming into the range of fixed air defenses based in Crimea? S-300s, S-400s, Colonel.
For the Ukrainian S-300s, S-400s?
No. When would the Ukrainian fixed wing be in danger of Russian S-300s, S-400s based in Crimea if they were going out over the Black Sea trying to hunt for surface caliber launches?
I would tell you that you can go to Wikipedia and it'll tell you a range. Unfortunately, I was briefed into the actual ranges though, so I can't tell you that answer.
John, you have the Wikipedia ranges in an easily accessible part of your mind, I trust.
No, I'm going to give you an evasive answer as well. It depends on the type of interceptor they have loaded up. So if it's one of the later 5V55 series, I mean, the published kinetic envelope of the maximum kinetic envelope of that interceptor is around 100 kilometers. But if they have one of the, say, the later series 48N6 interceptors, that could be 250 kilometers. If they have however many of those ridiculous 40N6s, the 400 kilometer over the horizon ones, which I'm kind of skeptical of those because I'm skeptical of all Russian weapon performance claims. But in any case, it depends massively on the specific interceptors that they have on hand and loaded into the tells.
Colonel?
Yeah, so thank you, John, for ensuring that I don't go to Leavenworth. I appreciate that.
No, we much prefer you in Vienna. Much better.
John brings up a great point. And then, so your other question is, John just kind of laid out all the strategic, all the missiles that could go into the 300, right? Some of them are older, some of them are newer, some are more modern, some have greater capability. Here's the bigger question though, right? How brave are you, if you're Russia, to put some of your best missile systems into Crimea that is easily within the range of targetability from Ukraine to actually, from a surface-to-surface perspective, to start destroying them. We just talked earlier that they just destroyed an S-300 already once, right? So they've cracked the code, if you will, right? They figured out how to do it. So if you're an S-300 operator down in Crimea and you're easily within range, you're probably not sleeping so well right now, knowing that your buddy just got destroyed out in the east of Ukraine.
And we've seen plenty of other S-300 systems, especially the radars, destroyed previously with HARMs, but also with HIMARS Gimler's missiles, right? Famously, S-300s of Russia have been excellent at intercepting Gimlers, except they were not intercepting them with the usual missile interceptors, but instead with the launchers. John?
Oh, I was going to comment that I'm not sure the Russian S-300 and S-400 systems in Crimea enjoy the best operational security, even under the most optimistic circumstances, considering their tendency to just park them on beaches where they are photographed and uploaded to Instagram by every single Russian colonist in Crimea.
So I kept thinking about those actually and thought, they do feel a little bit like, look how strong we are, look at how ever-present, omnipresent our military is, and look how secure you are, oh beachgoer in the occupied Crimea. Is it das Gepard-Kommandant, der Gepard-Kommandant? I'm sorry, I'm very bad at German articles. He put up a thing earlier in response to the couple of manpad videos taking down, or videos of manpads taking down Russian aerodynamic munitions launched at Ukraine, and said, maybe the best way to beef up Ukrainian air defenses in the really short run is send them all the manpads you can, and especially the Stingers with the night vision, thermal vision, whatever it is, stuck to them, so that they can do this at night as well. Colonel, what do you think to such a proposal? Would this be maybe really the easiest, cheapest way of going about it?
Domin, you broke up on my side. Could you do that one more time, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, it's der Gepard-Kommandant. You must have seen him on Twitter. He suggested that under the circumstances, seeing these manpads taking down Russian cruise missiles and loitering munitions, maybe the easiest thing to do right now is just to send all of the manpads that the West possibly can to Ukraine to really beef up the air defenses against these cruise missiles, but also loitering munitions. They need less training, and especially with Stingers, with their night vision options, there's the possibility of using them at night as well. What do you think to that proposal? Would that be a good thing for the collective free world to do to help out Ukrainians defend against these strikes?
Yeah, I think that's good, but I'll tell you, earlier when you guys were talking, I was trying to search feverishly on Google, and you live by Google, die by Google. But years ago, the A-10 community in the United States was unimpressed, if you will, with what we call the Link 16 data link. The Link 16 was the data link that worked for almost all the U.S. Air Force, and the reason is it really didn't include ground pounders, which is the primary customer of the A-10, right? The guys on the ground. So they came up with what was called the SADL, SADL, which was a situational air data link. And it linked Blue Force Tracker, which is the ground data link system, to the A-10, so they could easily get and cross queuing and information and that kind of stuff. So SADL was given to TACPs, or tactical air control parties, so that the guys on the ground who would be able to vector in close air support for A-10s and stuff like this. And these guys on the ground would have at the time they had a massive computer, right? But now, with technology, they've gotten these things down to damn near almost handheld capable, iPads that can show maps. And if you truly want your man-pad guys to have the most success in the battle space, if there was a way, and I'm not saying it hasn't already happened, but if there was a way to get them some kind of iPad that was linked into the Ukrainian air picture, right? Imagine if the Ukrainian air picture was pushed down to two guys, a two-man team carrying man-tads, a three-man team, that they saw the initial launch of the drones, and just by a vehicle and movement could get into a position to be able to hit that with that early queuing, right? That early queuing, that would be, these seem to become damn near unstoppable, right? Unless the drone was continually making multiple maneuvers and multiple turns and multiple ascents and descents, and perhaps they are, but every time you program a drone to make another turn or another move or another altitude increase or an altitude decrease, there are risks associated with that. So the first risk is you are burning more fuel, so your range now is limited. The second issue is if the drone has its own internal navigation system, or an INS, every time you turn and every time you climb or descend, you're messing up that three-ring gyro for your target. So now if you're actually taking away GPS or going fast, it has to rely on its own internal navigation. Airplanes love to go straight for a very, very long time from a navigational perspective, right? If you don't turn and don't move, the internal navigation system or the INS works great. The more you turn and the more you mess with it, and the more you jink with the airplane, that the wider that error of probability becomes for it actually hitting its target. So I digress a little bit, but giving the guys on the ground the most advanced information is wonderful. The counter to that is if these guys get captured and rolled up, then the air picture that Ukraine holds is now also being held by the Russians. That's a problem.
And this is where maybe man-pad Dreisingers have been around since the 70s, like it was mentioned earlier. Other man-pads from other places, other than, say, the Star Streaks, which are kind of new. I mean, everybody's had a look at those already, right? Goodness, the Taliban had them, the Mujahideen had them in Afghanistan when they were fighting the Soviets back in the 80s. That was a big deal. I'm sure the Soviets picked up one of them at the time, at least somewhere. So, this seems like a very low risk piece of kit to be floating around all over, even very close to the front lines.
I hate to say this, but I think I keep breaking up, man. I think I'm losing you.
I don't know if it's me or if it's you. Bionade, Wendy, is it me or is it Colonel Jeff?
Oh, I can hear you clearly, Dom.
Okay, so it's not.
Yeah, I can hear you both.
All right, thank you. So it's just a one way. That's really a shame. Right, I will leave it at that then. I will note one thing. There is no commercial air traffic anywhere close to Saratov right now. They are avoiding Saratov. If you look at the flight radar, thank you, Aaron. There is nothing anywhere remotely close to Saratov. Everything's going way around, which means that all of those videos that Artur has been posting, it's quite likely that they are indeed, from right now as well. That's a bit of good news, whatever it is that they're that they're having to deal with. Wendy.
Yeah, I think this has been a really interesting discussion in the last hour or so. I mean, we've seen Ukrainian defenders with manpads shooting down incredibly expensive cruise missiles, which I don't have the numbers in front of me, but they come at a cost of millions, if not tens of millions of US dollars to the country currently known as the Russian Federation. And they've been used for months now against Ukrainian cities, infrastructure, and against Ukrainian people, to terrorize people, to kill civilians, to kill babies in maternity hospitals, to commit war crimes. And now we are seeing them being shot down by teams of Ukrainian defenders using using manpads, which is this answer, which we've debated on this space before, about Patriot and NASAMS and IRIS-T systems. These are wonderful, and we're so great, and Ukrainians of course are very thankful, because it's been saving their lives. But yeah, that cost of missile versus, say, the Shahed crude loitering munition, it is something which has been noted. Let's just put it at that. There can be no price put on a life, but that price of missile per drone, for example, it has been noted. Other solutions have therefore been posited. So, some of them being realistic, some of them being slightly eccentric. Now is not a time for facetiousness, so I'm not going to go on about the octuple 2-inch pom-pom, the piano, and how I'd like it to play a role. But that, is just an example of how, shooting down the slow-moving loitering munitions, which have evidently damaged Ukrainian critical infrastructure and need a solution, and have needed Ukraine has needed a solution to downing. This solution now does present itself. I think it's quite clear to say that teams of manpad wielding Ukrainian defenders with some kind of, as Colonel Jeff spoke to, some way of being alerted to the takeoff of these loitering munitions, or the firing of cruise missiles, via an integrated air defense system. This is a really positive piece of news. I completely understand how it's impossible to kind of adequately get the timings of of when these missiles and cruise and loitering munitions are deployed from places like airfields in Belarus. Of course, the kilos in the Black Sea, they're going to suddenly surface and fire off their missiles. But this is a wonderful piece of good news, and it obviously has and I'm sure this will be a topic of debate going forward. And if John Reg is still up, which unfortunately is not, he's probably feeding his cats. At least we hope he is.
Hope he didn't have to walk all the way to Morrison's, Wendy, because that'll take him many months to swim across.
Well, I for one vote for John Ridge's cat to be given a Morrison's, an entire tuna from Morrison's. Let's just put it that way. That obviously people with handheld weapons are going to be it's going to be a little bit more difficult, isn't it, than these very efficient systems such as Patriot and NASAMS. It depends on people being in the right place at the right time. They're going to have limited a more limited range. I'm sure, you know, there's a whole group of people on this space who can speak to this better than I can. But that sight that we've seen this morning of a very expensive caliber cruise missile being shot down by a Ukrainian soldier with a manpad is a very positive and welcome sight.
And sometimes also just the easiest possible solution, right? If that works, then I mean, more of everything, I think, is the solution. This is kind of how it is, isn't it? It's a more of everything is needed. I will comment on two little things before we go to Edward. One, the Russian, who was this Ministry of Defense, I think? Russian something. Yeah. Russian Ministry of Defense on Telegram with 500,000 subscribers, official channel, said, we will never run out of calibers. And since these were people who said Kherson is Russia forever and we will take Kyiv in 3 days, I think that means they're almost out of them, which is excellent news. So maybe our discussion earlier about hitting caliber launchers in the Black Sea is probably kind of moot. The other thing, what was the other thing I wanted to note? It wasn't about John's cat. Never mind, I'll think of it sometime. Let's go to Edward.
Thank you, Dilman. You stole my news, Dilman, about the Russian MOD on Telegram. Funny. Yeah. You know, as they say, right? Why do they need to go out with that information? You know. So it's a piece of good news, perhaps, Dilman. I was just going to say that, and I wanted to say also that I slept for long this night and woke up, and suddenly everything is happening. Right, it goes days, nothing is happening, and suddenly there's a lot of things happening. And I also saw the latest figures from Russian losses, and some quite interesting figures there, and it's looking good. It's looking good. Yeah. But you said already, Dogan, what I was going to say, so I rest my case.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
I couldn't have known. No, but you know, I was waiting for that for like 20 minutes already when to bring it up. So, it's yeah, it is how it is. Let's move on to Ivana. But I think we have some other stuff to talk about real soon as well. Ivana, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Doman. So I was listening to the conversation, and it was really very interesting. And thank you to all that participated. Very insightful. I wanted just to bring some news. As we know, there was an air raid alert today on Ukraine, and apparently a very big wave of missiles that were shot towards Ukraine from different directions, from above the Azov Sea, from the Black Sea, and from Belarus. And about 120 missiles, if I understood correctly, 16 only to Kyiv. Apparently, all of them were shot down. Some debris falling from one interception damaged one building and injured 3 persons. Other cities were targeted, including Odessa, Kharkiv. In Kharkiv, one missile apparently hit a building and some others. So it was really a very big wave, and this came after the night wave of drones. Apparently, about around 30 drones that targeted several settlements in the southern part of Ukraine. And yeah, and about this talk about manpads, I was seeing, I saw a video from top of the building with someone intercepting a missile with a manpad, and it was very interesting because we talked about it earlier we talked about making Ukrainians possibly making teams of people to just be on a lookout for those interceptions. And it was interesting because there was like an office chair on the top of the building, so clearly someone was waiting there to see if he can do something. But and the military expert can correct me, of course. The manned pads are not really the solution, unfortunately, because they can intercept drones. They are not flying very fast, so, and they are flying low, so they can be intercepted. They can also intercept with some maybe probability of success some cruise missiles, but they are useless against ballistic missiles. And Russia still have missiles. And I talked about I was talking about this ballistic missile threat, and I think Ukraine still needs a very advanced air defense system like Patriot or something of this kind in order to be protected from this threat. And if you want some figures about this attack from today, I have them. I just stopped
Just
here and
no couple of things. So there are two videos. One from the south, I think, where they shot down a Caliber cruise missile with an Igla, and then the other one from the top of the building that you referenced, somewhere around Kiev. So yeah, of course, it's not a perfect solution. It's not a perfect solution. Seeing that, no, they can't do much, can't do anything about ballistic missiles, but seemingly for these aerodynamic targets, they're shockingly good. And that I think is pretty worthwhile still to have the availability of these, right? And that's kind of what I meant earlier when I said they need more of everything. There's no one solution to this. They just need more of all types at all times in all places. And if a few more missiles can be shot down by virtue of there being more man pads in theater, that sounds like a good idea. Ivana, have you said that an interception statistics, a preliminary interception statistic, has been published?
I don't have the statistic, but I have some figures about this. So 16 missiles targeted to Kiev, apparently all of them were shot down. 8 Ukrainian regions were targeted. 21 missiles to Odessa. There was a hit, but I don't know more than that. There was also missiles towards Mykolaiv. And I'm on Kiev Independent.
So the
yeah.
Ukrainian General Staff just came out saying preliminary data say 69 cruise missiles were used in the strike. 54 were shot down by Ukrainian air defenses. That is a 78% efficiency of missiles getting shot down. So the initial news were 120 missiles. What I want to note on that, the initial news might have meant 120 incoming things, but that could have included the loitering munitions, and that's probably where the delta is between the 69 and the 120. However, these numbers are merely the preliminary numbers, and they're yet to be clarified as time goes on. They might be what can I say? These might just be the air launched ones, and then there were calibers on top of that. Possibly that's always possible as well, because sometimes these numbers don't all come out at the same time. But yeah, we do have some numbers. I'm not surprised that all the ones aimed at Kiev were shot down, though. That's pretty good, obviously. But yeah, excellent.
I just wanted to point out that Kiev was hit again. Lviv was hit again, and this is rare because Lviv is really to the west of Ukraine, and apparently electricity was cut off. About 90% of the city is without electricity. So while we are very happy that Ukraine is winning on the front line, we should still be aware of this threat from missiles, because these are doing damage, and it's very sad, and something should be done about this, because the Russians, unfortunately, are somehow successful with this missile attack. Of course, a lot of them are intercepted, but those who hit really are doing damage. And I know that this is not what we want to hear, but we need to hear this in order to be able to help Ukraine. So, yeah, I'm sorry if I'm not in the line and I'm not very optimistic, but after such a big wave of missiles, always it is kind of a bleak assessment, let's say.
Thank you, Anna. One missile struck a village in Ivano-Frankivsk Oblast, also in the far west of Ukraine, and it didn't blow up, but it crashed into a building. It crashed into a house immediately there, and I can't quite tell what it is, and I'd be quite curious to know which one that is. Edward, please go ahead.
Thank you, Domen, and thank you, Joanna, for that summary. Domen, I think we need to clear out some things here. First of all, mostly these attacks this morning was cruise missiles, right, and moped drones, as I call them. These drones, like they sound like a moped, right, with a single engine. And do we know if the Russians also fire ballistic missiles, Domen? Do we have any information on this? That's my first question.
So yes and no. They fire missiles that follow a ballistic trajectory, such as the S-300s, for example, in a ground attack role. That also probably explains for some of the 120, because a number of those were flying at places like Kharkiv, especially, close to the border, the front line, being the same thing on that part. So yes. Other than that, no, in recent strikes, they weren't really seemingly using, say, the Iskandar ballistic missiles, which came as a little bit of a surprise. But, I mean, it is how it is, I guess. I don't know why they're choosing some over other. But if you look at the detailed breakdowns from recent major strikes, you will have seen that they were a little bit more focused on different kinds of cruise missiles, and then a few Shahed loitering munitions, and that's it.
The reason why I'm saying this, Domen, is so everyone here on MriyaReport also understands that the ballistic missiles is a far bigger threat for Ukraine. Obviously, they have a much higher velocity, speed.
Yes,
and,
much harder to shoot down.
Yeah,
and you basically
much
need
harder to shoot down. So everybody understands the difference between ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, right? And regarding these moped drones, Domen, were they sent from Belarus, or are they sent from?
Yes, among other also, at least the only place I know that they were sent from is Belarus. They might have been sent from elsewhere as well.
And my question, Domen, is, or my thinking point is there a possibility for Ukraine to take out these launch places in Belarus, so to speak?
Right. This is something that I wanted to get into with Colonel Jeff, but I think we lost him. I don't know how good a connection he has. That's the thing I wanted to open. So no, Ukraine has not been opening any vectors of attack into Belarus at any point. And my understanding is that this is probably because they don't want to give Lukashenko's regime an excuse to the Belarusian people to send them into war. I think that's what it is. I think the Ukrainians realize that Belarusians don't want to fight them, by and large. I think the Ukrainians also realize that the Russian regime, that has no compulsions about sending Russians to die for their imperial ambitions, would certainly have much fewer compunctions still about sending Belarusians to die for their imperial ambitions. And they simply do not want to have to kill more people. They simply do not want to have even larger human waves launched at them, even if it is just on the existing front lines, because that still means more Ukrainians dying, and that is not a good thing. So I think that's really why they're not doing that. The thing is, Ukraine has an abundance of targets to choose from anyway. It's not like they're saying, well, we don't have anywhere else to shoot at, but we still are not going to shoot at Belarus. Every single piece of munition that they have has a target, has a name of a target written on it already. It's not like they have an excess of that, so they don't have excess capacity, and they're just prioritizing non-Belarusian territorial targets, I guess.
Yeah, because this is also obvious, right? If Ukraine wanted to take out these launch sites from in Belarus for these what do you call it, moped drones, they could, right? Because they've shown it before on Crimea, for instance. And so this is a political decision, I guess, not to attack Belarus, and this is a problem, though. This is clearly a problem because
undoubtedly,
because the Russians will use Belarus as a because they know for Ukraine that's kind of a no-go zone. So this is a clear problem, and this is has to be solved in some way, I think.
No, I agree, and the best thing to do is to just shoot them down, because we know that Ukraine has the ability and capacity and capability to shoot them down. Hitting them inside Belarus maybe might be a good idea to do. If they could do it as a ground action, that would probably be preferable, because that's more deniable. Can be said, oh, no, Belarusian partisans did it, some such. But it's probably not easy. I just want to note the 54 out of 69 number seems to refer, as I speculated earlier, to the air-launched cruise missiles only. So does not include calibers, does not include anything else that Russians might have used. And apparently calibers were taken down at a very, very high rate as well today. So just a minor note there. Right. Thank you, Edward. Wendy.
Thanks, Simon. Yeah, I just thought I would say that I think it's a mistake if this is a political decision not to attack Belarus. Perhaps Ukraine is under. Perhaps there is a broader picture here which has yet to be revealed. But Belarus, as we all know, was a staging point, a launching point for one of these vectors of attack, which has killed thousands of Ukrainians in this war. In this particular phase of this war, on the 24th of February this year, it's been used to launch these munitions from. It is a absolute legitimate target. I want to see every single potential launching point of these munitions in Belarus hit in order to save Ukrainian lives. Belarus was, of course, not just used as a staging point for launching this invasion. It was also used to bring back, after the Muscovites lost the Battle of Kiev, after they got absolutely hammered during the Battle of Kiev, despite the fact that they outnumbered the Ukrainian forces, despite the fact they attacked with overwhelming force, they got absolutely obliterated at places like Hostomel Airport. And they were able to withdraw their forces via Belarus. And some of these forces, we know, were used and taken through Belarus, and we know they were used in the Donbass and in the east of Ukraine and in Kharkiv and down that Izium axis. Belarus has made itself an active participant in this war from the outset. So at what point Ukraine targets particular launching points in Belarus, I think it's only a matter of time, and it can't come a moment too soon.
So this is it, Wendy. I don't think it's a political decision alone. I do think it's a military decision. Because again, Ukraine has an abundance of targets. You want to hit targets with maximum positive effect and minimum negative effect, right? So I think that this is actually a strategic calculus as opposed to a purely political calculus. I think this is a military strategic calculus, saying these targets are simply not worth as much as other targets, and we have a limited amount of stuff, and we shall prioritize other targets that give us more positive outcomes, less negative outcomes on balance. I think it's really that simple. And I think it's because of what I was describing earlier. Ukraine doesn't want to see another, 500,000 people whom the Russian regime cares even less about than their own subjects, that they have to shoot at because they shoot back. And I think that the question is, what kills more Ukrainians, and that wouldn't that actually end up killing more Ukrainians? I think that's really the calculus here. So I don't know. Beyond that, am I missing something?
No, I don't think you're missing something. I just think we need some kind of solution for the Belarus problem, because they're still training so many Russians now there, and that's another point on the list. So we don't only have support of the invasion, we have training, we have equipment. It's a missile launching platform. Basically, the only thing they didn't do is marching with their troops into Ukraine. So it's. But the question is, what can the international community do more to put pressure on Belarus? But on the other hand, we don't want Belarus drifting more and more to the Russian side. But I'm not sure if we are already over the point of no return. So that's a really complicated topic, in my opinion.
Wendy, come back.
Yeah, there's been a bit of training happening in Belarus, isn't there, for Muscovite soldiers, and it of course happened in 2021, and it's just been pointed out, it's happening at the moment. Ukraine can provide the best type of training for those Muscovite soldiers in Belarus at the moment. We know what their intentions are. Ukraine can provide them with the best type of training, and that is the training known as the rain of tungsten steel training. And if they want to use, they're preparing, soldiers to invade Ukraine, maybe taking them east after they've been in Belarus, because we all know there's that the highway of death. Only an absolute idiot like Lukashenko would choose to invade from the north, so maybe he will. But it's Belarus is an active participant in this war, and it is killing Ukrainians through the launching of these munitions. And yeah, I absolutely take your point, Doman, that there are bigger, more legitimate targets. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, it's that the air, in terms of air bases, in terms of aircraft, in terms of at the beginning of this war, there was there were Russian MiGs and fighter bombers stationed in Belarus. A few of those have been moved, have they not?
Yeah, they have absolutely. Wendy, no, complete your thought, and then I want to talk to you about history.
Okay, on a basic level, Belarus is an active participant now. It's training up its soldiers for a war against Ukraine. Ukraine should oblige them with the newest form of training that the Ukrainian armed forces can offer the Muscovite armed forces, known as the training manual of the tungsten steel rain. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Wendy, couple of things. First of all, Kirill Budanov was the head of, 36-year-old major general of the Ukrainian military intelligence. Very, very capable, exceedingly capable, young officer, educated in a very Western sense. With excellent presence, clarity of mind. He's actually put it forward yesterday, 2 days ago. Basically saying no, we currently think that an invasion from Belarus is highly unlikely. What I want to add to that is oh no, the 54 first calibers as well. Never mind. Sorry, conflicting information. He said that it's exceedingly unlikely there's one coming in from Belarus, and I think he's completely correct. I will remind you two historical points. I'll remind you that one, sorry, yes, right. As our friend Daniel says, only Hitler was dumb enough to open a second front of hundreds of kilometers. I think he's right in that. And this is where, again, it wouldn't help Ukraine to get overstretched like that again. It wouldn't help Ukrainian civilians. It wouldn't help Ukrainian military. It wouldn't help repelling the Russians. That's why they're not doing it as well. That's the other part. What I want to note is I don't consider Belarus a belligerent. I consider Belarus occupied territory. I consider Belarus an occupied territory with a quisling government. And I consider the people of Belarus to be under occupation. Now, yes, there are many who are, kind of for Russia, but I don't think that their wish is to be invading Ukraine. I think that by and large, their wish is to be left alone and to have a proper government and not Putin's poodle in charge, right? So historically, I would think of them as somewhere. Not quite Denmark during the Second World War, but maybe more like Norway during the Second World War. And I will say, if you want to, if there were, strikes on Belarusian territory, and this is what I think Ukraine is avoiding here. Why would you have them mobilize? Why would you give the quisling regime run by Putin's lapdog a legitimacy, a legitimization in front of his own people, in front of the people that he is not a legitimate leader of, but in function and in name is to send them to the fight? Why would you make Ukrainians be shot at by hundreds of thousands of extra troops? This is why, I think, and this is where the Ukrainians are avoiding doing that, rather than saying, well, every rightful target shall be hit, when they don't have the ability to hit every appropriate target because they don't have the equipment, they don't have the quantities of ammunition, right? In that sense, they say, well, it's not worth it for us. On balance, it's best to concentrate in defeating Russia and through that also dispensing with Belarus, rather than focusing on pursuing every possible plausible target. I think that's why at the end of the day this is the solution that they're going with. Just push hard, and push the Russians out. Collapse the Russian regime, and then the threat from Belarus is no more either. Sometimes you, I don't know. I'm not even gonna give a chess analogy. Wendy?
Yeah, I'd agree with that actually, Doman. I mean, any way that weakens the Lukashenko regime is beneficial to Ukrainians, as you said. And if he can find a way, you know, if he stops for a moment totally brutalizing and oppressing his people, as we've seen over the last many years, you know, if he takes time away from his cricket ball eating, potato growing, whatever else activities he considered hobbies, and he somehow manages to mobilize his unwilling population, it would be of course by force, and to, you know, and to cause Ukraine another you know, something else to shoot at, as you concisely put it, to succinctly put it. Yeah, that is not to the benefit of Ukraine. It's not to the benefit of Belarusians, who of course want to see the Lukashenko regime destroyed as soon as possible, and it is long overdue, as we know. Yeah, I mean, these strategic bases, Saratov, you know, Engels 1 and 2, they are experiencing smoking accidents, which happen to take place, I think I heard the other day, in control towers, right in the control tower of Engels 1 or Engels 2. Long may it continue. Excuse me, I've got
I'm sorry, Wendy. I hope that you've not been smoking, unless it was at the Russian airport.
Well, it was probably my experience yesterday on the on a particular rail network in my country. You see, I had so many positive interactions with people. You know, like a lot of people in this country, I walk around with Ukrainian face paint on, you know, whenever I travel, and some kind of Ukrainian flag. So if anyone's trying to look for me on CCTV, you know, it's a bit like finding Where's Waldo in a sea of Waldos, you know, because there's a lot of us. But that being said, you know, I had a lot of positive interactions with a whole range of people who were very in favor of Ukraine and its heroic defense against this tyranny and invasion, and very much in favor of giving Leopard 2s to Ukraine. I came across a couple of interesting looking individuals as well along the way. You know, how can I describe them? Not particularly vocal to the to questions, not particularly responsive to questions, you know, but absolutely overwhelming support, though, in general, amongst the people I spoke to, for a free Ukraine. You know, it's that time of year, isn't it? People are traveling, people are meeting in pubs, around tables, they're talking about Ukraine, they're talking about the prominence it holds in their lives, and why it's important to them and why it's important to us. Yeah, it's just wonderful to get out and talk to people, and I'd encourage everybody to you know, always remember, whoever you're speaking to, make sure that they know how important the liberation of Ukraine is to you, because it's not just about the defense. You know, on days like this, of course, we feel great anger at the number of attacks against Ukrainian cities. It is not just about defense, it is about liberation, because we know what happens in the occupied areas, and liberation is the solution to that. So yeah, Vox Populi all the way.
Thank you, Wendy. Yeah, let's maybe go deeper into a particular encounter that you might have had yesterday that led to your voice being rather hoarse today. But let's first give you a bit of a break and go to Ioana and Edward. Ioana.
Thank you, Domin. Sorry, my screen was shut. About the drones, I've seen a post from Chuck Ferrer yesterday, and it was very interesting because he was talking about a system, an AI-empowered system of ground sensors to detect, track, and communicate intercept courses to the killer drones. So yeah, I wanted to know if you've seen this and if you can talk about it, because what I found interesting is the ground sensors. You remember we were talking about some kind of detecting the sound of the drones or maybe something else, and it seems very interesting. To the tweet, there is a link to Forbes, to an article from Forbes. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's get rid of drones with more drones, which is one way of doing things, I think. I don't know how useful these things are. I don't know how good they are, but do you know what? If they can do it, then that's fantastic. And it's probably even easier to operate than a manpad. It's certainly cheaper than a manpad, I trust, right? I don't think something like this could cost much more than $10,000 maybe a piece, because it only has a relatively maybe a bit more, maybe 20,000, but it's cheaper than a manpad for sure. So go and do it. And do you know what the beauty of this is? And I think this is something that's important to know. Ukraine is now in a situation where there's a very broad resistance to the Russians, right? And by that I mean it's not just the military fighting. There are millions of people doing all they can to enable the military to fight better and to make sure that civilians survive more easily. And here I would say something along the lines of, look, at some point, you don't need everyone to go through military training. You don't need everyone to go through the full complement of military training to be useful in the fight. If you have civilians in Kiev and wherever else, these Shahed loitering munitions are coming in, you can take a bunch of civilians who are good with, computers and joysticks and stuff like that, and just train them on this and nothing else. You don't need to send them through basic training. You don't need to teach them how to fire a rifle. You don't need to teach them how to, dig trenches, crawl through mud, avoid shelling, whatever. If they're in Kiev and all you need to do is teach them how to operate this system, this doesn't take that long. You can take civilians who are already adept to operating, modern devices and get them up and running with this in, I don't know, a week, 3 days. I don't know how complicated it is, but you don't need to send them through 6 weeks of basic training first, right? That's a really good thing. Let's be practical and let's use practical skills in a practical way. And I think if anybody's adept to that, it is the Ukrainians. So I trust that if there are lots of these in Ukraine in a short time, that's exactly what's going to happen. The thing here, I would say, is they're kinetic. They don't have an explosive in them. They're there to crash into the Shahed. What does that mean? That means that they're relatively safe to use. They're no more dangerous to anybody using them than a commercial quadcopter would be. So that's great. That means you can hand them off to 16-year-olds who are good at operating stuff and just be like, go protect, help protect the city. And this is the other part. You're not relying on any one thing to do it all, right? You have this, you have manpads, you have other air defenses, you have legacy Soviet ones, you have more modern Western ones, you have all manner of things, and all of those together are there to intercept all of these loitering munitions. So fantastic, excellent. I'm a big fan. I don't know what else to say really.
Another thing that is to say is that Ukraine is again on the innovation side, and I think drones are used in military operations like 10 years ago, from 10 years ago, maybe 15 years, I don't know, but never used in a full-blown scale war. So this is a war with drones, and they are designing a solution for this. And I said it before, what the Russians are doing seems like a dispersed siege of Ukraine, like they are attacking infrastructure in order to provoke damage to all the civilians in Ukraine. So the Ukrainians devised even more dispersed defense system. That's how I understand it, and it's interesting the granularity of this solution. I think there will be a lot to learn in the future from what Ukrainians are doing right now. Hopefully, we won't have wars in the future, but anyway, there is a lot of change in the theory, tactics, and strategy of war after this unfortunate and very brutal war.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Edvard.
Well, I want to come back to the discussion we had with Wender there about Ukraine adopting this tactic domain to beat the Russians, right? And therefore force Belarus out of the game, so to speak. But my thinking is, domain, we know that Luke has sold his soul to the devil, so to speak, right? He's a lost case. But is there anything? Because the other solution to Belarus would, of course, be to force Belarus to switch side, right? But that is a problem because all of the Russians, and obviously Lukashenko. But is there anything you think? Do you think that Ukrainians are working, behind closed doors or in the dark, so to speak, in any way to change Belarus from within, so to speak? That's an interesting question, I think.
I think it's exceedingly difficult to get them to change sides per se. But right, what you want to make sure is that the smallest number of them possible are ever going to be shooting at Ukrainians. I think that's kind of the underlying point here. It's more of a case of what happens afterwards. It also secures possibly. It also possibly secures Ukraine in a longer time, in a longer time scale after this Russian invasion is repelled. If Belarus switches early on, after that, if the Lukashenko regime falls, that can also have precipitating effects deeper inside of the Russian Federation. It makes it more likely that there are bigger changes elsewhere in the Russian Federation going forward. So that's why I think they're probably wanting to do something like that as well. It's a combination of all of that. But yeah, it's hard to say. Yes, it's a good idea, but it's because you have all of these loitering munitions flying in from Belarus, for example, and it feels wrong. But I do suspect that the Ukrainian general staff have a good idea as to why they're doing that. Edward?
Yeah, obviously, a change from within Belarus would mean a lot of suffering from the civil population in Belarus, of course, and
not even necessarily. Depends on when. Right now, yes.
Yeah.
But once Russia has lost and is weak, maybe very little.
But obviously, the best case scenario would be, of course, Belarus changing side, right? In my opinion, that would be the best scenario, of course. And but I know Ukraine now has taken a stance against Belarus, very hard line against Belarus, and and I guess the bilateral talks between Belarus and Ukraine are non-existing right now, right?
Yes, and it's all about timelines. After the Russian invasion is repelled, plausible. Before that, highly unlikely. Daniel.
Okay, Domen, you talk about drone versus drone, and I have an idea. Did you see the Polish suicide drone? Is a small
Warmate,
quadcopter.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, quadcopter you say, because warmates aren't quadcopters. Which ones?
No, he is a quadcopter with 30 or 40 millimeter grenade with impact fuse. Is very small. The grenade is the fuselage of the drone.
The Dragonfly.
Okay. So you said drone versus drone, and I remember something. 8 years ago, German aviation in 43, 44 had a concept, and they realized rocket-propelled airplane was called Comet. It had primitive VLS on the fuselage. So the concept was you launch rocket-propelled engine the plane to 10,000 meters, where the British and American bombers were in the swarm, and the VLS was activated by something like a primitive sensors which saw the shadow, and the rocket were propelled in the air. So you attack from underbelly of the escadrille. And if I remember well, that idea, which was not successful for the Germans, but we can adapt now. For example, a drone which can cruise, not a quadcopter, because you need a speed at least 100 kilometers per hour to intercept Shahed. And you need two cameras, one camera in the front to orientate the pilot, and one camera at the back, and a small missile. And you make, I don't know, a new suicide drone with cheap materials, which can be done by Ukrainians. No need to get to complicated switchblade, which doesn't work. And I think is probably the best blueprint you can start for a suicide drone, anti-drone. This idea, a small drone flying, intercepting, and destroying with a small missile. Small missile, imagine, I don't know, a small grenade propelled, you need 100 meters probably. You destroy your drone, but you destroy the Shahed also. And probably the pack will be cheaper than 10,000 euros. Just an idea in my mind.
How fast are they? Because you need them to be fast enough, right? The ones that Ioana brought up, that the Turkish tweeted about, they got up to 160 kilometers an hour. They can outspeed the Iranian kamikaze drones, whereas these quadcopters, I think, are much slower.
You cannot use a quadcopter. You need a concept similar with Shahed. So a propeller, wings, but the idea is you can put just a 2 times engine, a small stupid engine, loud, you don't care. But I think it's feasible. I'm not engineer, but the concept is very, very similar with the Comet. You remember the Comet, right? It is same idea, smaller scale, different technology. But you don't need battery, which are very expensive. You don't need very advanced propellers. You need just a cheap, shitty drone like a model, you know, and some explosive device we can propel from your drone to enemy drone. Yes, you will destroy your model, but maybe you can build it with 1,000 euros and you destroy a 2,000 euros Shahed. In my mind, it's look more useful than anything. It is similar with the concept which Ukrainians developed half a year ago, put on a big quadcopter 2 mortar rounds or 2 grenades and launch in the hatch or in the trench, It's similar, but is different direction. You need to propel vertical. You can try also something similar what they do with the trenches. Go above the Shahed and destroy it. But I think using gravity to get it with a grenade or a mortar round Shahed, which is moving with 120 kilometers per hour, is, I think, very hard. It is more for the Air Force pilots to use something like this. You need to be very, very precise. But with some seeking small missile, I don't know if we need missile, maybe compressed air propulsion, something like this for your munition. And it's looking, in my opinion, better, much better. And it's cheaper, in my opinion. But again, I'm not engineer. I can design in my mind this, but I cannot see the problems, Probably can make it from cheap materials. To get 120 kilometers per hour for a model is not so hard. Look at the guys who build replicas, plastic. And they work, they land, they take off very easy. And you have remote controlled device. It's not something very, very high tech. In fact, it's very low tech, in my opinion. And it's a cheap solution, maybe. I just spitballing here.
So, like everyone will say, hitting something in the air that's moving with something else that's moving is hard, right? And this is why I think this American system that Ivana described is a little bit more complicated, because it has to be. Because otherwise, you're very unlikely to hit something else in the air with another slow thing, right? And to maneuver it appropriately. So that's probably why they're going that way. But any cheaper approach is obviously a good thing, undoubtedly. Wendy.
Yeah, thanks, Stoneman. This idea of Belarus changing sides in this war, which we have no doubt that its oppressed people would like to see. It's important to recognize that Belarus is a peripheral territory of the Muscovy Empire, both its dependence on economic the economic sinew of power that holds Muscovy together, the bureaucratic nature, if we can call it that, which when we saw those protests against the so-called election in which Lukashenko lost, we saw Muscovites, Oman troops, I think it was, being brought in. We see that geographic connection, to Kaliningrad through the Suwalki Gap. This is very much part of the empire of the Muscovy, or the country currently known as the Russian Federation. It is held together by force and tyranny of its people. It's unfortunately not going to be persuaded to change sides. It is the only way for change to occur is for Lukashenko and that regime to fall, and for the security apparatus that holds it together to fall or to be changed, so that it'd be a massive great big change. So yeah, I mean, I'd certainly say it is an active participant in this war. How Ukraine deals with Belarus, it's obviously dealt with Belarus. I think we can say it's dealt with Belarus in a very it could have dealt with it harsher, couldn't it? Really, it's been attacked from Belarus. It's been invaded from Belarus. It's had endless launches of these loitering munitions and air attacks from Belarusian airspace launched at Ukraine. Ukraine has been my Twitter just died. No, it's still there. Ukraine Ukraine has been extremely okay, I'm not even going to bother choosing an adjective for this, but it has not done what other countries would have done, which is to to attack the country which is attacking it. So it is obviously shown restraint. Is what I'm trying to get at here. It has shown great restraint with Belarus, and whilst at the same time prosecuting the war of aggression which has been launched against Ukraine by the country that lies east to it, with with the highest standards that we would expect from any NATO army. So yeah, unfortunately, Belarus ain't going to be changing sides anytime soon. But I would certainly say that the restraint Ukraine has shown with regards to Belarus has been admirable.
Wendy, you know the Ukrainian embassy in Minsk is working?
Sorry, Daniel, I missed that. I was coughing.
Okay, Ukrainian embassy in Minsk is working, is open, is a back channel to negotiation. The Minsk embassy of Ukraine.
Well, Ukraine has many allies and friends around the world. That's good to hear, Daniel. Yeah, thank you.
But you know what, that means that Ukraine has decided that it's not going to consider Belarus a belligerent, effectively, right? That it says, much in the same way as Britain considered Norway not to be a belligerent in the Second World War, but instead occupied territory. It considers Belarus occupied territory, effectively, or not able to decide for itself, which I think in itself that says a lot.
Sorry to interrupt you, Damian. That's a really good comparison, actually. Yeah, Belarusians cannot decide for themselves, and Ukraine is showing that is a great example. Yeah, I would totally agree with that. The occupation of Belarus is yeah, that's a very suitable example here, and it goes to show that Ukraine is it does not possess them. As we all know, it does not possess the mindset of the aggressor nation which attacks it. You know, it is acting with calm, consistent rationality.
And much in the same way, I'm just going to say, Wendy, right? Much in the same way as the British Navy, the Royal Navy, didn't go and bombard ports in Norway or airfields in Norway that were being used by the either the Luftwaffe or the German Navy. Much in the same way, right? Because why? Because that could have led to bad outcomes. It could have led to mobilization within Norway. It could have led to the Brits fighting the Norwegians. And who did the Brits definitely not want to fight? The Norwegians. Why give Hitler more soldiers? I think this was a big part of it. Now, am I saying that no Norwegians were a part of the German-led forces in the Second World War? Far from it. There's some Belarusians in the Russian invasion forces, undoubtedly, right? But it's a much smaller number than it would have been if the Royal Navy had tried to sail across the North Sea and bombard every port installation in Norway, right? It would have changed the legitimacy of the Quisling government, perhaps, in at least somewhat in domestic eyes, would have shifted it from a completely illegitimate to somewhat legitimate. They think this is something that Ukraine wants to avoid at all costs. It doesn't want there to be any sort of semblance in anyone's eyes of legitimacy for Lukashenko to send hundreds of thousands of Belarusians to their deaths and on the way kill a bunch of Ukrainians either. It might just be really that simple. Yeah. Eric, go ahead.
So, Doman, a few minutes ago you said once Russia is defeated and much weaker, it just brings to my mind, the saying that, we don't want countries to be weak conventionally because it will make them more likely to press the nuclear button. And so I think we're in a catch-22 situation with Russia where we want to see them defeated, we want to see them weak conventionally, but on the same hand, we don't want them to be more likely, because of their weakness conventionally, to press the button. And I know, listening to the Maria report in the past, many Europeans scoff at Americans' fear of nuclear war, but I was born in 1963, and I have very good memories of the Cold War and living under the threat of constant nuclear annihilation. And I suspect that some of the Europeans that are saying that were born just before 1990 or something like that. They have no real memory of living under the threat of nuclear obliteration.
See, I don't know to what degree it's really necessarily a relevant question at the end of it. I'd suspect that it's really a case of it's really a case of nuclear just doesn't come into the calculation at this point, because why would it? I mean,
I'm not saying now. I'm saying in the future, once Russia is defeated and weakened, that they would be more likely. You understand?
Why?
Because they feel they can't repel an invasion conventionally. We all know that right now, if NATO were to get into this conflict, this war would be over in a matter of days, right?
Yes.
So here we are. What is Russia going to do if they can't defend themselves conventionally?
Well, I mean, you're skipping the point where anybody would actually be attacking them, right? And just because you can't doesn't mean that you attack anyway. Just because you can't defend yourself doesn't mean you attack anyway. If nobody is actually going to be attacking you, I mean, look at Liechtenstein, right? Liechtenstein can't defend themselves against anything. Switzerland invades them every few years, but every few years by accident do they attack now? Would they have the money to buy some horrible thing to strike the Swiss or the Austrians with? Yeah, easily. They have lots of money, but that doesn't mean they're actually going to be jumping at anything. What I mean to say by that is also what is the chance that there is something akin to a Russian Federation afterwards anyway? Give it a little bit of time, and
that would be good. I mean, let's hope for balkanization of Russia.
Exactly, and I think this is actually Belarus is the first component there. Belarus extricating itself from being a colonized territory, really, of Russia. I think can have a good downstream effect elsewhere as well. Not that I particularly care what happens to Russia afterwards, because there's no good outcome, there's no good solution. But whatever it is, just I don't know, move it on. I know. Wendy, thoughts, and then we'll go to Edward, to Dan, into Freight Monkey.
Yeah, thanks. Just on that last point, so the issue of escalation towards towards nukes is something which does occur within conversations that people have about about the invasion of Ukraine. And something which is always important to note is that a guy with 5 yachts would rather prefer to keep those 5 yachts than not to keep them. And secondly, that a guy who keeps making threats about nukes but never follows through on them is not going to fire nukes. Those are 2 things. Whenever I come across whenever I have these conversations with people, I come across this particular people can come up with very rational things, like they can express, of course, how terrible it is that the Ukrainians are suffering this invasion, how terrible it is that this genocide is happening on Europe's doorstep. And then they might say, but that guy in the Kremlin, he's a bit of a nutter, isn't he? He's a bit of a nutter. He might just do it. And that is the point in which if you had 5 yachts, would you rather keep them or not keep them? And asking questions about why this belligerent, aggressive little goblin in the Kremlin keeps making threats about nukes, but quite clearly has every reason to not launch his ICBMs. That is the point. People need, that it's a great part of any conversation actually about Ukraine, because it leads to progress in this discourse. It leads to a new direction in this narrative, which up to now has involved this imaginary virtual war which an enemy has put before us in order to kind of to stymie debate, to stymie further debate into what should be happening in terms of Western support for Ukraine. This may be in itself part of the origin of reluctance of certain pusillanimous Western leaders who refuse to adequately supply Ukrainian heroes with the weapons they need for liberation. It is, of course, a totally illogical, it's an absolutely redundant position to take, because occupation means genocide. So therefore, the solution to preventing genocide is liberation. But yeah, this issue of nukes, it must be talked about. It must be talked about, because there's every reason to bring that conversation to bring it to that point of why hasn't it happened so far? Well, there's a number of other reasons, of course. Are there really any strategic targets, any battlefield use for these weapons in Ukraine? No, there's not. If Zelensky were to be targeted tomorrow, he has inspired a nation of people. There are now thousands of Zelenskys who are ready to step up and be a Zelensky. Millions, mates. Yes, because he has been that inspirational figure. There is no use for these weapons. So this is perhaps why the goblin in the Kremlin is an entirely rational actor within the parameters of what he has set out to do. The only choice he faces is to pile in thousands, tens of thousands, and now hundreds of thousands of dead members of his country into these kill boxes around places like Bakhmut, Pavlivka, Volodar, because that is the only choice he's got.
Wendy, let me say this: Lavrov, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Russia, all these silly monkeys who belong in a zoo, frankly, when they're saying now, blah blah blah, United States escalating a war, we're a nuclear power, don't let us have a nuclear fight. All of this stuff is nonsense. The Russians know full well that if they play stupid games, they will win stupid prizes. They're not doing it. We can talk about it, but it's not a thing. their army doesn't work, their navy doesn't work, their air force doesn't work. What makes us think that their nuclear missile strike capabilities work? They don't. They know they're junk. They know they're junk, but more importantly, the Americans know they're junk. So when they talk this nonsense, all they're doing is trying to scare the 40 to 60-year-old German, the 40 to 60-year-old Polish guy and woman, and a French man and woman. They're trying to scare them to think that somehow Russia's going to do something remarkably stupid. They are remarkably stupid, but they're not going to do the inconceivable. Okay? They're really not, because it means the end of them. It means Putin, the one thing, Putin doesn't negotiate, but Putin knows, because he loves to live. I don't care if he has 45 minutes left on Earth. That guy will want to live. He knows full well if he goes full Monty, he's done. So they want to talk about, I think it's a joke. It's a joke. It's as ridiculous. It is as funny as him calling a Jewish Ukrainian president of Ukraine a neo-Nazi. It is absolute balderdash, bullocks. It's nonsense, and we have to keep saying it. You know, saw recently a video from some friends in Bakhmut, the hellscape in which is Bakhmut. The rush, and you're right, Wendy. They are pushing men and material right into a hellscape, a meat grinder of Russians. If they thought that nuclear weapons would save the day, they'd be there already. They're not going to do it. The foreign ministry, they oscillate between, we'll blow up Zaporizhia's coming next week, by the way. Zaporizhia, we're going to blow up. A nuclear bomb, dirty bomb, nuclear war, nuclear holocaust, blah, 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 blah. These are the death throes of a regime of evil, an evil empire. Who would have thought that Ronald Reagan pegged it, 40 years ago? This is an evil empire, and it's going down. Sorry to interject, Wendy, like that. I had to jump in. Thanks.
I think Wendy's tech failed in the meantime, but I think that you are in utter and complete agreement, violent agreement even, which is good, because so am I. I'll just add one little thing here. Sometimes it says, oh, but at the end, won't he do it at the end? No, he's not. At the end, he's going to quit. He's going to go home and he's going to stage a big parade in Moscow saying how successfully they've denazified Ukraine. That's a much more likely end to the Russian invasion of Ukraine than anything else. I don't know what they're going to show off with the parade in Moscow, but I'm sure they'll rustle up some T-34s to drive around.
They might have to fuel their trucks with cheap vodka then, because frankly, I mean, I'm not even sure I personally don't think he'll survive the situation. I could be wrong. He could be the one Russian/Soviet leader that survives a complete catastrophe. Okay, because he has such control over the media. He has such control over what people think in Russia based on his brainwashing propaganda. But the reality is very simple. It's not getting better for Russia. It's getting worse day by day. All right. Prigozhin went to Bakhmut and talked to his friends and complained about Gerasimov. I'll tell you one thing: you're on a losing side. You don't pick enemies with the people that are supposed to be helping you. You know, the Russian army is supposedly sending VDV, whatever VDV they have left, VDV, back to help out in Bakhmut, but they've run out of shells. They've run out of artillery. And guess what? Everyone and their uncle, as of yesterday, has said the Russians have culminated. We spoke about this. When the Russians culminated after Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, and then the Ukrainians hit them hard over and over again, reclaiming tens of thousands of square kilometers of territory. Bakhmut is done. The Russians gave it all. They've lost a battalion a day, sometimes 1,000 here, 1,000 there, 1,000 men with 1,000 families, 1,000 wives, 1,000 children, 1,000 mother-in-laws, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, the mother-in-law part. No, I'm just kidding. But they've lost all of this for a month. They've been going hard. Everyone who's in the know recognizes that the Russians have now culminated again. Their 300,000 that they sent there, their civilians in green clothes, they've sent out 100,000, 80,000 have gone to the front lines. The rest have gone to supply garbage equipment to garbage troops, and they're done. And guess what? The Ukrainians haven't. They haven't pushed it yet. They're waiting. Give us your crap, Russia. Give it to us. And once we're done that, we'll sort you out. Expect a massive Ukrainian counteroffensive. That's all I have to say. Thanks, Darman. Over to you.
Thank you. You asked where the VDV come from. Well, you know how Russians think that putting green clothing on civilians has magic effects on their fighting capability. Well, you know, if you put a nice blue and white striped telnyashka under those green clothings, then you get double the fighting capabilities. Mm-hmm.
I wish it was the Legend of Zelda and it was make believe, but it's not. And listen, there's 800 hands up. Let's go to them, dumb.
Let's go to them. Let's go to Edward first, followed by Danny, Freight Monkey, Mockers, and Dendron. Edward, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Roman. And thank you first, Wendy, who explains it very well, in my opinion. It's an important discussion. And regarding Eric's question, it's important to realize that even though Russia explodes from within, right, the next person in charge, the next power-hungry oligarch or Prigozhin or someone, right? They also want to keep their yachts. They also want to keep their life and so on. That's very important, and I think when they explained it very well, and Yehuda as well explained it very well. This is classic Russian talking points, right? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. They're gonna bomb Washington with IBCs and stuff like that, because that's the talking point, because that's all they got left, right? That's all they got left. Talking. As Yehuda said, they already lost. And thank you, Yehuda and Wendy, for this information. That's all I have to say.
Edward, hold on. I want to jump in real quick. Edward, we had a Swedish government official from Gotland at the beginning of the war, and she was so angry at me because I was quite dismissive. Because, my position, I don't take a stand unless I firmly believe in it. Even back then, in April, I was quite confident that there was no Russian attack on Sweden or Finland or anywhere, Gotland, an island. I mean, but it's the key to color. I'm like, what are you talking? And I said to her, there is nothing. They don't. The Russians right now, empirically, based on numbers, could not stop the Finnish border guard union from taking St. Peter. There's nothing in between them. 200th motorized rifle brigade up in the north that protect a nuclear installation and a naval base. There's no one there. They're literally, they depleted their forces all around their borders because they know Finland isn't trying to attack Russia. They know NATO is not trying to sneak in and then take over Smolensk and make Lithuania great again. No one believes any of this, and neither do the Russians. So the funny thing is, it's a paradigm shift. It's a watershed in modern world history where people have now realized that, Russia is not too big to fail. They're not a Wall Street bank that has to be bailed out. Whether you like it or not, it's what happened. They are literally the victims of their own DEC. They ponied up to a war that they thought they could, waltz into Ukraine. Remember, there were BMPs, BTRUs. There were Russian armored vehicles that were captured that had parade uniforms. Russian soldiers were told, you'll drive into Kiev, you have a big old party, you're going to get married. All the Ukrainian women are actually really Russian. They love you. They're going to marry you. You're going to be a champ. Everyone's a hero. it's upside down land. It's literally topsy-turvy world. The Russians had no idea what they were getting into, and once they got into it, they can't get out. And the ironically, the greatest supporters, the biggest push propaganda wise is not Russia, it's actually us. We're the ones, Europe. When I say we, I mean Europe. Sorry, Europe is the entity, writ large, that has given Russia this credibility, because the Finns know what the Russians did, the Germans know, the Poles, everyone did, and the belief is that Russia will win because they're just so big. But no one ever took into consideration that for the last 20 years, Vladimir Putin, in order to build his castle, in order to maintain his control, sold off the Russian army, the Russian military, the Russian economy. And he sold it off expecting that no one would test Russia. No one would try to play with Russia because it's Russia. And he thought that would work. Well, guess what? Inadvertently, the entire world inadvertently called his bluff. And only because he forced us to call his bluff. He didn't try to call his bluff. He tried to invade a country of almost 50 million people. He didn't. This is in South Ossetia or Abkhazia and Georgia with like population 500,000, population 23,000. He literally tried to eliminate an entire country with 1,000+ year history, and he thought the world would stand by and say, "Oh, we're scared of your nuclear weapons, Mr. Putin. Have a good day." He was wrong. And now the most pacifist, the most neutral countries in Europe, Finland, Sweden, have said, actually, we're not going to tolerate it. We're done. Because you know what? If you could do that to Ukraine, you could do it to Lithuania, you could do it to Estonia, you can do it to Latvia, and probably Finland. We're not interested in seeing if you'll come around to us. We'd rather support Ukraine today. And that is the crux of the situation. We have seen all of Europe get into lockstep. They can't agree on the shape of bananas. I mean, Europe can't agree, literally, should bananas be straight or who cares? But they care about one thing. They don't want Russia to get in their country. Doman, over to you.
It's what you also said, what after, right? Whomever comes after.
Absolutely.
His kids live in London, Paris, New York, wherever, All of his friends' kids live there as well. Where are they going to hit? Their own kids? All of them? Nah. Best to just have a big parade at home, pretend that everything's just fine, and try to keep the country together. That's going to be the priority.
That ship sailed, Doman. That ship sailed. It's over for him. It's closing time. It's over.
They're going to try.
Really is. No, I really think it's over. Look, when the
Yehuda, it's good for him. It's good for Ukraine for him to think that he can hold it all together.
I agree.
Because they'll have a higher willingness of retreat.
I agree, but the difference is the man will not survive the war. He won't. Someone will sort him out, and they're going to blame him for the whole kit and caboodle. Edward, follow up on that, and if not, Doman. 799 hands to go.
No, Danny, go ahead.
You're 100%. You're 100%, Judah. 100%.
Were you here when the Swedish politician from Gotland, she was mad at me? We are serious. She was like, this is a concern for us. We detected drones over Gotland.
Who was that? Who was that, Judah?
Gosh, I'm trying to remember. Ina, Norwegian friend of our space, he's beyond. She told me the name. She actually brought her on, but she was either a governor or a mayor or some kind of administrative official from Gotland, and she was pissed. She was pissed at me because I didn't laugh at the concern, but I poo-pooed it. I said, "Yeah, Russia's not doing anything to Sweden. Don't worry about that." But she was like, "We're worried about a nuclear strike." I mean, Gotland. Oh, it's so strategic. It's a gateway to the Baltics. In 1793, maybe. This is 2022. almost 2023. It's not the be all end all. I don't think it's such an important space that the Russians really feel like. I mean, Snake Island wasn't even that important. Why would Gotland be important? Like what, to protect?
No,
what?
Judah, just a quick follow up. As you know, Gotland has always been, throughout history in the Cold War has always been, a talking point,
100%,
so to speak. And it's ridiculous, but it has always been like that. The Russians send their MiGs up, in the airspace, and we send up our Gripens, and it has been, going on for 50 plus years, about Gotland.
Yeah, but go ahead.
This has been the Russian way, to make their usual bullshit, and for people in Sweden, maybe older generation, Judah, has this fear, this fear.
Agreed. No,
Yeah.
agreed. But in the light of the fact that at the time we had that conversation with the Gotland, Swedish politician or administrative whatever, in Gotland, we're like, there are 200,000 troops from Russia in Ukraine. They can't take Kyiv. They're sustaining enormous losses. I don't think they're opening up a front with Sweden. You know what I mean? That was my argument.
Absolutely, Judah. It ain't gonna happen because
No.
because they have no chance. The Russians have no chance. So they
can't-
would be so stupid of them.
Yeah, they can't even defend. I mean, I actually, there's one big thing I got wrong since the beginning, and I was pretty convinced that the Russian military had a longer tradition and history and influence. That if the Russian military was forced to deplete all of their forces in Ukraine at the detriment to their standing army on the Finnish border, the Baltic borders, the Central Asian borders, that the army would overthrow him, because I thought that maybe that's the way it worked over there, and I was wrong. So the Russian military has literally acquiesced to the degradation of Russian forces all throughout Russia to satisfy Putin's desire and demand to take Ukraine. And all that tells me is, it reaffirms one key thing: Russia's not afraid of NATO. Russia doesn't think NATO is trying to attack it. If it did, it would have an equal. First of all, the most sophisticated modern armies are sitting in the Baltics. A lot of people don't know that. There are NATO forces with our training, with our battle groups, with our brigades sitting in the Baltics, ready to absorb a Russian first strike. But the Russians don't have anyone facing that border. Why? Because they know no one's attacking them. This poppycock, this nonsense that they fear NATO expansion. Well, fear it from Latvia, dum-dum. Because those troops there could take a waltz right through Belarus, Russia. They could do whatever they want. You don't have any defense. Oh, your first tanks guard army, non-existent, destroyed in Kharkiv, Oblast. It's gone. If you're for all these, propagandists and silly, unsophisticated people online saying that NATO, blah, 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 attack Russia. If it wanted to, Russia's for the taking today. Where's NATO? If NATO wants to destroy Russia, why aren't they in Russia? Because no one's trying to take Russia, and the Russians know it. And I hope this lends support and succor to people who listen to our space daily and who face Russian propaganda that says that NATO's trying to attack her. If NATO, this is the time. There could be no Russia tomorrow. Not yesterday, not in 2 months. There could be literally, there's one battle group of a NATO country sitting in a Baltic state right now. I'm not going to talk about the details. That could literally just advance to they could push east straight to Moscow if they wanted to, but they don't, because they're not psychopathic weirdos like Russia is. So for those who keep babbling on, if you see Kim.com, some strange German fella, and blah, 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 NATO, if NATO wanted, Russia wouldn't exist today. Full stop, end of story. No one's doing it. This
Absolutely.
is a fight.
Absolutely, Yuda, absolutely, and you can even see it in Russians moving their S-300s from St. Petersburg down to Ukraine, right?
From
They have
Syria,
no air defense, no air
from
defense in
Africa.
St. Petersburg.
They
Left
have nothing.
Russia.
Yeah. Fair enough. Thanks, Edward.
Danny.
Probably going to echo a lot of the things that were said. The fact remains that what we need to fear is fear itself. In this case, Russia has been using fear of Western people to their advantage for years because they've been.
Danny, you're in and out. I think your connection is iffy. I think your cable connection is iffy between your headphones and your phone. Or maybe a piece of clothing covering up the microphone.
Can you hear me better now? I'm
Oh,
so
so
sorry
clear.
for
Go ahead.
earlier. So what I was saying is that what we need to fear is fear itself, essentially, because it's the weapon that works best. Russia is using our fear for escalation, for war against us, and it's been doing this for years and years. Because this is not a regular war; it's a hybrid war that they've been waging, making people fearful in advance of them doing any military attack. And it's the thing that works best just because what is most efficient to stopping Russia's invasion is Western support of our neighbors in Ukraine that are being genocided. So the thing that's most successful is making us afraid. They're using fear for us to stop support, say that we won't send offensive weapons that can range their territories. Because we're afraid, and that's winning for them. Making us afraid is winning for them. The best thing we could do is not be afraid. I've been nervous about Russia's proximity for years and years, and the attack on Ukraine in 2022 didn't make me more afraid. It made me less afraid. It made me realize that their threats are more effective than their military capability at this point, because they've demonstrated how poorly they've performed. And I'm not saying that we should discount their capabilities, because obviously they're lethal. It's just making the right decisions now for us to shorten the span of the war by providing weaponry that can fight back. And we can't do that if we're afraid. And let's consider why people might be afraid of irrational behavior. It's because we didn't think they would ever attack. Because why would they be that crazy and that stupid to attack? And they did attack, right? But what we fail to consider is that they're not risking anyone that they care about when they attacked. They just sent in Ivan, who they don't care about. And as soon as they feel threatened, so let's say the bunker bitch Putin, as soon as he's afraid, the stakes go down significantly. It's the reason why we've not seen them near the front anywhere. It's because they are afraid. They're the ones that should be afraid, not us. And if they thought that they were risking their own skin, maybe then you'd have any cause, but they're nowhere near danger, are they? The only danger is for them to fail, and that's what they're afraid of. We need to make them fail and realize their fears. Yeah, so I don't think we're under any nuclear attack threat, because that would end them, and they want to live. If they didn't fear death, they'd be supporting their troops near the front. But they're the closest they've come, to our best knowledge, is 80 kilometers away from any hot point. Yeah, so
There are 3 times more Russians who have left and fled Russia to not be conscripted than those who've been conscripted. 3 to 1. That means that over a million fighting age males have left Russia to not fight. They don't believe in it, regardless of their propaganda or what they say. They know either it's not true, or it's not legitimate, or it's immoral. They don't. They're on the losing path. So let's say this goes on for another year. All that'll happen is millions of more Ukrainians will join the war and fight to defend their country, and millions more Russians will leave. Do you see what I'm saying?
Makes a lot of sense to me. Yep.
All right, Freight Monkey.
Yeah, I was just reminded of a conversation I had with my grandfather, who sadly passed away 2 years ago. In 2014, when all this was happening with Crimea, I remember taking the argument that it's we can't really do anything about Russia taking over Crimea because of nuclear weapons, yada yada yada, etc., etc., etc. Which probably was kind of true at the time. It would have been probably very difficult to stop them from taking Crimea, because at the time Ukraine didn't really have much of a functional state, considering what was happening at that particular point in time. But we don't need to go into that. But I remember that my grandfather's argument was that if you let them do this, and he was an extremely knowledgeable person about geopolitics and all that. He spent his whole life in the diplomatic service. He said, if you let them do this, then you're never really going to have an end to that, because once he's got it and he feels like he's able to do these kind of things, he's just going to move on to the next target. And arguably, it's exactly what happened. So I don't want to downplay the risk of nuclear war, because it's always bad to go and say, well, it's impossible for it to happen, or it's inconceivable. But my argument would be that letting him win is easily as risky in terms of further escalation in terms of nuclear war in the future. And in my opinion, even much more risky. It's much more likely that you end up in a nuclear escalation if you let him win than if he loses. But that's just, obviously it's debatable. But if Vladimir Putin had been successful, like he probably imagined, within 1 or 2 weeks to go and take Kiev, install a puppet regime, and then annex a bunch of eastern Ukraine, and then claim victory, I think the next target would have been, somewhere in the Baltics or whatever, and that would have been a lot more risky in terms of nuclear confrontation. So that's my serious point. And my non-serious point, Damon, you mentioned before that Switzerland doesn't attack Liechtenstein, even though they're neighbors, and Liechtenstein doesn't have any armed forces. I would like to remind you that we did invade them.
I'm sorry. I said the opposite. I said Liechtenstein, with all of the money that they have, doesn't attack Switzerland, even though Switzerland occasionally accidentally invades it.
That's what you said. No, because, I would argue that when I was doing my national service, I remember that every single time we were close to Liechtenstein, because there's a good sort of terrain there where you can do reconnaissance. I was in a reconnaissance platoon, and you could what would you call it, war game on a whole brigade level in that area, and it's in the valley right next to Liechtenstein. And they reminded us like a million times, like, please, whatever you do, remember this is the border, because I think once in 2005, if I'm not mistaken, there was an accidental invasion, and in the 1980s, my father, doing his national service, accidentally they set fire to a part of the forest in Liechtenstein using some tracer munitions or something like that. It was very dry at the time, and they didn't have the same safety precautions as we do nowadays. So it has happened. But yeah.
Do you know?
Anyway,
Do you know why that happened, Frank? Okay.
The way my father explains it, but it's from the 1980s. He was just a soldier at the time. Is they were shooting they were using some kind of maybe it's anti-tank rockets at the time, like the equivalent of a bazooka. And these things, they tend to burn. And I don't know, today you wouldn't be able to do that, because if you're shooting on a range and it's too dry, then they won't let you use that kind of equipment.
Yeah, I know.
So, yeah.
No, I was gonna make a comment about using gold in a compass instead of another magnetic material, because the Switzerland gold stuff.
Yeah,
but you walked right past that one.
No, I didn't walk back past that, but anyway.
Yeah.
Did you pay
it's
reparations?
Still a funny story.
Oh,
Yeah,
stuff.
so there was reparations paid. There was a bill, and
Was
the
it paid
company
in gold?
commander. I don't know what it was paid in, but the company commander had to write a very apologetic letter, and all the platoon commanders had to do something. I don't know exactly what it was. It was a minor diplomatic incident, but Liechtenstein knows well that we mean it well. Even though we live next to the last absolute monarchy in Europe, which some would argue we might have to launch a special military operation to democratize them. But I wouldn't go that far.
I will say I think the Vatican's pretty absolute, and
but
he
is it a
protects
monarchy?
Theocracy. It's not a monarchy.
I think it counts as a monarchy.
No,
anyway.
it's a theocracy.
Anyway, what I
Don't
wanted to note
besmirch
is
the Holy Father there, Domin.
I am not. I'm not. He's unlike you. He's allowed to call me Dominic. Freight Monkey. I was gonna say, the 2005, 6, 7, whenever the accidental invasion happened, I recalled that the next morning, the Swiss phoned up the Liechtensteinis, who didn't even notice that Switzerland invaded about half the width into Liechtenstein overnight.
Did you just call them Liechtensteinis?
Well, what do you call them?
That's not a
Liechtensteiners?
thing.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
I think it's
certainly
Liechtensteiners. I think it's Liechtensteiners.
Steiners, not Steinies.
But it's
Exactly.
very easy. It's very easily to accidentally invade the place, because if you look at the geography, it's such a weird country, because it's not really a country, but
It's a city.
it's a city with
a farm.
some
More
fields
collection
around it.
of villages, I'd call it, but okay.
But they're really rich.
Anyway,
Even by Swiss standards.
By Swiss standards.
I'm more concerned about Domin attacking Europe's only theocracy that worships a relative of mine. So I appreciate you not do that. Thanks, Domin.
I promise not to. I will say the bulk of the
Domenico
Swiss.
Patri.
I will say the bulk of the Swiss border with Liechtenstein is actually on the Rhine, so it's kind of hard to do it through most of it. But in the south, that's the easy bit to come in, because it's just just continue by a valley, like Great Monkey said. Anyway, we shall move on swiftly, and I think and go on to Denjon. Swissly, decidedly Swissly, and on to Sweden. Denjon.
Thank you, friends, and here we are, 30 minutes later. Thank you. Good discussion.
Hope you had a lunch.
Yeah, I did. I also made the dishes, so yeah, all good. Previous topic, fully agree. We shouldn't be afraid. Of course, there's a risk. We shouldn't be afraid. And with that said, why no NATO intervention in Ukraine when there's no risk? And I fully think that should happen. I really, really wish that would happen. Tell me, why don't we want that?
Because it's the one thing doctrinally that actually leads to risk, is the short answer. Where did the Huda go? Finally, a proper serious question for his skills.
No. It was just said that there's no such. It probably doesn't work. They want to keep their wealth and so on and so on. Why would that change? And this is not Russia, mind you. This is now in Ukraine, not Russia.
No, I know, but that's exactly where you need to.
It's simple. I can give you a serious answer. It doesn't necessarily lead to risk. It just allows them to justify elevating risk or their risk posture. That's all there is to it. It would allow them to potentially, and even just formally, escalate to de-escalate without using a tactical nuke. They could just say, now we have to, and you must stop, and we have just gone to whatever DEFCON X. That's the whole point. So we don't allow them that. We deny them.
Yeah, I'm not satisfied actually with that answer, because
I'm so sorry that you're not satisfied, but this is not KFOR. This is not the Balkans. We're not discussing anything about Serbia and Kosovo, albeit that all my next 5 questions are in that regard, given the fact that
Colonel Jeff,
imagery,
I'm sorry, Colonel Jeff, please join us for that. We need your expertise.
No, we don't. We don't, Domin. It just needs one simple thing to be answered. if you look at the imagery of the slightly skewed trucks from the beginning of the 1990s and now, what, other than the make of the trucks and therefore their age, is different?
Color.
Exactly, and nothing else. Make and color of the trucks. Everything else is the same. So what Russia is now trying to do is to play up a conflict, exactly, and this is the answer for Dan John, play up a conflict which could involve NATO forces. They tried so hard and they failed thus far. Now they try with the Serbs. And fortunately, we have ways of making them fail.
And at this point, I would like to note that Colonel Jeff wrote up a little thread on what he'd propose should be the appropriate response, and this is why I kindly invite him if you can join us, wants to join us, maybe after lunch, because it is rather lunchtime in Central Europe, and walk us through that. But either way, absolutely agree, Axel. And they're using it kind of as a model, aren't they? The Russians. And saying, you know, this is our model war next to our actual war.
If they can't have NATO be involved directly in Ukraine, they'll try to project that NATO is doing it to their brethren. Yeehaw. So, Jeff, what are we supposed to do?
Can you hear Colonel Jeff? Because I can't, and I still see him as a listener.
I see him as a speaker on my screen.
I think he's transitioning, but it's odd because it's transitioning more quickly for you than for me.
And there's no microphone next to his.
Not yet. Okay, maybe I don't think you can hear you.
I can hear something.
You can hear me.
Something, Jeff.
Hello?
Hi, Jeff.
Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Wow, that's crazy because it still says I have a request microphone next to my name.
Okay, and now we can hear you.
Yeah, it's very weird. So I leave for a couple hours, and you guys go, "What happened? What did you
do?" We just highlighted that Russia would like to draw us into a little conflict where NATO could be exposed as being bad and doing things. And then Doman said, we need Jeff because he's just outlined what should happen and what one should do in the upcoming brewing truck evidenced process of Serbia creating for Russia a conflict.
Yeah. So
what should we do with Serbia?
Yeah. So yeah, Doman and I had a back channel chat, and you know, it's interesting. Vucic has hit a high watermark, right, for escalating the possibility of conflict. Right, he's moved tons of assets down near the administrative boundary line. He just went down and visited the troops. NATO KFOR just wrote a massive response. I mean, these things haven't been seen before, right? It was more normally just the traditional saber rattling and, you know, just using Kosovo as a way to, you know, banter and get everyone angry and get votes. So this is interesting, right? The problem that I have is I was always more of a hawkish diplomat than I was a dovish diplomat, and I'm sure that shocks everybody as being a former colonel. But there's diplomats now across Europe and in Brussels that are now looking at what to do with Serbia through what I would call a worrisome / defensive prism. Like, oh my God, what do? We can't let war break out we can't have multi-front war. We can't let Serbia do this. You know, we can't let Belarus enter with the potential for this spinning into a global world war where nations join and stuff is just that threat is too massive, and that's exactly what Putin's counting on, right? I mean, this is literally what he wants. He wants to, you know, prove that NATO was a paper tiger more than he was, ironically, at this point, right? And that, you know, NATO's going to fall apart, and this has always been the modus operandi from Moscow is strategically they must dismantle NATO. They've been trying to do it for decades, right? And every Western diplomat knows that keeping NATO strong is exactly it's the kryptonite to Putin. So here was what I told Doman. I think that NATO should do three things, right? The first thing is that NATO should declare through a unanimous vote that they will no longer refer to the line between Kosovo and Serbia, which now, according to the UN Security Council Resolution 1244, is called the ABL, or the Administrative Boundary Line. They will no longer use the term ABL. They're going to refer to it as a border, right? That doesn't matter what the UNSCR says. We're NATO. We're calling it a border. Okay, that's number one. The second thing is that NATO and NATO nations will no longer respond to journalists, governments, or anyone else who refers to Kosovo as the so-called region of Kosovo. This has always been the childish game that Serbia and Russia have used to describe Kosovo, and it's worn out its welcome, right? It's a freaking dead horse. It's been 20 years. Like, we can call it Kosovo. We don't have to say the so-called Kosovo anymore. And then the last thing is they should come back with a counter threat, right? And that counter threat should say, and I'm about ready to publish this article. I'm going to send it to the Kiev Post. It says, in an official statement to NATO, NATO should declare the following. Or an official statement to Serbia, NATO should declare the following: it has long come time that both the border and the nation of Kosovo be recognized by Serbia. If Serbia wishes to saber rattle as an island in a NATO sea, so be it. But the West will no longer placate their childness. Further, Serbia's escalation will only lead to expediting Kosovo's NATO membership, along with Finland and Sweden. So the more you play with this, the more you're going to get burned, right? Now, if you're familiar with the Balkan region and you're familiar with Kosovo at all, you realize that this is it sounds very easy to do those three things to the average listener. It's really hard diplomatically. And the reason is there's 4 nations that still in NATO that do not recognize Kosovo, right? You have Greek, Slovakia, Spain, and Romania. Each one of those nations don't recognize Kosovo, not because of their affinity for Serbia and their love for Russia, but rather internal geopolitical issues that they have a hard time squaring if they recognize Kosovo. I get that, right? But with some help from the West and some help from other nations, along with framing the issue is it's not an internal geopolitical issue for Romania. We're now trying to deal with Serbia's thuggishness and threatening people who have a will to choose. Then maybe you can get that far. Odds are I'd give this 50-50. I don't think it would happen, but even if it doesn't happen, the mere fact that the majority of NATO nations undertook this effort would send a very clear message to Belgrade, and it would be one that even Vučić can understand, in that we're no longer going to deal with sanctions with you, and we're no longer going to make stiff diplomatic messages that are really strong. We are now going to hit you where it hurts. You keep screwing around with Kosovo, and we're going to move Kosovo further and further into a nation. We're done playing these games. And I think that's a great answer.
Would you also, in addition to that, at the same time, strengthen the commitment of forces in the region just by rotating them and adding kit?
I don't know, is my mic still on?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I literally have a request mic down here and I keep hitting it and it doesn't do anything. Right. I would not add forces. I would do this though. I would say I'm also, we're gonna start giving heavier artillery to the Kosovo Security Force. I wouldn't increase K4. I'd increase KSF.
Okay, so you provide kit. Good. We're in agreement.
Yeah. And I do that for a reason. I mean, the ambassador I worked with, it was funny, right? the vast majority of diplomats, especially every year when it came to nominations and voting in NATO on who was going to put forces into Kosovo, all these nations would come forward and say, "Oh my God, this is 20 years. Like, we can't afford to send another, batch of guys in for another year." And of course, that would mature into a diplomatic discussions like, okay, well, how about we then make KFOR or KSF an army? And then they're like, "Oh, no. We can't make KSF an army. This would be too escalatory. This would upset Serbia." Like, okay, well, at some point you realize, and I think one of your listeners who very appropriately said it, it's like, you can't leave a nation that's weak and expect them not to do something either erratic or find a way to protect themselves or be attacked, right? We in the military, we always say nation abhors a vacuum, right? So if you create a situation where a nation is very, very weak, those neighboring nations get some interesting ideas, and nobody wants to be weaker than their next door neighbor. No continent knows this more than Europe, I think, through centuries of history, right? So yeah, and until Kosovo has a way to defend itself, the simple answer is KFOR can't leave. Diplomats can say whatever they want, and they can say that they don't want to send troops again, and there's tons of diplomatic rhetoric, right, on the situation. It's unbelievable how much goes into this. But yeah, you can't, and by the way, if you start arming, the KSF with 155 millimeter howitzer cannons, this also is a clear message to Serbia. So a lot of interesting stuff there.
Thank you very much. George, if you have a point on this, will we still have Colonel Jeff, or he's still forcibly around without an ability to mute himself?
That's fine. It's been happening on and off since last night. Anyway, I was going to say, one of the other responses, wouldn't it be, since we know Russia's behind this, to send what Ukraine has been asking for? To at least, if Russia wants a two-front war, we end the one front quicker than sooner than later. Sending Ukraine about 300 to 500 main battle tanks and the weapons that they need, long range, including cruise missiles. Wouldn't that be the other response to this? To end this war maybe by March instead of dragging it on into the summer, and then we could deal with Kosovo after that.
Yeah, I don't know if putting Kosovo's on a shelf is the best idea, and I don't think.
No, I'm not saying putting it on the shelf. I'm just saying use a two-prong approach. At least drive home the message that we're willing to end this war, at least in Ukraine, sooner than later. Colonel Jeff, are you there?
Somehow you're now muted, Colonel. And if you can't unmute, then I think going back to listen and back up the speaker will be the only way.
I do have one question for you, Doman. Do we have an interception rate as of yet?
50, give me a second, 54 out of 69 were intercepted. That refers to cruise missiles, both 101, 555, and Caliber. That's a preliminary number. The rest of the munitions were loitering munitions and ground attack S-300s, apparently.
Okay. Any news on damage?
All going for Kiev were shot down. However, the debris falling from the shot down ones did cause
fairly considerable damage apparently, and a lot of bits of Kiev are without electricity, but not all of Kiev. I'm not sure about elsewhere. There is significant damage in the west, in and around Lviv. At least I think electricity is completely out there. I might be a bit off on the details.
Okay, yeah. The debris around Kiev, I guess that's from the missiles being intercepted and breaking up.
From debris, yeah.
And I did see that they were going to turn off electricity in certain areas in Kiev. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's damage. I think they were doing it as
preventative.
Yes, as a precautionary measure. All right, thank you guys. I hope
and we have
Jeff comes back up.
He is back already, Colonel. Let's see how your mic works now.
Yeah, you got me.
Perfect.
Okay, so when I said putting Kosovo on a shelf, I didn't necessarily mean Kosovo so much. You have to understand how the power levers are being pulled, and I'm sure you do. You know, your question's obviously intelligent, but it's almost like you have to look at it from the bottom side of a coin or from underneath the table, right? And what I mean by that is there's speculation, and I wouldn't even say it's speculation. I think there's enough intelligence out there now to prove it, that Lukashenko and Vucic are saber rattling at the request of Putin, right? That Putin is the guy going, hey, I need you guys to push on NATO. I need you to do stuff, right? How far they're willing to go, I think that's a fair debate. The problem is if you respond by pushing more stuff into Ukraine, you've only pushed Putin to now push or create even more pressure on them. Like, wait a minute. I wanted you guys to create war. I don't want you to bring more hell fury down onto me. And now you're putting Lukashenko and Vucic in a box to where now they have to go a little bit farther, right? If you respond in a way that pushes hard on Vucic, in other words, you like, dude, I'm going to smack you in the face. Now you've kind of appeased Putin because now something's happening there, even if it's just diplomatic. And you also let him know that, yes, it's nice to help your big brother, but your house is on fire right now, and you better fix that before you go help your brother in his house. So I still think that there's greater value in going after Vucic here than there is after Putin.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, nip it in the bud kind of thing, right? The thing that wasn't done with Russia, let's not especially repeat that mistake in this case, especially since it's so much easier and so much more trivial to actually accomplish it would be. Danny.
Hi, just a question here for Colonel Jeff. On the topic of Serbia and Kosovo, and I was just reading, I think it was yesterday, a news article that Vucic, the Serbian president, has actually requested from the ethnic Serbs that are in northern Kosovo to actually dismantle the barricades that they had put up. And not only that, it seems that Vucic was offering them guarantees that they will not be prosecuted because they put up barriers, because they were starting to rile up things. So it looks to me like Vucic is already backing down from this artificial flame of stance that he's been taking recently, at the request of what looks like probably Putin asking him to do it and destabilize the region for us to be distracted, to test out KFOR's response. Because it looks like to me like the negotiations that KFOR has been doing have already started working, and he's backing down from it. So I was wondering if that article is true, if we know anything about the most recent developments on Vucic's stance.
Yeah. So in the 2 years that I worked at the U.S. Embassy in Pristina, I would tell you that what Putin, or I'm sorry, what you hear Vucic say in public doesn't often equate to what he's telling people in private, probably more than many other leaders that you'd imagine, right? I mean, what he tells his goons and his thugs to do does not equate to what you hear in the media. I mean, Vucic always realizes he has two main audiences, right? He's got the West, and he's got an outer audience, right? The international audience. So that's the West and others who want to hear him say all the right things, just like you just brought up. But then he's also got this Serb oligarchy, Putin, his Serbian thugs and hooligans that are a different audience, and he can easily tell them, "Hey, dudes, I'm going to put this out in the press, but don't buy off on it," right? So we'll see. I mean, if they start taking those down, the barricades, that's great. The problem is the barricades aren't in Serbia, so I'm not so sure how he promises that these people aren't going to be charged. Now, if Vucic and oh shit, I forgot the Kosovo leader's name right now, the president. It's no longer Thaci. It's help me. Anyway, the president.
The president.
Kurti,
but I think
yeah.
you're looking for Kurti, the prime minister. Right?
If Kurti and Vucic jointly said that there'd be no punishment, then that would be great, right? And I would tell you that would go 10 times farther in the international community. Like, holy cow, they both agree, let's de-escalate together. But you don't see that, right? And it's little things like that in Kosovo and the Balkans that matter a great deal. That people don't somehow, the diplomat, in Kosovo we say, 15 times bitten, now you're twice, 16 times shy, because you just keep falling for this, the same trick. It's like Charlie Brown and Lucy with the football. You're like, oh my God, Vucic just put down the football. I think we should go kick it. And the last minute he takes it away from it. It never ends, man. It's unbelievable.
I will add, I think this is all coming because of the incident where the Latvian component in KFOR were getting shot at. A squad or a couple of squads of the Latvian soldiers in KFOR were getting shot at by the Serbs. I don't think there were any. Were there some injuries? I don't think there was anything. Right? There was just material damage. Honestly, I don't recall very well. But this is why this is like, which is like, oh, nope, they went too far. Let's stop this now. Because he knows that not actually doing anything. Even the Russian mill bloggers are making fun of him. Vucic put military on high alert for 36 times this year, and again, nothing is going to happen because he knows he can't go anywhere. He's not. I mean, he's not blind and stupid, right? He knows what the capabilities of the Serbian army are versus all of NATO. That's within an hour's flight of Serbia. They're not. I mean, it's not a question in the slightest. So that's the other component here. It's one thing to posture for good propaganda and big distraction, be popular at home with nationalists. It's another to actually go and do something. Colonel Jeff, remind me, what did Vucic do? Before, like in the 90s, say what was his job then?
You and I both know he was the information minister for Slobodan Milosevic.
Yeah, right. That's what he did. So would you say that propaganda is kind of his thing?
No, Domin, did that make a simple question? Did that make them Belgrade Bob?
Belgrade Sasha. Danny.
Just as a follow-up to what was being discussed in my question from earlier, yes, it does seem that he was indeed referring to the barricades in Kosovo and the guarantees. So essentially, Vucic's press secretary, I believe, was saying that both the EU and the United States have guaranteed that they will not pursue any legal actions against the people in the Serbian ethnic people in Kosovo that put up those barricades is seemingly what they were saying, and that Kosovo security forces will not enter that predominantly Serbian area without the specific I guess authorization from KFOR. So I think that's what is meant to alleviate their concerns of being prosecuted. But thank you so much for your comments and the insight.
Sure. Hey, your points are actually really interesting, because I think, you know, and I'd like to touch on them a little bit if you're interested in that. You know, the UN Security Council Resolution 1244 basically prohibits the Kosovo Security Force from going north of the Ibar River, right? Which is into northern Kosovo, where this, you know, the majority of Serbs in Kosovo lives, ethnic Serbs, right? So yeah, the only way they're allowed to go in is if they're under the escort of KFOR, which, what's being said, is in line with the UN Security Council resolution. What's not in line with the Security Council resolution, though, is the Security Council resolution on the northern side of the ABL, or the administrative boundary line, says that Serbia cannot put forces within, I want to say it's like 20 kilometers of the border. And the only times that they're allowed to do that is when A, they notify KFOR, and B, that KFOR can perform an inspection or a joint border or ABL march between KFOR and Serbia. And to be fair, Doman, this is the one thing that I did do, even though I was old. I actually went with the KFOR forces and marched along the ABL as an inspection with Serbian forces. And my God, those hills are big. Something not an Air Force colonel should ever be doing, in my opinion. But I did go with the Serbian military along the march. It was quite impressive.
Okay, just in German, this was Bergwandern.
I recall a very.
Was it beautiful?
Oh, sorry,
Jeff. Was it beautiful, the landscape?
My eyes enjoyed it. My feet would have much rather it had been flat. We actually took the Pole Mill U.S. Embassy diplomatic officer with us as well. And as bad as it was for me, I kept looking at him and felt horrible. We were with, I want to say it was the Ohio National Guard that was on their KFOR rotation. So we're with them. And what I found, what was somewhat funny was the Serbians that showed up. And look, these are young kids, and I don't hold them anywhere near accountable to what I hold, Serbian leadership. But there were two female soldiers in their unit, and these two young ladies were like jackrabbits going up and down the hills. It was unbelievable how in shape they were, and they were knocking it out to a degree better than some of the U.S. Soldiers that were in the National Guard. So good on them.
This reminds me of a retelling of how the Dayton Accords were on the way to being signed, right, to end the war in Bosnia-Herzegovina, where there were representatives of both the Serbs, the Serb, the Croat, and the Bosniak Muslim side. And when they say Bosniak Muslim, I'm saying that because that was the accepted terminology at the time, certainly, and still is in the area. And they were trying to find towards the end. Okay, apologies. Towards the end of the week or 2 weeks or however long that thing was, they were trying to find a road to connect two parts of I forget which sides. I think the Serbian entity in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and they needed a road to connect one part to another. that could be like a secure passage or a right of way or something between the two. And they were saying that at Dayton they had a flight simulator. In the 90s, these things were, I'm guessing, kind of new, and maybe Colonel Jeff can talk to this a little bit. And they had the whole map of Bosnia and Herzegovina loaded up into it, like a terrain map. And they were going around looking for a road, kind of like scrolling on Google Street View, I'm guessing, but a little bit more, a lower resolution through that. And there was some American in the room. This is a retelling, I think, a Croat, I think. Saying, "Oh, but why are you fighting over this? It's just mountains. There's nothing here." And then all of the representatives of the belligerents looked at him and said, "That's just what Herzegovina is like. That's all there is. This is it." As though, like, have you not been paying attention the last 3 years while you were flying over it? Didn't you look down? Didn't you see what this was? This is what it is.
100% true. Yeah, it was. There are many funny stories that come out of the Dayton Peace Accord discussions. I actually married my Austrian wife. Worked actually as the executor of the Dayton Peace Accords at the OSCE. So yeah, I got to see. I got to see a lot of crazy stuff. I mean, I don't mean to pull ourselves away from the discussion, but I was the U.S. senior lead for the execution of the Dayton Accords for 3 years between 2011 and 2014. And what was perhaps most fascinating to me, I had to go into the Balkans numerous times and meet with diplomats and stuff like that. And what fascinated me is the Croats captain. The army, he was a Navy captain. He was of a Croatian vessel shooting artillery up into Trebinje, which at the time Trebinje was raining artillery down onto Dubrovnik. And the Bosnian senior officer diplomat that was sent to the OSCE was actually the artillery officer from Trebinje. So here are two guys that are sitting next to each other at a table that truly were officers in charge of a battle against each other within the last 5 years. And it is very rare to see something like that. And the relationship they had was, you could write a book about that.
Obviously, you can't leave us hanging like that. Can you at least give us a quick synopsis for the book after next that you write?
So I won't say their names, right? Because I don't want. But the Croatian actually pirated a vessel, and I'm not exaggerating. He was called to Zagreb and said, "Hey, Yugoslavia is falling apart. Where do your loyalties lie?" And he said, "I'm Croatian." They said, "Good. You were obviously trained as the Yugoslav naval officer. We're going to give you false papers." He walked out into Split, showed the false papers to the Pier Authority. He was given information of who on the ship was Croatian and who was not. And after he convinced everyone he could pull away, and these orders were from Belgrade, he basically, once near shore, pushed the non-Croats off the ship, and it became the first ship in the Croatian Navy. so that's awesome. That's a phenomenal story. And then when the attack of the Battle of Dubrovnik, right, happened, he was lobbing artillery shells up into Trebinje. The Trebinje officer was young, so he wasn't the commander. He was more like probably a company commander, or something like that down at the lower levels, a lieutenant at the time. And but yeah, just raining down terror on each other. And then they both agreed in public, right? They would both agree that war is hell, that neither of them liked it, that they lost many friends, and that that they were doing this and building their relationship with each other to ensure that their children could live in peace. And that answer was great, right up until they had 3 shots of Schlivowitz or 3 somehow they kind of morph back into I want to kill you, and so we always had to manage how much alcohol each one had.
Yeah, that sounds eminently believable. Of course, it should be noted that a very, very large proportion of the Yugoslav Navy was crewed by Croats, right? And to a great part for simple geographical reasons, and because they knew how to swim already. That helped.
Correct.
That was probably quite easy for him to arrange that first ship being transferred. That's very fascinating. And there are lessons to be learned, I think, from that. Some very far away from what can be used for or applied for Ukraine, but some of them, honestly, not that far away at all. As I said earlier, to a previous discussion, sorry, Colonel, but the previous discussion we were having, Wendy, you were around for that for sure. Peskov's daughter lives in Paris. Now his son also lives in France. She works as an assistant to Aymeric Choprade, who's a quite unsavory politician in France. And this is what I was kind of getting at earlier. Whomever ends up taking over, they're not going to be going and killing all of their kids as well. And in other news, and I think this will be interesting to Colonel Jeff, there are reports from Russian Telegram that earlier, when there was air defense active over Saratov, over Engels, that they did take something down. They shot down an aircraft, a Sukhoi 27 of the Russian Air Force.
Okay, so it's not shocking that a Sukhoi 27 got shot down. What do you?
No, red on red.
Oh, red on red.
Yeah, Sukhoi 27 of the Russian Air Force got shot down over Saratov, allegedly.
Okay, so that gets a little more interesting, right?
Colonel, what IFF doing?
What is IFF doing?
Yeah, usually we ask what air defense is doing, but I think we can identify the specific problem here.
Right. So an IFF, or an interrogator, friend or foe, and we had this discussion a little bit earlier, Doman, before you came on, not associated with the Su-27, but there was a discussion earlier about bear bombers turning off their transponders or leaving their transponders on. A transponder, the word transponder, is something you normally associate with a commercial aircraft, a 727, Airbus A320. And this is a system that helps air traffic control monitor aircraft. So they don't have to completely rely on radars. An airplane can actually report itself, where it is, what it's doing, and all these types. This is good for air traffic, right? So airplanes don't necessarily run into each other. Military aircraft do have the capability. They do have transponders. We call it mode 3. But usually when you go into war, you don't leave that on. You don't want people to know. You don't want the enemy to know where you are. And we have other systems called IFF that, with the correct keys and the correct coding and the correct all the correct information loaded into the radios, they tell friendly surface air missile systems on the ground and other friendly aircraft that, hey, I'm a friendly, that I come back green in your system, right? That you don't shoot me. And it's clear that, and Russia, by the way, has the same thing. That their systems are different than the West's, right? So they built their own IFF systems. I can't speak to the capability or veracity of how well that they work, but it is clear, and if what you're saying is true, a Su-27 was shot down by its own surface air missile system, it's clear that either the pilot was failing to have his IFF system on correctly, load in the correct coding, or the SAM operator misidentified and shot down his own aircraft. But there are things in place that are supposed to stop that. It doesn't always happen.
And this is the benefit that we forgot to mention previously, I think, when saying, you know, what's the point of Ukraine striking at the bases like Engels, right? When they won't take out that many planes at any one time or that much stuff. They're not going to limit their ability to launch cruise missiles that much. Well, one of the things apparently is going to put the Russian air defense forces on edge a little bit, and maybe they'll shoot down all manner of other things as well, Russian ones.
Yeah, I mean, so this is. Remember when we had I don't know if you remember when we had the Air Wing on, but we had one of my friends in. His name's Bull Kirkendall. So he was an AWACS air battle manager, right? So he and retired colonel from the United States Air Force. And he would say that, you know, there's multiple inputs, right? How we build an air picture and how you not only build the air picture, but how do you lay out your air plan? In other words, there's going to be pieces on the ground where you're going to brief to your own pilots, do not fly here, right? We're going to create this a weapons-free zone that we're just going to, if you fly here, it's your own damn fault if you get shot down, right? And that's very rudimentary. That's very basic. To be fair, technology today has gotten at least Western militaries far past this, but it wouldn't be surprising if Russia still uses what we call MESs, or missile engagement zones, or, you know, FEZs, what is a fighter engagement zone. If you're in this aircraft or in this area, fighters are going to roll up on you, our fighters. If you're one of our fighters, we're going to shoot you down if we can't figure out who you are. So, yeah.
No, I think really what they've done, very simply put, is they've reduced their tolerance for false negatives at the expense of their tolerance for false positives. Sometimes, you know, when someone senior enough shouts at them and says, no, this cannot possibly be allowed anymore, they end up saying, you know, we need to do something. Well, this is something, therefore we must do it.
Yeah, I kind of see what you're getting at, and I think you're 100% correct, right? When you grow up in a society that questions everything, right? That has, you know, crazy ideas on, or you know, I don't. How do I want to say this? God, what's the word that I'm looking for? I'm sorry. Anyway, I'll move to the other piece. But you also have a lack of training, right? So I would argue that a lot of their guys don't have a lot of training, right? So if you question everything, and, you know, okay, well, holy cow, you go out on conspiracy theories abound in Russia, right? So holy cow, I'm a SAM operator. I'm not really all that well trained. I know that HARM missiles have been coming in, and now this guy's coming in from an angle that I don't think it is, but he's squawking correctly. Like, he's got the right IFF codes in, but man, maybe the Ukrainians have now gotten a hold of our IFF codes, and I'm scared, and I don't know, so I'm just going to shoot. Right? That's not beyond the realm of the possible in Russia.
No, exactly. It's really a false positive, false negative trade-off. And balancing that out is always going to be important, and it's very difficult to get it done quite right. I don't really know what else how else to put it, but it's kind of, no, it's one of the clear examples where lessening your false negatives does really open up the door to false positives, because it's, I'm guessing, difficult to do it in a different way without major structural changes, but major structural changes don't happen in a week. I mean, what would you have to do? What would you have to do to say, okay, we're not going to allow these false negatives, these things sneaking through our air defenses anymore, without increasing the danger for red on red?
Well, so here, you ask a great question, but here's the answer, right? Russia's going to know. Let's presume everything we said is true. That a Su-27 got shot down by Russian air, okay, or Russian air defense. What happens to that team or that individual that shot down the aircraft will speak volumes to answering your question. So, for example, if you're a air defense operator and you shoot down a Ukrainian airplane, well, you probably get a lot of accolades. That's great. If you're a Russian air defense operator and you don't shoot down a drone because you're just not certain if it's yours or if it's theirs or if there was a harm, that probably now fits into, okay, there's a good bad scale there, right? Like, okay, you didn't shoot this down, but I understand maybe you were concerned this was red air, or I'm sorry, blue air, our friendly forces. Now you've got an example where a guy actually shot down a Su-27. How severely you punish him within the air defense, squadrons and battalions and brigades will get out. And if this team's severely punished, it will only make them even more trigger shy and even wait even longer to presume that to ensure that they're shooting down the right thing. If you don't punish them very much, you're now in a situation where you're going to send a message to your guys like, dude, you just shoot everything, right? And you're going to end up with more of your own aircraft getting shot down. So it's a fascinating question. I would love to see what level of punishment these guys get.
I can tell you that, well, the allegation is that the pilot of the Sukhoi died. I can tell you that they've cleared already 3 hours ago, they've cleared airspace of commercial traffic over Saratov. I'm looking at things now, and you can quite clearly see planes that normally would have been flying right around over Saratov, rerouting to the north, to south, to east, to west of it. How big is this box, can we say? Maybe at least 60, 70 kilometers each side of Saratov. There's nothing. It's an exclusion zone. So I'm guessing they're doing that to reduce any wrongful shots. But obviously that's not showing their own military aircraft. And I sincerely hope that they've shot down one of their own Sukhois, because that would just be really icing on the cake.
I agree.
Ironically enough, it's what we heard them do with their own helicopters over the front line, right? With a couple of the Camo 52 alligators having gotten shot down by Russian pantsirs, I think specifically. I guess they wanted some new alligator trousers.
Okay.
But on a more serious note, is it difficult? Is it a very difficult thing to do? While they're in the air like that, is it easy to mess up who you're looking at when you're looking at a radar picture enhanced with all of these additional things, especially when you're so far behind front lines and you've cleared off commercial traffic far away from the area?
Yeah, it is. And for the listeners that have been on for the whole day there, I apologize for repeating myself, but Domin, one of the things that I brought up earlier, and I think we talked about this before, is in coalition military, so Western NATO coalition militaries, aircraft, before they take off, are checked to make sure that they are squawking the correct IFF codes. And there's actually a guy with a box on the ground that actually squirts your IFF antenna. And if he doesn't get a green indication that your IFF is working, you do not go into battle. Like, you're grounded. They would just rather not have your capability brought to bear versus having, helmet fires on the AWACS going, who's the undeclared fighter that's now in the middle of Iraq that nobody knows who it is, right? I mean, that's just, it's too much, right? So yes, it is extremely important and making sure that your IFF systems, it's what we call a go, no go criteria. You don't go if it don't work.
Exactly, and I'm guessing this is yet one case where having good procedures in place and also having a quality system in place that makes sure that those procedures are followed and observed by everyone. I think that's just one more example where the Russian military falls a little bit short. Wendy.
Thanks, Doman. Thanks, Colonel Jeff. We're not talking about a court-martial followed by an immediate cessation of chocolate rations here for this crew that shot down the Sukhoi 27.
No, it's far worse. Immediate cessation of whatever it is. Immediate end to vodka rations. Forget chocolate rations.
Well, that must be devastating for them. I mean, this must be. They must be absolutely panicking here. They are being hit by strikes at deep strikes on airfields within their territory, airfields from which they're launching these strikes against Ukraine. So this is happening over their friendly territory. How long is the training process for these crews? How replaceable are they?
So it's a good question. I would tell you that there's probably a good number of well-trained decently trained SAM operators throughout all of Russia. The question is as they're starting to lose guys in the front, are they going to cycle dudes from, let's say, Kaliningrad or from Moscow or from the Far East and bring them into where the war is going on? I don't know the answer to that. I think there's plenty of guys. I don't even think they need to start new. I think they just need to figure out where they want to, how they want to prioritize the guys they have in the within the category. And by the way, I just pulled up an article. There's an article out there, right? So when you talk about a friendly shoot down of an aircraft, at least in the coalition side, we call that a blue on blue event, right? That blue air was shot down by blue something. And there's a story that was out in 2018 about an FA-18 that was shot down by a Patriot missile during Operation Iraqi Freedom, so OIF. You can read the article. So I just wanted to point out that this isn't just Russia, that has happened in the past for us as well. And while there's many things that are supposed to stop it from happening, sometimes it still happens.
Thanks, Colonel Jeff. So untested missile defense crews, and we've seen from these some of these pilots. I mean, the Su-25 pilots I'm kind of thinking of, who are admittedly not in peak physical condition. They could do with a breathalyzer test before they take to the air. They could probably do with a 20-kilometer run, frankly, given the extra weight they're carrying. This is not a well-oiled machine, really. Here, is it? It's prone to accidents, and these accidents are, would you say, likely to continue?
Absolutely, and it's not just it's not just accidents here. I mean, we saw a Russian fighter crash out way out east, right? We've seen in-flight emergencies being declared for guys going back into Crimea, and one of the things you often realize as a military, especially when you're doing training, right? You do this crawl, walk, run of training, and as a leader, when you start pushing your forces harder and harder and harder, you see more and more errors. And that's true of ground forces, air forces, naval forces. And a good commander, as he continues to push harder and harder and harder, will look really, really close and kind of try and watch and catch those challenges, because there are times where you're going to have to increase your operational tempo. You know, you don't get to dictate the enemy's operational tempo. If he's picking it up, you better pick it up too. So, you know, so if you've never trained to that level, and if you don't have very good leadership, and let's say you've had challenges in training, you're going to start seeing more and more and more of this stuff. I talked to Doman earlier, and I said, remember 2 months ago when we were talking about, you know, Su-27s and MiG-29s and air-to-air, and you know, Russia's now shooting their most advanced air-to-air missile, the AA-13, blah blah blah, this and that. And I'm like, and if they're shooting that missile, there's a serious problem, like, because that's not intended to be shot at fighter aircraft. That is actually intended to shoot down tankers and large aircraft and AWACS. And if they're now using that for fighters, there's an issue. Fast forward 2 months, we're not hearing a lot about MiG-29s and Su-27s and Su-50s and Su-57s, and we're not hearing about them anymore. And why? Are they realizing that the more they fly them right now at this ops tempo that they're going to crash? Are they running out of ammunition? I don't know. When lessons learned from this war come out, we'll know that answer. But the big thing right now is we're not hearing about them.
Thanks, Colonel Jeff. I mean, I like a lot of people, I'm sure, I think back to the opening stages of this particular invasion of Ukraine. Who can forget the sight of enemy SUs firing into civilian residential high-rise buildings? It's sometimes easy, isn't it, to lose the bigger picture here, which is that Ukraine is now taking the attack, has pushed its enemy back to the extent where the enemy is reduced to these poorly trained, shoddy, mediocre in skill level, demonstrably so, given what we've just seen, happening, and it's happening on the territory of the country currently known as the Russian Federation. It's not happening in Kiev. It's not happening over these over civilian high-rise buildings anymore. That for me is something I always try to remind myself of, because it's good to see the bigger picture here. So yeah, very welcome news. Thanks.
Colonel, I have a very different question for you, but I think it's a question that you're going to like engaging with. Earlier, about an hour ago, the Russian ambassador to Bulgaria has been summoned to the foreign ministry in Sofia, over Russia having issued a warrant for arrest of Hristo Grozev, the Bulgarian journalist from Bellingcat. Bulgaria, I'll give you an open question. How have you been looking at the movement of Bulgaria ever further away from the Russian soft power orbit over recent years?
So my former deputy, lieutenant colonel in the Army, and a very dear friend, he was the Office of Defense Cooperation Officer stationed in Sofia before he was my deputy. And he, along with European Command in the United States, worked feverishly to outfit Bulgaria with Western equipment, their state partnership program. He worked extensively in that as well to help them move farther, let's say Western minded, right? And one of the things that I found most interesting was they built a massive training range in Bulgaria, right? So there's a massive Bulgarian/NATO training range, and that training range is an exceptional. I mean, it's on par with some of our training ranges in Germany and stuff like that, right? And I still to this day chuckle because years ago, Germany decided that they wanted to raise the costs associated with the U.S. using military basing and bases in Germany, and we pay a good penny for that. And Bulgaria immediately stood up and said, "Hey, we got training ranges. We won't charge you anything. We'll start building additional bases for you to put these guys in here. It'll be great." And Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, said, why are we going to Germany if there's other nations that are just gonna to give us, free basing and this and that? And with that, Germany immediately reassessed the charges that they wanted to levy against the United States to a more reasonable number. They didn't make it free, so that's let's not say it went away, but the number became more reasonable. So yeah, I feel like I repeat myself sometimes on here. I feel bad about that, but I know there's new listeners. So when I was a provincial reconstruction team commander in Afghanistan, I owned my own base, right? I was the forward operating base commander. The maneuver force I had on my base was a full brigade of Romanians, right? So I had 500, 600 Romanians running around my base. They were awesome. They were exceptionally well trained. They were professional. They weren't late. Their uniforms were well dressed. And this is a funny thing. The only problem the Romanians had on my base when I was there was when they deployed with their BMP-12s, right? So as they drove around Afghanistan, all the Taliban and all the anti-West people would say, well, here's Russia again. Russia's back here. Because the local Afghans didn't know. They just recognized the BMP-12 as being a Russian vehicle, and they presumed that, well, Romania is Russia, and here we go with Russia again. So they were trying to use it as an information operations campaign. We pushed really hard, and within a couple months, we got them completely outfitted with brand new Humvees, got them trained in them, and then that went away. But they were phenomenal. And Romania, Bulgaria, I love them both. I love serving next to them. Great guys. Oops, let me also say and gals. So yeah, because they have gals in their military. It's good.
Just say soldiers.
People.
Oh, stop it. Soldiers.
It's easy. But I'm sure there are some good civilians in both Bulgaria and Romania as well that Colonel would have had good interactions with. Anyway, the reason why I ask is because it's even throughout this year we've seen a steady progress in the correct direction of the general Bulgarian political climate. Even though the president who's just stuck there is quite shockingly pro-Russian, as is the caretaker government. The elected parliamentarians are ever more going in the correct direction when it comes to their attitudes to shipping weaponry to Ukraine, and it's really fascinating to me just how exceedingly well Russia has managed to stab itself in the back repetitively and repeatedly with great force when it comes to their soft power, be it in Central Asia, be it in the Caucasus, or be it most places in Europe, and just how they've managed to accomplish it so quickly and so efficiently. Just absolutely astounding, to be honest.
Yeah, Russia still never understood the old fable that you attract more bees with honey than you do with horse shit. And they can't understand why all these nations keep coming to NATO. And when you're Estonia or Latvia or Lithuania or even Luxembourg, and you realize how small you are as a nation, you're proud of your nation, but don't in the big scheme of things in NATO, you're not that 300-pound you're not the 300-pound gorilla, but yet you have an equal voice, right? You have you are given an equal voice, and consent matters and consensus matters. And if you say no, well, maybe we'll talk about it diplomatically. We'll find a common ground, a mutual common ground. That's never been the way that Russia works, but everyone appreciates that, right? I mean, that's how marriages work. And somehow in the diplomatic world, Russia still has yet to figure this out. They firmly believe that they can beat people into submission and support, and it's not working.
No, precisely. No, we've seen the CSTO turn from what was, I'm presuming. Actually, no. Let me ask you this: CSTO, was it always considered kind of a joke, or did anybody ever take it seriously outside of Russia?
So the West only used CSTO as an example when it benefited them as an example, but nobody took it seriously.
Yeah, I thought as much. This is where I was going to say. I presumed, but then I thought, well, I could just check with someone. And it only takes about 5 seconds. So, the CSTO is but a dead letter in paper after Pashinyan refused to sign that memorandum at the end of the summit in Yerevan. But Russia is very intent, clearly, on keeping the CIS together, the Commonwealth of Independent States. Have you seen just the most beautiful, excellently designed rings that Putin was handing out to the leaders of the other CIS countries a couple of days ago?
I haven't seen the rings. It doesn't surprise me, right? I mean, because this is the whole, this is the modus operandi, right? I'm going to give you a gift with strings attached. I'm gonna give you, Vucic. I'm gonna give you 6 MiG-29s for free. They're going to show up in 3 cargo aircraft and be completely disassembled, and you have to put them together. But at some day, I'm going to come ask you for a favor. It's like the mafia. It's really akin to the mafia. It's somewhat comical. So here come the rings. Everyone's going, I just saw that your tweet come in. I'll go look at it. But it's funny. I live in Austria, and I think a lot of people see that because obviously it's in my name. But when I have debates about military strength in the West versus East here in Austria, I'm often immediately reminded by Austrians that Austria is neutral, right? We're a neutral nation. We don't pick the East or the West. And I said, okay, well, you have forces deployed on NATO missions right now. They're doing peacekeeping operations, which is great. How many forces have you sent to CSTO peacekeeping operations? I mean, if you're truly trying to keep balance, at some point you would argue that maybe you should be putting forces in Nagorno-Karabakh, or maybe you should be putting forces for peacekeeping in Transnistria, or in South Ossetia, or Abkhazia. And when you name those 4 places, you get the fuzzy eyeball look, and they realize they're completely not in the right discussion with the right person. They don't want to talk anymore, and then they just leave. But so the CSTO is, where is the CSTO deployed right now, right? What are they doing? What good in the world are they doing? I could name 5 places right now that NATO is doing good things for the world immediately, and you can't say the same thing about the CSTO.
By the way, various sources, Bloomberg, Reuters, AFP, all consistently report in the past couple of minutes that the state of high alert in Serbia has been cancelled by Mr. Vucic. Something has happened.
Damn, well, there goes my article. I can't submit it anymore, Doman. I'm out.
He's going to meander through it. He'll find another reason to, re-alert us all.
You just need to rewrite it as an epilogue, that's all.
So
for the next time.
I know you're searching for topics, but I did want to. I have one for you, and I'd actually like yours and Axel's thoughts on this, right? So I like to. I don't only look at Ukraine through a military lens. I often like to look at it through a diplomatic lens, and I realize I'm not a foreign service officer. I wasn't completely trained to be a diplomat, but I did pretty good. I held my own as a military man. A few days ago, Lavrov came out after Putin had said on Christmas that he was open to the idea of negotiating peace talks. Now it was such a false narrative, because he didn't even lay out, when the press asked him, like, well, what are your conditions? He didn't even have a condition, right? So he wasn't being serious at all, just like everybody assumed. But then Lavrov came out and he said, we're not going to have peace talks because Ukraine still can't come to the fundamental conclusion that all of the land that Russia had acquired prior to the pushback This is all now Russian Federation. It's all been annexed. We're now under attack. This and that, right? So I mean, I'm sure you guys saw this and give me a thumbs up. That's great. So from a diplomatic perspective, the precedence that sets is fascinating to me, right? In that, if Ukraine continues to push Russia back, which I believe they will, right? And if they can actually push into Russian territory, I don't know what point in history Ukraine could use. I don't know if there's actually at some point in history that there was more Ukrainian territory than the current border suggests. But if they can come back to diplomatically and say, okay, well, you want to draw your line in the sand historically to this, we are going to draw our line in history to this, and say that now we are going to basically just start growing into what was in 2014 present day Russia. I don't know if they have that, but Lavrov's creating a very I don't think he did it intentionally, but he's creating a very interesting precedent for the perspective of this war.
I mean, it was. I really just shooted it off as, oh, this is one of those peace proposals that Russia does, so that they can say, look, we're open to peace as long as Ukraine, demilitarizes and denazifies and admits that Crimea, Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson Oblast are all a legitimate part of Russia, and then we're fine with having some peace talks, which is nonsense, right? Because that's like saying, well, I've broken into someone's house and I'm perfectly happy to leave if you just give me half of the house, and how about your bank account, and what, I quite like your car as well, and hey, did your kid draw this? This is pretty good. I'll take this as well. Of course, this isn't a reasonable suggestion. However, it is used by people who, in the West, who are Russian appeasniks, who are either tankies or who exist in those parts of the Putinophile, Russophile far right, be it the Karin Kneisels of the world or Marine Le Pen's of the world, or other people who hang about with big pictures of Putin in their offices, or dance with him at their weddings, whatever it might be. That's who's going to use it and say, look, Ukrainians are just the worst. These Ukrainians are just horrible. They're intent on pursuing this war. Why is all this destruction going on? Look, Russia's willing to negotiate. Why isn't Ukraine? Well, that's it. That's pretty much all I had that for. Nothing else in the slightest. But I really don't think there was anything more to that statement by Lavrov. I think he was just exercising his lying muscles. And he has to do that occasionally, otherwise he gets out of practice.
Yeah, I get your point. I just, I guess maybe I've sat into too many diplomatic meetings where I heard Russian, diplomats pontificate about, well, in the past, the West has set this as the precedent, and we didn't want it to be the precedent, but you've made it the precedent, so we begrudgingly have to follow. For the most part, Vucic and Russia have been very good at not setting precedents that the West can call them out on. And I honestly, I truly believe that this is going to become a far bigger deal than he realizes. I think that when they're pushed back and they truly want to negotiate, Ukraine is going to say, well, we're only going to negotiate with you once you recognize the fact that what was previously Russian territory that we've now annexed is now going to be the assumed border moving forward for both the peace talks and reconciliation through some kind of surrender / conditional or unconditional surrender.
Maybe we should turn it around, and President Zelensky should say that essentially Ukraine will refrain from reclaiming Kuban Kursk, and what the Russians call Belgorod Oblast as a peace offering.
Yeah, it's a great point, and perhaps he does that. I would rather he do that when he was in a greater position of power. I want him to do it after he has the Leopards and after he has
absolutely
F-16s and after he has all these types of things.
Absolutely, but he should say that he's not going to go. He's not going to go for Krasnodar, despite the fact that the Russians eradicated the culture surrounding it, and during 1920s, and then through Holodomor, depopulated the area to then Russify it. And whilst Ukraine recognizes this as the one part of the hundreds of years of genocide exerted upon them as a culture and as a folk by the Russian Empire, in which continuation, obviously, Tsar Putin of Mordor sees himself, that Ukraine is willing to let this go and just simply return to the borders of 1991, as has been accepted by the current world order. How about it? So, I mean, seriously, we need to defang them by calling out their, how do my American friends call this nicely? Bullshit. Yeah, bullshit.
Fair. I think Aona wants to a question, or Chris, one of the two. I don't know who had their hand up first.
Chris, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, all. Yeah, actually, Colonel Jeff, I'm delighted that you brought up that subject, and because what happens when people go, oh, 1991, I go, no, you mean 1919, don't you? What we want is we want the 1919 borders back, which I think Axel may have already hinted at that, but you know,
I played with it. I played with it humorously. Yeah. I apologize.
No. Well, I mean, it's humorous, Axel, but I think, you know, Colonel Jeff has a point here as well. You know, if you want to change history, or if you want to go back to, you know, this certain place in history in terms of borders, and if you want to negotiate, okay, let's do that then, right? So where we're negotiating from is now the 1919 borders, I believe, you know, which is you know, which obviously extended Ukraine east and southeast, basically, put simply for me, right? But it also goes, you know, Yehuda was saying, and probably would still say, but was certainly articulating a little while ago, you know, that we want, whatever it was he was saying, a 100-mile demilitarized zone within Russia, on the Russian side as well. So, you know, so you could take, I mean, all of these things, you know, you just add them all in and go, right, okay, then. So you want to, you know, this is where you're starting negotiating. This is where we're starting negotiating, right? So let's play that game.
Yeah, you're 100% correct, Chris. And you know, if you enjoy those things, I'll give you a quick vignette. So in 2014 at the OSCE, when Russia invaded Crimea with little green men, the Russian ambassador sat there and lamented, right? He's like, well, you know, in history, if we go back to this time, this was Russia. So, you know, he's making exactly your point. And I'll never forget sitting in the chair for Turkey was actually a dear friend of mine now. We've kept in contact, but she was the first chair for the Turkish embassy, and she pushed the button to get the mic to light up her light, and she said, without missing a beat, she's like, "You must be very, very careful where you draw lines in the sand of history, because if you want to use history as your precedent, I'm fairly certain as the Ottoman Empire, we have a right to it before you do."
Exactly right. That's right. You know, and I think you're absolutely right, Colonel Jeff. You know, they've really opened themselves up there to you know, to something that they really don't want to go, a road they really don't want to go down. You know, but exactly right.
The reason, Chris, why they keep going down that road is because they know that nobody else is sufficiently silly to go down that road, and because they're the only ones on it. and they're very happy because they get to be the only ones, because they get to feel all special and, you know, better than everyone else because they're on their own very special road.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Doman, but you know, the trouble is that they're silly, but they're also serious, aren't they, about it? You know, so we could be silly.
No,
and
they're not.
serious as well.
No, it's all excuses. It's all excuses. They're not actually serious about it. They know, you know, it's the propaganda line that's fed to many. Yes, on the internet, you're going to encounter plenty that believe it, but I don't for a second think that Kalantarian is ideological as much as he is cynical. You know, he just says, "Yeah, I can do this." This is when I say Kalantarian, I'm merely referring to Sergei Lavrov by his real name. You know, they're just cynical like that. They think they can because they're special and they're better and they're exceptional, and that's why they can do it because no one else will dare to anyway. It is but an excuse. But an excuse. And propaganda fodder. Of course, it's propaganda fodder. That's a big deal.
Thank you. And I was just going to say, Doman, I don't know whether you mentioned it, but I saw some information about two more NASAM systems. I don't know if you just
nope.
that already.
So that
being added.
was someone mistaking a publication on defense.gov that said 2 NASAM systems have been delivered to Ukraine, which we all know, and mistaken that for 2 additional NASAM systems on top of the first 2 NASAM systems have been delivered to Ukraine. And then that just percolated through various social media, and it's wrong. It's not actually true, sadly.
All right. Well, thanks for the true picture.
Yeah, no worries. John Ridge and I were down that path within about 3 seconds because as soon as the first time that came out on Twitter, we're like, no, because we both had the same article on defense.gov open and we're just reading it at that exact same time. So it was very easy to push back. Cheers, Chris. Ioana, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Doman. Back to the discussion about Lavrov's statements, and not only Lavrov, but Peskov and Putin and all those Russians. I believe that the expression they are using is that Ukraine should accept the new reality, and not only Ukraine but the Western world. And this means that everybody should accept that international law has no value. The treaties have no value, and any country can invade another country on preposterous reasons, imaginary reasons, and so on. But in the same time, they are not willing to accept the new reality, that they are no longer, or they've never been a superpower from the military point of view, that all the world is against them, and the only allies are the pariah of the world, Iran and North Korea. Well, Belarus doesn't need to be mentioned because it's under Russian influence. They are not willing to accept that their oil and gas blackmail did not work, and they are just not making advances on the field and so on. So why should Ukraine accept a new reality based on imaginary reasons, and they are not willing to accept the new factual reality that they are no longer being able to pursue this war, and they have to just end it and go home.
Colonel, what do you think? Why do they get away within themselves to be so cherry picking?
Colonel Jeff?
Why do I think that they're cherry picking?
Why do you think they get to within themselves get away with being this cherry picking? Why is this? I mean, anywhere else in any normal society, this would get called out, and somebody would say, "Hey, I mean, you're being a bit silly here, aren't you?" That's not how it works. Look, if you use these sort of arguments, they can be used against you just as legitimately. What's the difference? Why does, say, the Russian diplomatic corps get away with it and uses it so consistently?
So that question, to understand Russia's lines of diplomatic communication regarding Kosovo and Ukraine, and why you think that why they think they can get away with this, you have to go back to 1999, and there was something that happened diplomatically in 1999 that infuriated Russia, and that I don't agree with them, but they will always use it as their example and their line in the sand, and why they've had the wool pulled over their eyes and everyone's against them, right? And what happened in 1999 was the UN Security Council held a vote regarding what was going on in Kosovo, right? And they said, should we create a peacekeeping force that goes into Kosovo because there's genocide and there's some, this is a war that we can go into. And the UN Security Council held a vote, right? And that vote, Russia vetoed. They literally vetoed the vote. And even though Russia vetoed the vote, the UN Security Council said, we're still going to go anyway. So even though the rules say that you can't, that any nation in the UN Security Council can veto, Russia basically's veto was annulled, if you will. And they've been furious about that ever since. It's the reason that they say they have peacekeepers in Transnistria. It's the reason that they say that it's the reason they do almost everything, right? That somehow they've been wronged to a degree that is almost blasphemous, right? And that's why they don't take the Open Skies Treaty seriously anymore. They don't take START or New START treaties seriously anymore. CFE, they abstain from participating in CFE. At some point, you think that the little kid that takes his ball and goes home is eventually going to want to come play again, but like Russia just hasn't wanted to come play again.
Precisely. I think that's a really good explanation. Thank you. And I think one that helps your thinking there as well. It just is how it is. They cherry pick. They say the bit of the reality that we care about is that we construct is the reality, and everything else is fake, and everything else is flawed, and everything else is wrong because we said so. Moving on. That's really what they how they construct that. Right. War Doggo. Hi. How are you?
I had some problems just to mute my phone. Apologize. Oh, my mic. Apologize. Hi. Yeah. I mean, we're Ukrainians. Doing good, despite all the shit that Russians sending on us. I was just to add to something that was already mentioned several times in the recent couple of minutes. The point is that we are always getting back to the same simple thing that was already mentioned several times on the space for the last several months, and this is something that in Ukraine we've been saying since 2014 with Crimea annexation, with all the illegal things that Russia has been doing in Ukraine since 2014, something that many countries have agreed in earlier, before 1999, earlier that many countries have agreed in 1991, 1995, that was much earlier being agreed in Yalta, have been how to say attempted to ruin, and we since 2014 saying that the dangerous thing that Russia have opened will come against Russia, and if they think that everybody can do whatever they want and they can reach the certain state to renegotiate what was previously agreed in Yalta, historical how to say, coming back to some point in history, as they were saying, and it's some of us are saying, I mean, you could get far in that, and at the end of the story, this, how to say, historical misinterpretation, they will get back to Russia, since they started that in 2013. That was my meaning. Sorry, apologize if I'm not saying myself clear today. My head is totally empty. I imagine you understand why.
Oh, absolutely. And this is a permanent situation, isn't it? It's making stuff up, pretending it's true, pretending it's an actual situation, and then just going on with it as though nothing happened whenever they fail. And they will fail. Yet again, they will fail because they don't have the capacity to actually succeed. And you know this better than anyone here, Wardago. And Ukrainians know this better than anyone else. Right. Thank you, Wardago. Decoding, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine, Stephen. Go ahead.
Yeah, I put up my hand up before. Was it Leona just mentioned, said what she said, but I just echo what she said. You know, there's two discourses here. One is the rule of law and international law, and Poland persuaded Germany in the late 80s to accept the borders of Ukraine, for instance, and to accept the borders of Poland as they stand today. And then the other discourse is the nonsense discourse of might is right, which we put to bed after the Second World War. And in the might is right ideology, then you can say whatever you want. It's just nonsense, absolute and total and utter hogwash, complete nonsense, which is what we mostly hear. But as Leona pointed out, Muscovy still hasn't updated their program to take into account that they've lost on the might is right aspect. And so many of us who, I was on the other end of the OSCE to the Colonel Jim there, and I would have arguments and discussions and debates with Russia's diplomats on the bridge in Stanitsa Luhanska about international law, for years on end. And for them, it always was reduced. I'm a trained international lawyer, and they were supposedly trained international lawyers, but they literally didn't have a clue. I don't know what's wrong with the education system in Muscovy, but they just don't educate them properly. They educate them in rhetoric, but nothing else. They literally don't understand the rules, and it always came down to might is right. And now they're playing that game, and they've lost that game. So, yeah, it's just nonsense that people like Elon Musk and geopolitical neophytes appear to fall for. And France and Germany were willing to fall for it until February 24th to 2022 under their own miasma of nonsense, where about referendums in Crimea, occupied Crimea, and all of that, sort of Russian speakers and all of that nonsense as well. So we on our side have nonsense as well. But the international law discourse that's the only game in town and always ever has been. And we need, I know we do in this space, we keep focused on this. And most people who matter have kept focused on it since March 2014. But it's deeply entrenched. I think there's a gender. I did interestingly, I did a whole gender analysis of this whole masculinist, right-wing, authoritarian psych scale stuff. And the only person who objected to it was a Russian. Well, I did it for International Women's Day on the 3rd of March, 2018 in Dnipro in the OSCE office there. And the only person who objected, well, there was two people who objected. One was the Russist, who said he just disagreed with it. And then another was a Spanish guy who was totally into the whole, he was totally bought into all the Russian propaganda. So on an individual level, the Russian diplomats, no matter how high or low they are on the totem pole, they have bought into a masculinist, beat your wife, beat your spouse, gender equality is a joke, LGBTIQ is a conspiracy against us, etc., etc., etc. And they project that into their foreign policy and their view that Muscovy, gets to keep what it hunts. But as we have to keep on reminding them, and thank you, Ukraine, for doing this, you've lost on the might is Reich philosophy, and so you must really update your total program. And if I was advising them, I'd advise them to stick closely to international law, because it's the only way that they'll keep any of their land. But obviously, they're not going to. So we just have to. Show them on the battlefield that might is right, and 1991 borders. They signed the treaty in 2013. I mean, they just don't have a leg to stand on, accepting the borders of Ukraine. Even when you look at the Russian constitution, its latest iteration, as far as I can't see any maps attached to it. So they've just named property inside the Russian Federation using the nomenclature Luhansk People's Republic, Donetsk People's Republic, Zaporozhye Oblast, etc., etc. But they can rename parts of Rostov-on-Don Zaporozhye Oblast if they want. But it has no bearing on the status or the lands which are recognized.
Zaporozhye na Amurye, Zaporozhye na Amurye.
Yeah. No, what's the Namuria reference?
Na Amurye, on the Amur River in the far east of Russia. Lots of space there.
Exactly.
I'm sure they have some rapids on there.
Exactly. And so that's how in the
rapids under the bridge crossing over the Amur and Komsomolsk.
In the discourse of international law,
Perfect.
it's really clear what they've done with their constitution. They've just created, there's no change in the boundaries recognized by the United Nations of the Russian Federation since well before March 2014. There's no change in it. All they've done is added new administrative units inside their territory. So it's quite clear. So in terms of diplomatic discussions, that's where it is. Now, there was lots of nonsense discussions, but not in the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, as I'm sure Colonel Jeff will know. Whenever you read the transcripts, every time they spoke, Canada, the US, the UK, etc., etc. It even came down to the budgets of like the OSCE mission in Kosovo or Serbia, where the budget discussions, where Muscovy would always the documents, which are only internally available to OSCE people. They don't tell you which delegation is saying X or which delegation is saying Y. But there was only two delegations which ever used the term Kosovo and Metokia. So you always knew that was Muscovy and Serbia, which was asking for more community relations people. But at every level of the OSCE and other international organizations, Muscovy has been brought back away from the nonsense, might is right discourse. It's only in the newspapers or in Macron's speeches that any succor was given that this nonsense, might is right stuff was going to be tolerated by the world. But now they've actually lost the war. They're just so ridiculous. It's laughable. And someone was saying earlier, we need to constantly remind ourselves, among the grimness of all of this, how much has been achieved. And it is wonderful. I mean, it's just great. It's a dream come true, for people who've thought about this since March 2014, to see their might is rightness just destroyed on the battlefield. And no one asked them to do it, so it's their fault. Anyway, that's my thoughts.
Hi, Cody. I mean, I'll put it quite simply. They're losing because their own conception of the world assumes that that others won't be willing to fight back, and the Ukrainians have been amply willing to fight back, and they've gotten quite a bit of help, and yet not quite enough help yet to kick the Russians out fully. But more help will be coming, and then the Ukrainians will kick the Russians out of Ukraine. That is really the simpler summary of things, right? I guess finally, not all the mistakes of the past are being repeated, and a number of things are being done better than they were done previously. Simple as that. Colonel, I guess you've had very similar interactions with counterparts across the table at various points, whereby I mean, you described the one about Crimea, of course, but whereby all the historical arguments and arguments of but that's how it used to be, therefore that's how it should be, were being brought forward quite routinely, right?
Yeah, no, he's right. And, Russia only looks at international agreements as a way to hand tie an opponent, but let their hands remain untied. If you go back and you remember how the whole Crimea incident happened, right? It wasn't Russia, it was little green men, right? and it was people rising up. This was their narrative. Of course, it wasn't the reality, but this was their narrative. And Ukraine, who is a member of CFE, the Conventional Forces Europe Treaty, Germany said, hey, well, we want to come in and we want to do a CFE inspection down in Crimea. And since Crimea was still Ukraine said, okay, these soldiers, German soldiers, were under a diplomatic mission, right? So they have no guns. They were just going to go in and do an inspection. And when they got down there, they were rolled up, they were captured, they were held against their will as diplomats by quote unquote little green men. And the Germans were smart enough to know, Russian from Ukrainian and dialects and stuff like that. They knew full well that they were, that they were Russians. But Russia kept denying it until finally they have an election. And as many of the Western ambassadors, to include mine, said, a vote for independence at the end of a gun barrel is not a vote of independence. And so here we are today. They just look at, they didn't follow the rules of CFE. They didn't follow the rules of diplomatic immunity and diplomatic norms. But they would argue, well, it wasn't us to follow it. These were little green men that did it. So it's just infuriating sometimes to deal with them. It's just how childish they are.
Yeah, it just so happened by pure magic that the thing that we wanted to happen and thing that furthers our goals just happened to appear, just happened to happen. Who would have thought? And now it's on everyone to just accept this as the correct situation because, well, it's the one we wanted all along anyway. There you go. That's really what it is. Wendy, I hope you're not in a coughing fit, but I'm sorry you had your hand up for quite a long time, and I worried that it might have been a tech issue that dropped it.
Thanks, Derwent. Just to chime in on what Decoding was saying. On the topic of lack of education within the Muscovy, this is obvious within any. I completely agree with him because it's completely obvious. Within a 2-minute conversation with the average Muscovite, they flat out deny historical events concerning World War II or any of the historiography surrounding it, or any, for the hundreds of years preceding it. And it just occurred to me that, as Muscovy dismantles itself, the people of its former peripheral territories are dismantling the symbols that have stood haunting over them like spectres for years, menacing them. Among these, of course, is the statue of Catherine II. That's Catherine II, spelt with a lowercase k. in Odessa. The crimes of Catherine II, incidentally, must be taught or reminded to those parts of the free world who, like me, were lucky not to suffer them. This is not just symbolic. This coincides as we watch row after row of houses and streets demolished in Mariupol, as the Muscovy cover up their genocide of 100,000 people there. I can't help but think of there was that document of Catherine II, which I think it was the Greeks of Crimea that she ethnically cleansed and relocated the survivors of which to Mariupol. This document was, I believe, housed in one of the museums in Mariupol and bombed by the Muscovite Air Force during their attack on Mariupol earlier this year and destroyed. They care nothing for history. They care nothing for historical evidence, documents, anything of value. We saw this with the looted museum in Kherson. This is barbarianism. This is savagery of a magnitude which is, it's just completely at odds with anything that people in the civilized world choose to live by. So I would just like to say, well done, Odessa, for taking down this statue. Every single edifice of this genocidal regime is being dismantled, and they're dismantling themselves. That is absolutely true, and people are doing the rest of the dismantling for them as well.
Since we speak of statues, I'll tell you something else that's funny that's happened in Ukraine, but didn't really happen in Ukraine. It happened in Russian propaganda. Apparently, Russian social media have been full of news that the monument to Putin has been demolished in Zhytomyr in Ukraine. Zhytomyr, of course, being a city in Ukraine that's just to the west of Kyiv, because apparently, what happened was that the authorities in Zhytomyr installed the monument to Putin just in order to demolish it, so that they would insult, the president of Russia, because they're such awful, horrible people, which is, of course, utterly complete nonsense. And I mean, of course, they wouldn't have done that. That's a complete waste. But it just shows you the ire and the significance that the Russian propaganda machine gives to symbolism like that. Wendy, have you ever, I don't know, burned someone in effigy?
Oh, regularly. Every November the 5th. For those of you unaware, November the 5th is Guy Fawkes Night in my country, and we burn effigies of people in a civil. We do so with civility and in a nice, organized, controlled way. But we build what we called a guy, and this can be anything from presidents of countries. I should point out, it's usually always our effigies of our own politicians, because we love to hate them in this country, and people who are unpopular for whatever reason, whatever the zeitgeist of the day is, we put them on top of a big bonfire and we burn the bastards. But of course, they're effigies, not real people. But it's a heck of a lot of fun.
Remember the 5th of November.
Gunpowder, treason, and plot. And it shall never be forgotten.
Why do you burn the papist insurgents, please?
We have our reasons, Axel.
No, I didn't say I'm not in favor. I'm just highlighting why.
Well, it's complicated. I think that is the best way of putting it. It is rather complicated. It is to do with formation of it goes back, of course, to the English Reformation, and the reasons for it, and the political ramifications that came afterwards, leading right up to 1688 and beyond. Yeah, these days it's a bit of fun.
There we go. Thank you, Wendy. George.
Hey, Doman, just checking in on numbers. There was an initial report of 120 were fired, and then someone corrected it to 59.
Let me work through this. So there were 6 to initial reporting by the general staff. 54 out of 69 cruise missiles were intercepted for a success rate of 78%. That includes Air Launch 101 and 555, that is to say 555 cruise missiles, as well as Caliber cruise missiles. I don't know what the breakdown of that is. There was on top of that, there was a number of Shahed loitering munitions, as well as a number of S-300 missiles in a ground-to-ground mode, altogether to about 120 across all different types.
Okay, so besides the 69 that were cruise missiles, of the other munitions, do we know the interception rate of those? Anyway.
I have not seen it, so I wouldn't comment.
Yeah, so I saw someone, a report. That's why I'm trying to clarify this, because I saw someone that said that the 69 that were fired included S-300 being used as a surface-to-surface mode. And that would be important, because if that is true, then that means that this mass attack wasn't all cruise missiles that they used. They had to use S-300s, which says that they couldn't amass 69 cruise missiles. That's why I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. And do you see why it would be important moving forward? That means that the Russians can't amass, 60, 70 cruise missiles. They would have to offset them with S-300s in the surface mode, if that's true. So that's why I'm asking.
I don't know, but I think they just have so many that that's why they're quite happy to use them in that way. I was actually proposing this earlier to Colonel, saying, Russians might just have so many of these launchers and so many of these missiles that on the one hand, it's a very it's very expensive to have lots of people trained up to actually use them all in their intended ground-to-air for their intended ground-to-air purpose. But they have so many that they're just using them as regular munitions. And it's so much easier to train someone to, launch a missile on a ballistic trajectory in a rough direction with a rough, grounded, stationary target than it is to teach them how to integrate properly with a radar and not shoot down their own plane and shoot down somebody else's plane. And, that's a lot more complicated because they're moving and fast and not stationary with respect to the launcher. So I think it's just down to that. They're like, oh, we have so many of these. Well, we can't possibly have people to operate them. Might as well just use them for terror bombing campaigns.
And Doman, I saw that the Ingalls got hit again. Now, was that hit after the planes had taken off, or before, or after they landed? Do we have any idea on that time? Sorry. If I'm asking a repetitive question, sorry.
I don't. If I did, I'd tell you. But if somebody else does, please.
Okay, thank you guys.
Yeah. Right. Sorry about that, George, but I simply do not. Dikoni?
So part of my self-appointed job is to remind people of the ancient and the everyday and the continuities through Indo-European culture from beginning to the present. And so Wendy's description of November 5th beautifully encapsulated one of the core elements in, I mean, it's a festival Samhain, which goes back probably pre-Celtic times, but we have record of it in Celtic times and entered into modern society via Irish and Scottish immigrants in America who popularized Halloween. But underneath it is this core celebration of reversal between the power structure, where there was a carnivalesque display of how would you say in French, a pat, the people, the powerful. And so when we have Halloween with children dressing up, that's part of it. But underneath it is this kind of disrespect for power, which is modeled in festivals that reoccur, the Day of the Dead, which is part of it, which reoccur across Indo-European inspired civilization in various guises. And November 5th is part of this, and it's a concretization of an ancient festival which happens around there, which celebrates the end of summer and the beginning of winter. And it's a time when the other world, the dead and the living, coincide. And back in the day, people would leave food out for the dead to come and visit, and they would burn wicker men, which is all about sacrifice and creating an energy between the microcosm of society and of the individual, but also the macro, the world and God and stuff. So yeah, I just wanted to inject that in because that's part of my self-appointed job. There's nothing new under the sun, and November 5th is but old wine in new bottles.
November 5th is just before St. Martin's Day, and it's not yet time for new wines to be bottled. New wines are only to be enjoyed after St. Martin's Day. That's a steadfast rule. I will not have it any other way. Ivana, go ahead.
Yes, Damon. So about Engels, in fact, there were no reports actually about some hit from the Ukrainians. There were some reports that the air defense was working at the Engels base, and then we have seen that apparently they managed to down one of their airplanes. So maybe there was no attack. It was just themselves trying to identify threats and failing. What do you think?
Could well be. I mean, it's very confusing. There's been only one source for the Su-27 thus far, and Artur and I are still trying to get it nailed down, very very gently, figuring out where it's actually coming from. But other than that, I think we'll just have to wait and see if that's actually true. As I said, I reposted that and I just said I sincerely hope that it's true. But I don't know whether it is or it isn't. So we shall see. What I want to note is that it's not surprising if it is true, because that would be very much in line, and it would make sense that this is something that we touched upon with Colonel Jeff earlier there, saying, when you're trying to lessen the false negatives, you're likely going to get some false positives. And that's a very sensible outcome of that. Russians doing some red on red. Yeah, we shall see. I think it will come out in eventually what the situation there is. Wendy,
Thanks, Dermot. Just I've had a DM from a listener, which I was wondering for clarity from an earlier discussion we were having. The question is this: are airfields in Belarus packed full of bombers, or have they been moved to the country currently known as the Russian Federation?
See, this is a difficult question, and maybe this is somewhere where Colonel Jeff can really help out. But my understanding, and my understanding is somewhat limited on these matters, is that there are no strategic bombers in Belarus. However, there are MiG-31s, or MiG-31Ms, or whatever they're called, which carry the Kinjal, often translated as the dagger, missile, which is an adjusted Iskandar for an air-launched role. So an Iskandar, which is a ballistic missile, but acting somewhat more like a cruise missile, which is very confusing, but it's Russians. So maybe is the answer, but I can only leave it at that. Do they count as bombers? I don't know if that counts as a bomber. I mean, it counts as some sort of a bomber. There's some Russian, close air support type fighter bombers left in Belarus, but no, strategic bombers like Tupolev Bears and Blackjacks, they are not in Belarus. That's pretty for sure. So it depends on what the questioner is asking.
Oh no, I think that's that's I think that answers it, Tobin. I mean, whether Bear and Blackjack bombers are wing to wing in airfields in Belarus is it sounds pretty unlikely, but yeah, whether there's aircraft there currently being used to launch to air launch missiles at Ukraine still currently. Yeah, it's a jolly good question, but like we talked about earlier, Ukraine has shown a huge amount of restraints and in how it acts towards Belarus. So it's it's certainly a very interesting conversation. There was talk I heard of an airfield in Belarus, Makulishki, becoming a logistics hub for the Muscovite military. This was reported by the general staff. But I think we're awaiting confirmation on that.
That's a fair point, Wendy. Yes, Colonel Jeff, do you want one more question about Belarus? Why do you reckon that Ukraine hasn't been striking any of these positions inside Belarus, be it launch points for Shahed type loitering munitions, be it airfields, be it anything else, including say Iskandar batteries? Why do you reckon this?
So I think that there's a couple reasons. The first one I would argue is there's potentially large political and diplomatic pressure being put on them not to do that. That the West believes that if they were to strike Belarus, that this would only create an opening of a door to an expansion of the war. And right now, the West's number one issue is to stop the expansion of the war, right? Don't let it expand. I have no proof of this, right? But it wouldn't surprise me if part of these huge weapons packages that are coming from the United States are not coming with some level of basically backhanded agreement or backdoor agreement says, dude, you will not. If you go into Belarus, this is over, right? That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, that's how diplomacy works. Do I have proof of that? No. The other thing that I find fascinating, though, is I think that there's multiple diplomatic efforts, right? So it's not just an effort to stop Ukraine from doing it, but the bigger question is other NATO nations that seethe and seriously dislike, right, Russia, and there are some that share a border with Belarus. What's to stop them from saying, hey, dude, it's not your war. Get the fuck out of it. And to actually do just a few, let's say, border skirmish issues against them. Perhaps Poland, right? As just an example. I think that there's tons of diplomatic pressure also on Poland to say, please do not go in there, right? I have I guess I could go check with some of my old diplomatic friends and see how right I am, but I'd like to believe I'm right, and I think that I think those types of things are happening, right? Left to their own accord, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Ukraine would go in, right? It only makes sense, and we know that because now Ukraine is attacking Engel's airbase. Remember at the beginning of this war, it was the unwritten word was it was forbidden for Ukraine to attack strategic attacks into Russian space. And then we saw news come out that said, hey, the United States is supportive of Ukraine striking places in Russia. And then all of a sudden, wow, it just started happening, right? So I don't think you can just dismiss that as a one-off. I would argue that there's a lot of communications that are going on behind the scenes.
I would suggest, Colonel, that there might be an actual very simple military reason as well why Ukraine isn't doing anything in Belarus. I'd say, Belarus, I don't really think of Belarus as an independent country right now. It feels a whole lot more like, well, earlier I used the example of Norway under Nazi occupation during the Second World War, under a Quisling government, but certainly not an out-and-out independent country, right? And in that sense, what I think Ukraine is trying to avoid as well is any sort of legitimization of this current government in Belarus to go and wholeheartedly join Russia in the pursuit of war against Ukraine. Because what Ukrainians know for sure is that the Russian regime certainly doesn't care about the lives of their own subjects. They doubly don't care about the lives of Belarusians. And they would very happily send hundreds of thousands into machine gun and artillery fire of the Ukrainians. And of course, that isn't without a large cost to Ukrainians as well. By sheer nature of infantry warfare, they would kill a large number of Ukrainians before they succumb to injuries themselves, right? And just because of that, I think they don't want that extra large pool of forced conscripts for Belarus, and also, they know that they will have to live with Belarus after the war, and they would much rather that the Belarusians after the war, that the Belarusian border is a secure border, a friendly border to them. The Belarusians after the war, when Putin loses, it's much easier for them to get rid of Lukashenko, and it's much easier for Belarus to start developing like a normal country, which the people of Belarus by and large want to. So I think a lot of it is that. It's just saying, well, we have an X amount of weapons, we have a Y amount of targets already in the occupied territory and within Russia, and Y is substantially greater than X. We're not short on targets. We will just prioritize targets that don't include Belarus for the time being, as long as Y is greater than X. And only then we shall go and hit the ones north of the border as well. I think it is really that simple a strategic question. The other part is also, yesterday, Major General Kirill Budanov, who's the head of Ukrainian military intelligence, at the very young age for a Major General of 36, saying currently we do not think it's very likely that we are going to be attacked from Belarus, right? And Ukraine wouldn't want to, by their own choice, extend the front lines by another several hundreds of kilometers, because it's a pain for them. It's not good for them. It puts more Ukrainian civilians in the harm's way more quickly if there's ground fighting in the north again as well. And I think all of those components together just make it strategically not worth it for Ukraine to go and strike into Belarus. What do you think about that?
I mean, we're speculating, right? So you asked me what I speculate. Your arguments are probably just as solid. I just I think I don't see Belarus as. I mean, Belarus is a nation. Yes, they're aligned to Russia, but I mean, they have their own ruler. They, let's not forget, it wasn't too long ago they had some massive riots going on where Lukashenko took some hard-lined and some iron-fisted approaches to those people. So he's got his own challenges in the nation. He's got, he can thank Russia for helping him quell those, and I wouldn't surprise me when Putin, Shoigu, and Lavrov all showed up on the same day at different times into Minsk, that he wasn't heavily reminded of, the actions that his big brother took to keep him in power. Yeah, I think time will tell, right?
Indeed, to use the words of one of the of the internet's greatest vatniks, time will tell. Wendy.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree with Colonel Jeff on this one. Certainly, the restraint that Ukraine is demonstrating towards Belarus shows a consciousness towards its allies. We all know that Belarus is a peripheral territory of the Empire of Muscovy. Moscow troops are bussed in to prop up the brutal Lukashenko regime when it loses an election. And we know that the Kremlin would dearly love to see this war spread beyond the narrow paths of places like the Donbass, which are littered with the corpses of 100,000 of its soldiers in a losing cause. And that it shall not have. It shall not have any control over the spread of this war it started and is losing. It would love for example, to have a dispute over the Suwalki Gap breakout. It isn't going to get that. So, Ukraine continues by showing this restraint to dictate terms in this war, despite being the nation on the defense, despite being the nation defending itself from this invasion. It is dictating terms. So yeah, it of course is never forgotten that this war continues to cost Ukrainian lives every day. It continues to cost hundreds of Muscovite soldiers every day.
rocket, part of the Russian space program, and he had suddenly died. The reason for his death has not been reported, but I think, Wendy, you and I know exactly what happened, do we not? Would it not be possible that Vladimir, famously a fan of the cricket, might have included some cricket balls in one of the launches of a satellite? Well, and as we know, Russian satellites of late have been having some difficulty staying up in orbit. And could it not have been possible that one of his own cricket balls tumbled down towards the Earth at great velocity? And as we know, they're very resistant. They would not have burnt up an atmosphere. Tumbled down towards the Earth at great velocity and struck him on the head just as he was fetching the morning paper. Would that not be the most reasonable explanation here, Wendy?
Very reasonable indeed, Doman. I should point out that cricket balls are made from a combination of leather, cork, with a veneer or varnish on it, which makes it quite resistant to the heat of terminal velocity, and it's therefore entirely plausible that a cricket ball hit this gentleman on the head and just knocked his head clean off.
Is that then called a tumbler as a specific cricketing event?
That's a googly, Axel.
All right.
Axel, who shall be joining us in the next couple of minutes?
It's a Taras. It's one of the many Tarases we have.
So it is. And it is Taras Bilka, who was formerly a war correspondent in Ukrainian, naturally, and has since, of late, enlisted in the Ukrainian military, and is now a private in the Ukrainian military, work currently on the Zaporizhia front line somewhere.
And he has a very large Instagram, YouTube, and whatnot following. And as a consequence, many people already know of him, have seen his photos, his video logs or vlogs, and we would like to know a little bit better as to how he and his friends are going through the motions and how they keep up, as we heard yesterday, as part of the modern warfare with the continuous information campaign waged by Russia, and how he perceives this war as such.
Can you check your messages real quick, Axel?
Impossible at the moment, sorry.
All right, fair enough. Well, when you will be able to.
All right. In the meantime, if you haven't done it, please retweet the space and can just do if you like. If you have missed any interviews in the last couple of days or weeks, you can visit our website, MriyaReport.org, and there you will find a link to our Spotify. And not all, but many of the interviews are online, and many more are to come online soon. Right, Waterfella, you have a quick question before.
Yeah, it's not actually a question, but probably a couple of words about Taras. Just probably while all the space, all the community is waiting him to join. A part of his journalists and a part of his great military duty that he's doing at the first days of the war until now. Taras is doing fantastic psychological research about how things are going in Ukraine, how what is the enemy's how to say, mood, most probably, from the open media. And he does a great psychological research that he will tell us about later when he joins. But personally, and from like point of view of many Ukrainians, Taras is the guy who helped a lot of Ukrainians not to get crazy, literally speaking, with the first days of the massive invasion happening, and really understanding own feelings and really getting that from more, I would say, scientific or more like psychologically scientific point of view, and better understanding own feelings and accepting the things happening and knowing what to expect next, and more or less like predicting the own how to say, moral conditions, let's call like that, and I would say mentally surviving all of the things going. But I believe Taras will mention much more about that when he was going to join. Just a great guy. Thank you for inviting Taras to join us.
Thank you, Wardog. I'm really glad to hear that. That's it's really fantastic. See, of course, everyone will know people from a very different perspective depending on timing, background, etc. That is really glad to have heard that from you as well. I do want to ask Wardog, have you seen any major reports in Ukrainian media about the consequences of the strikes this morning of the mass? Oh no, we have Taras here with us already. I shall ask you later, Wardog, if that's all right. And Taras, very warmly welcome to the MriyaReport Report. Taras, can you hear us? You have to unmute yourself on the bottom left of your screen.
Has this always worked? No, it may be also some problems with the connection, because this day in Ukraine is specifically tough with the connection. Тарасе, ви на м'юті, вам потрібно просто розм'ютити себе. Sorry for Ukrainian. I was just meaning to Taras that he needs to unmute himself.
Hello, do you hear me?
Loud and clear, Taras. Good afternoon. How are you doing? Toma, do you have audio?
I don't know.
I
Do
hear
hear
you
me?
loud and clear. I hear Taras now as well.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Taras. I'm from Zaporizhia region at the moment.
Good. Taras, good afternoon. My name is Axel. With me is my friend and colleague Doman, and we're very, very glad to have you here at the MriyaReport Report this afternoon. We just spoke with a colleague of ours who is also on the panel, goes by the moniker of Wardogo, who's also of Ukrainian descent, and we'll probably ask you a few questions later on as well. You've come to a bit of fame in many, many months of reporting, but you've been in journalism and radio and reporting beforehand. And as a colleague of ours just highlighted, you managed to capture the imagination of the Ukrainians early on and synthesize and assemble as to what the Russian propaganda on the one hand means and what the feelings about the war mean, and how not to,
go nuts about it. Can you tell us a little bit about how not to go nuts on a day like this, when yet again Russian missiles fly into the country and the troops are at the front line facing the enemy? Taras, if you can hear us, do you want me to repeat the question? Can you hear us? Doman, we seem to have further audio issues.
I concur. I think he's having a bad internet connection. I don't think he actually hears on his end. Victoria, if you can help us out by asking him to restart, but I worry his internet connection might be too bad to work this. Yeah, well, patient and resilient as our Ukrainian friends. So let's see what we can get to work. Wardogger, whilst we're at it, did you see his most recent Instagram videos where he's talking out of the little trench dugout he has?
Yeah, if you mean about Taras, overall, since the first days of war, I'm following his YouTube, and on his YouTube, he is doing like don't be scared, if I call it like not using the F word, videos that on a daily basis he's analyzing the emotional conditions of Ukraine citizens, of Ukraine people on duty, if he's doing, and also the emotional conditions of the enemy. And first days, I was like, I mean, I always trying to question everything, and I was like, hey, but from where he's taking the data, from where the research is coming, and if he's not inventing that. And if I didn't know Taras earlier, because he is also the member of Ukrainian media network. There is like crowdfunding media organization that is run by a nice guy who called himself Roman Skripin, is the crowdfunded media. He was one of the founder of Hromadske media in Ukraine, one of the first how to call it, the citizen crowdfunded media, and operating fully crowdfunded, and they are reporting on that. And Taras is one of the Ukrainian media network for the regional network of different events happening, and he was joining in Skripin UA for many media following Taras for some time, and I was wondering like from where the research is coming. And then he was one by one in the video, he was explaining what is the matter of his research, how he is in contact with some how to say some people for whom psychology is a profession, and they are doing their research together. So there is a big team behind him helping doing those researches. And that's why, to be honest, I've been pretty surprised that Taras, when I heard that Taras is joining the space, and I really looking forward to hear from him, not only in his videos but in the live discussion here on the space. Really, thank you so much for.
And he is able to put things into straightforward and simple language with good, say, metaphors on the one hand, and render it calmly. It's not too academic and too dry. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, I would call it simple and visible, explaining the complex things and that's how he helped many people to get easier their conditions, what they were feeling when many people were scared and when many people didn't know what they're feeling about all of the things happening all around. And that's how he helped too many to mentally survive the first most severe attacks. I need to manage some private things on the way. I will be staying here on the panel a couple of times. If there are some questions, I will be glad to help and to answer them. I will be just off for a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Wordogger. No, as I was saying, not a whole lot has come.
Did we lose Doman?
It's not too bad as it tries. And my connection was lost. No, my connection was lost. Lovely. Mic check.
Yeah, great. You picked him.
I'm good. Okay, because you're not being added, but that's fine. You're just far away. All right. What I was saying is not much information has come out as yet about what happened in Ukraine this morning. What has been destroyed, if anything of great significance, but quite a good proportion of the cruise missiles that were incoming have been shot down. I'll just make you a very small announcement, then we go to mockers. Very small announcement. We'll have to do a reschedule of the interview today. The internet on his part of the front is down now, so he will have to be rejoining us at a later date. That's how it is. Things like that happen. That is simply the reality of talking to people near the front lines in Ukraine, isn't it? Actually?
All right. The reason, by the way, Doman, sorry to interfere, just to break very quickly. We need to reschedule the interview at the moment because the connectivity for our friend Taras is challenged, and it's sufficiently loud in the background due to shelling at this point in time at the front line. So we will revert back to you with a different timing as to how this goes. And this may have to be either later today, if there is any chance for it, or we'll do it almost likely tomorrow or over the weekend during the New Year's period. In addition, however, we are currently in the process of lining up something for 6 p.m. Kiev time today, so in 1 hour and 50 minutes, with 2 Finnish MPs. And we will be informing you very quickly. One of them is Atte Harjanne. Some of you may have heard of him because he has recently started with his colleagues a little campaign to simply go a step further and demand the release of the leopards and have the Finnish government, even ahead of joining NATO, force the hand of our friend in Berlin.
When you call people your friends or our friends, I usually it's actually kind of positive, and this is the first time that I think, no, you're really not friends.
Well, every member of NATO is generally first and foremost my friend and technically my brother in arm, up until the time when they, shoot empty shells or deny me the ammunition or deny me the support. So we shall see. Thus far, nobody within NATO has denied anybody anything in NATO. What has been denied is the support nation to nation, which is a moral obligation and a strategic necessity, and something which some NATO nations could do more easily. And if NATO nations, and this is the path for this, if NATO nations were now to request support in order to be able to render necessary support under the UN Charter, then the argument by one or the other friend is easily disqualifiable.
Absolutely. Axel, while we try to figure this out and sort out the details we need to, shall we go to mockers for a little bit of a discussion of what we know about the damage that was done by the Russian terror bombing this morning, and how many of the incoming munitions have been successfully intercepted by the Ukrainian air defense?
Let's go full bada boom, bada bing.
I was actually going to point out the numbers of, excuse me, liquidated personnel today. It's very high.
Is it? How high is it?
I believe it's 790. We haven't seen numbers like that for a while.
No, indeed we've not. And this is a significant number, certainly a significant number. What it means is that Russians probably sent a greater number than usual into the Passchendaele-like landscape in and around Bakhmut, as well as probably a few other places as well. So this is one part of it. The other part of it is it wasn't just Russian personnel, of which a very significant number were killed yesterday. It's also some of their technical equipment, isn't it?
Oh yes, yeah. I note. I've not got it in front of me now, but only one tank. However, all the other items like air defense systems, MLRS, they all appear on the tally. And I think it was 15 trucks and fuel trucks, which I'm sure impresses you.
I'm a big fan of big numbers when it comes to the destruction of Russian logistics capabilities. It's very important that Russian logistics capabilities be degraded as much as possible, and the destruction of their trucks and their fuel trucks is a crucial element in this. You can't just keep going around without your shells for your artillery. And speaking of artillery, have we broken any milestone when it comes to the number of Russian artillery pieces destroyed?
We certainly have. It's 2004. So yes, we have indeed broken that barrier of 2000.
Yes, there were 5 pieces of troop artillery destroyed, and now over 2,000 in total have been destroyed. I think that's that's very important, and that's a very significant number as well. 2,000 pieces of artillery. That is, Finland has a whole lot of tubed artillery by European national standards, more than just about anyone in European NATO. And yet that would have been equivalent to destroying all of the Finnish tubed artillery about 3 times over. Russians have demilitarized very successfully through attempting this invasion of Ukraine. Would you agree they were not pusillanimous about it in the slightest when it came to the destruction and recycling of their equipment?
And in only 10 months.
And in 10 months and 5 days. I will say the average of the Russian KIA over the past week, because only today a week ago, we were first breaking the number 100,000, and in the past weeks over 600, I believe, have been, or right around 600 have been killed every single day. These are very, very substantial numbers, and it just shows the complete disregard for the lives of their own men that the Russians have been showing and exhibiting, that they keep pushing them forward into machine gun and artillery fire. No, very, very significant, obviously, but yet another day, yet more of the same. Marcus?
I was just looking at the list of downed drones and missiles. 54 guided missiles and 11 drones reported to have been downed today. And the Russians were also firing from S-300 complexes at the frontline cities. So, yeah, it wasn't just them using long-range missiles. They were also making sure that they, threw everything they could at it. It leads me to believe that these massive attacks are to try and break in some way the resilience that they're coming up against. And it's absolutely the wrong way to go about it. The Iron Fist hits against a brick wall at this point, I think. Can you tell that I've still got a bit of a croaky voice?
A little bit, but it's getting better. Ever mushy, but ever less husky. All right. Ryan, very good morning. And I just want to say, so 54 out of 69 cruise missiles were shot down. I'd be 16, was it 11 or 16 Shahed loitering munitions that were shot down. An unspecified number made it through, but I think that number would be quite small, judging by other recent salvos. And there was a significant number of S-300 missiles and in a ground-to-ground role that were employed as well. Alas, this will keep on happening until Russia is soundly defeated. And for Russia to be soundly defeated, Ukraine needs what? Ukraine needs much more in terms of not just artillery and long-range precision fires, although much longer-range precision fires would go a very long way in achieving that. But of course, it needs much more in the way of ground forces and ground forces equipment, both in terms of MBTs and IAVs. So proper big tanks as well as infantry fighting vehicles to support them appropriately as well. All of that is necessary. Otherwise, these things will keep on happening. As to the report earlier about an Su-27 being shot down by the air defense around Inglis and Saratov, I have to sadly say that there is no reliable confirmation of that whatsoever. Only one Telegram channel, apparently a rather conspiracy-minded one, has reported that. So sadly, there's a chance that the Russian air defense didn't actually commit red on red. Alas, these things happen. You can't really do much about it. The hope dies last. However, even a blind chicken finds a corn grain sometimes. Right? Good morning.
Good morning. Were you still on and listening when Roman Kaknov from Kharkiv Fire Department called in last night?
Kachanov, please. Ryan, I love you.
Kachanov.
Kachanov.
Haven't you met him,
sorry,
Ryan?
sorry.
Actually, you've actually met the man face to face, haven't you?
Yeah, he didn't correct me. I just call him Roman. He calls me Ryan.
Ah, Roman.
Anyway, he posted a tweet last night that I couldn't believe was a live shot, but apparently it was. And then he called in and let us know that 2 of those drones apparently struck transformer stations in and around Kharkiv, and they had extinguished one of the fires and they were actively fighting the other one. But it ruptured a large oil cooling tank, so they were dealing with a big oil fire and basically trying to keep the other equipment cool so it didn't get damaged as well. I'm not sure what the temperatures were in and around Kharkiv last night, but I presume they were pretty darn cold. So anybody working out in that weather, spraying water on a bunch of stuff all night probably wasn't too comfortable.
Yeah, 1 or 2 degrees above freezing.
That video was extremely impressive, as you saw.
I haven't seen any updates from him since last night. I presume he's okay. He's probably just sleeping. they don't always work standard hours in the firefighting business. So you sleep when you can.
Well, and work when you have to. Ehud, I don't know if you've heard, but sadly, Taras will have to have rescheduled his conversation with us because his area of the front is currently experiencing heavy shelling, and therefore both the internet isn't good enough, nor is the audio. And
I heard.
this is just the fact of life.
It is.
Isn't it?
It is. I heard, and it's totally understandable. And we hope he can join us at his earliest opportunity. And as you know, Russia launched 120 missiles at Ukraine, at this time targeting power stations specifically around Lviv. No?
Which is consistent with what was said yesterday, that they would try to do so with a view to degrading Ukraine's capacity to administer weapon systems deliveries from the West and support the logistics there. And therefore, no surprise that they're trying this as part of their overall approach. But they should be running out of more missiles, right?
2 to 3 more of these missile strikes is all I think the Russians have. Consistent with the number of these cruise missiles that they do have, I think it's getting closer and closer to the end. And hopefully, when they have nothing else to fire, perhaps that's when we'll see even more successes on the ground. For the record, most observers are commenting that Russia has culminated in Bakhmut. They've spent up all of their so-called recruits in fighting a useless fight in Bakhmut, and the Ukrainians fixing them in Bakhmut means that those are troops they can't use elsewhere. And I suspect we'll see some other actions, counteroffensives by the Ukrainians in the coming days. The Russians have demonstrated folly after folly after folly, and the death throes of a dying empire can't come soon enough. Over. All right, Bionada.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention, I read something about, you remember the incident in Poland where the S-300 missile got stray and landed and excellently sadly killed 2 Polish people. A similar incident allegedly happened today in Belarus. Nothing about somebody was hurt or something, just that they found a rocket or part of a rocket. So yeah, did anyone hear something more about this? Possibly not. So yeah, that's allegedly. So we know Belarus likes to provocate a little bit, but I mean, totally clear if there were rockets also fired from Belarus, there will be maybe an interceptor.
Bionada, I'm pretty sure that it was just the booster from an interceptor, which is basically like a empty gas canister, pretty much, that they're complaining about. I mean, instead of complaining about Russians launching all manner of stuff from their territory, they're really going and complaining about that.
Yeah, that's basically the point, which I had. It's crazy that Belarus is launching any kinds of ammunition into Ukraine or from Belarusian territory, and they wonder that there some kind of shrapnel from a missile or something is coming down. I mean, come on.
Exactly, it's a very odd set of priorities. What else can I say?
All right, Yehuda, I saw today a video about or around Bakhmut, how these Russians really ran into all these kinds of trenches and hard points and just totally got obliterated by the Ukrainian forces. Is that the reason that they really don't have any more equipment, any more people, any more ammunition what they can use, or are they just running out of people and yeah, the equipment is really degrading?
They have people, not enough to do what they want to do. It's the ammunition that's really a big deal. The only success they find is by employing Soviet World War II tactics, where maneuver forces support the artillery versus our style of fighting, where artillery supports maneuver warfare. So if they don't have the artillery shells, they can't, decimate a grid square on a map with artillery, destroy everything on it, and then move people there, right? So that's literally how they fight. They don't fight. They let their artillery destroy everything with just a ridiculous amount of artillery shells in a certain area, bang, 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 and turn it into rubble. They don't care if it's a city, they don't care if it's a farmer's field with defensive positions in it. They destroy every square centimeter of a square kilometer, and there's nothing left after that, and defenders have to leave because there are, 50, 100,000 shells landing in a certain area. There's nothing, they just destroy it, and then they move forward. So even in those conditions, the Ukrainians have held off for 10 months. They've been smart, withdraw where they need to. They've done it a bunch of times. They've done it in Donetsk several months ago, where the Russians did that. And then they moved forward, and the Ukrainians conducted counter moves, smashed them up, and then moved back again, and did that a couple times. But now they don't have their magic or secret weapon, which is this mass amount of artillery, because they've run out of shells. They didn't expect this. They didn't prepare for this. They're not ready, and they're not good at fighting, soldier to soldier. And when they try, as we've seen in Bakhmut, they've been butchered. And I don't think they have enough to hold their own line, but it's pretty clear that they've culminated in Bakhmut too. Over.
All right, thank you. Yeah, that basically answered all my questions about it.
And let's just be very clear on this one. Russians have a lot of ability to still kill a lot of Ukrainians. There's a big gap between that and Russians having ability to reach their strategic aims. I would, however, note, seeing that one of their strategic aims is killing as many Ukrainians as they can, Ukraine not being provided with the available equipment that would bring the war to a quicker end with fewer Ukrainian casualties is to some degree a little bit playing into the Russians' hand.
No, I disagree. I disagree. I'll tell you, I don't think they have the capability to kill a lot. They have the ability, comparatively, they have a far reduced capability. The good thing is they've used their artillery in such a non-discriminate manner, where they've depleted millions of rounds doing dumb things they could have used on more important targets. They were doing it to Kharkiv when they were in range, but with most of their munitions, like even in the Bakhmut area, right? Donetsk. We talked about the brigade of the brigade size 5,000 troops, Russian troops that died taking a rubble pit. The amount of artillery ammunition that they wasted doing it really, really hurt them, and it's hurt them all across the board. So, soon they literally won't have artillery. I mean, North Korea, sure, they can produce, and they are producing their own artillery shells. They have high, quite unusually high failure rates in that ammunition. The damage is sometimes the equipment. They're getting to the point where I suspect, just to be fair, the Ukrainians still need everything. But I mean, they have tons of S-300s. They can use other types of weapons that they have to fire at, ground targets and civilian targets. But these missiles and the artillery, it's getting really tight for them. It's getting they will not have enough for the next major Ukrainian counteroffensive. The Russians are going to run out of supplies. They're going to run out of ammunition, even small arms ammunition. They're not in a good place. That's why you hear Putin saying things like, let's have a peace deal. Oh, by the way, we're keeping all the land we stole, but we can negotiate peace. It's silly. It's pathetic, but that's why they're talking about it. I mean, they're still delusional. They still think that somehow they're going to walk away with this with like 20% of Ukraine. That's how funny they are. But let's be honest. They can keep going. Yeah, they have the power to kill Ukrainians, and I'm not going to disagree with you there, Doman, but they certainly don't have the power that they had previously. And that's important. It's a good thing. The Ukrainian army has bled dry a lot of the Russian military capability, and that means that those Ukrainian soldiers that died absorbing these shells aren't Ukrainian civilians, and that's better than nothing. So I just wanted to add that.
Oh, I absolutely completely agree with that. What I really wanted to segue into is in about an hour and a half, I think we'll be talking to a couple of Finnish MPs who are driving hard to get Leopards to Ukraine, right? And the point of that is
they need those
exactly,
regardless of ammunition. They need that because there's still a couple 100,000 Russians hanging out in the wrong country, and they're not going to go away without a bunch of brand new Leopards. All right. Didn't know that was that powerful. Who's next in there, Doman? William or Freight Train?
Oh, it was first Freight Monkey, then William. Freight Monkey, please.
I've got a question regarding Bakhmut. All the Russian propaganda that I read only talks about Bakhmut and only really ever refers to the Wagner group. I'm guessing that Wagner is like probably the biggest fighting force around there at the moment. Happening around the front, it seems that most of the intensity is over there. There's something that I'm missing.
I think we lost Yehuda. Yep, seems like this. Doman, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Leonardo, but Doman seems to be off.
I crashed.
Anyways, so I take over. Yeah, Bakhmut is obviously really in the focus of the Russian propaganda. There's still heavy fighting. I mean, there's been fighting since months, and they are still focused, and we are still holding Bakhmut, or basically they still say they are advancing in Bakhmut, but I personally think they are still mentioning Bakhmut because it's the only thing they have where they pumped so much propaganda in the last months. If they would stop talking about it, it would be there would be questions about it. I guess that's maybe a reason. So yeah, and at least they haven't lost Bakhmut.
Not yet.
So yeah, and it's some kind of important because it's the region there. It's important. Yeah. All right. Maybe let's go to William.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of reasons why you hear Bakhmut talked about so much. At the beginning, I remember seeing a lot of propaganda from Russia when they started to make some early incremental gains days in Bakhmut when they started to throw all the energy. I think they thought this is a place that we can plant our flag, we can succeed at, and then it turned into the meat grinder that it is right now. And I just do not. I think I agree very much with Yehuda with the idea that the fighting force for the Russians in that area, for Wagner, for the regional group folks. I think there's I forgot the names of the different militia or the militia groups from the occupied territories that are fighting with Russia. But what we're really seeing is a really big degradation of that force. I mean, the casualty numbers is so high. The way the Russians are just throwing people into the front lines is insane. I mean, it's literally insanity. And what we see on the Ukrainian side is their force is getting stronger. The Ukrainian forces are able to, maintain fire, a lot of outgoing fire towards them when it comes to artillery. But when it comes to the average infantry fighting person who's, manning a foxhole or machine gun position, they're able to rotate out. There's been a bit of rotation out. You're seeing new troops coming in to clear areas that have been taken back. They're fully kitted out. You can tell they haven't been in a trench for days and days and days. So there's an actual development of a fighting strategy from Ukraine compared to what we see from Russia is like zombies, people who are not fully equipped, just being thrown into a battle like cannon fodder, and then Russia shooting indiscriminately into Russian lines and Russian territory. So, I think that's one of the big differences. One of the reasons why they're losing so much ammunition is because they can't hit the broadside of a barn, it seems like. So they have to shoot a massive amount more artillery rounds and do more area targeting. But I'm very, very happy to see the way Russia or Ukraine is being able to rotate fresh troops and then also supply those troops on the front line with better equipment.
Thank you, William. You had another question? All right. So,
I'm actually driving. I was going to make a joke with Doman about asking where I was at. I'm on a 10-hour drive back home to Washington, D.C., but I'll be around. Any questions about infantry or fighting tactics, I'm happy to help with. Anyway, great being here as always. And retweet the space, support Ukraine.
Love it. Fantastic, Will. Excellent. Yeah, I'm back. I had Yehuda spoke and my app just went away. I didn't want to hear him. He frightened the bird. But yeah, thanks, Will. That's fantastic. And I'm always glad when I get to chat with you. Shall we go? Shall we go to Wendy and to Edward? Wendy.
Oh, sorry, Dermot. Could you come back to me? I'm
All
just
right, Edward, it is.
All right. And just wanted to point out something to the discussion about the higher numbers now of casualties for the Russians. And it seems like I've been watching some sources, Doman, and it seems like this Bakhmut tactics is also used by the Russians in Svatov and Kremina, right? That may explain some of the higher casualty numbers for the Russians. That is, they apply the same tactics, right? And the Wagner group is behind, so to speak. So you put in all these conscripts, right? And you force them not to retreat because then the Wagner groups will shoot them right from behind. So that's the tactic, and they also apply it on the Svatov Kremina line. Now it seems that's some sources I've got. Anyway.
To some degree, for sure. And actually, the difference being maybe that in Svatov and Kremina, they were even much more willing to just send in new conscripts. Whereas at Bakhmut, it seems to be to a greater degree a Wagner-run operation with a lot more of the convicts there instead. William, these are the barrier troops. You wouldn't consider this good practice, would you?
No, not at all. And look, we've got to understand we're going to see much more higher numbers when it comes to caches from Russia. I mean, we've got to be realistic. What just happened over the last few months? They've mobilized. We don't know exactly how many people they mobilized, but tens of thousands into 100,000 people, etc. No training, no equipment, and they're throwing them into the front line. This is almost just as bad of a I guess a liability for the Russian army as it is for Ukraine. You cannot just use massive force to take over large scales of terrain like you could in the 1800s or 1700s. You have to have trained and skilled soldiers in some way. And anywhere where there's fighting at, and you see a large number of these conscripts, you're going to see higher casualties. Even in Iraq and Afghanistan, when you saw the height of the surge, when we were standing up new units, the units that had a large number of leadership that came from training jobs, or they weren't from combat units that got full of young soldiers. They had some of the worst problems. It's just the fact. You can't have a company of infantry soldiers and they're all brand new conscripts. It won't work. Then you compare that with what we're seeing from Ukraine, where a great example is a video from the other day of them a movement to contact mission in a forest, and you saw NCOs telling their machine gunners where to go. The understanding of how to maneuver and form out, and them talking about their units around them. A stark difference, and that's going to keep more Ukrainians alive and more Russians dead. Ukraine's going to lose people. It's going to happen, but it is, we're going to see these massive numbers on the Russian side as those conscripts start to get into, frontline operations against Ukraine.
Thank you, Will. You said if you just have new guys in it, no one with combat experience, it doesn't end up very good. I'll just note a lot of what they're doing is this whole, reconnaissance by fire, right? Which is sending just a platoon somewhere off into the countryside, saying, "Let's see how many of you come back. If we hear lots of shelling on you, we might figure out where Ukrainian artillery positions are." Is it really that simple?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I know Yehuda and Colonel Spence really talked about commander's intent. Every piece of everything that you do as a fighting force is actually part of a bigger synchronized plan. If you have a good battle plan, if you've got good leadership, starting from your civilian all the way to your military, but that has to be able to be relayed to the very lowest level. The lowest level soldier still has to understand what their piece of the bigger overall puzzle is. Movement to contact is something that you can do. You need to know we don't know where the enemy lines are. We can't see it from better reconnaissance. We're going to move to contact. Here's the plan. Once we see contact, Bravo company is going to lay down a base of fire. Alpha company is going to maneuver to attack them. Those are sound tactics. Or we're going to move to contact, then we're going to lay down suppression from artillery. What we see, what Russia does, it seems like they're just sending folks out to go on a straight line to find contact. And I think their idea is once they use that squad or company platoon size element to get find a contact, get engaged, and they can drop artillery on top of them. So it's not sound tactics at all, and that's why the brutality of it. I mean, I have a hard time having any sympathy for Russians at all right now. But the brutality of when you see a platoon of soldiers that they did the right thing, they brought their injured brother, their injured comrade home, they saved their life, but to see them get beat because they didn't hold a position. It is mind-blowing when it comes to like how I vision, military fighting doctrine and things like that. It really is.
Thank you, Will. I think we have lots of hands of people who want to talk about more of this stuff. Let's go to Bjornade first, then to Daniel, and then to Cajun. Bjornade.
William, I have a question. Maybe not your main topic, but when it's about targeting, in the first couple of weeks and months of the war, we saw many targeting on equipment like logistic lines, fuel trucks, and this kind of material, like air defense assets, all kinds of these things. Now we see more targeting on, or more videos at least, about targeting on trenches and personnel. Sometimes a few tanks and a few BMPs and something like this. In what kind of order would you target in this kind of conflict where you have more trench warfare? What kind of assets would you target in which order?
Oh man, I think what Ukraine is doing, and again, I always come about this from I was an infantry squad leader. I'm someone who gets sent in to clear the trenches out or clear a building out. But that's such a bigger part of the grand scheme of things. I think what Ukraine is doing is a very good job of supply lines, right? Stopping, the supply lines is such a big thing. And I know there's a lot better people than me to talk about supply lines, but it starts way back in Russia, and it's all these different steps going through Russia, going through occupied territories, being put in different warehouses, being unloaded from trains and trucks. But none of that logistics matter unless it can actually get straight to that frontline soldier who needs the bullets, the beams, the equipment. So what I think that Ukraine has done a really good job of creating chaos in the logistic line, and especially in that last mile. We call it the last mile, but where the logistics go from the last base to the front line. I think that's the number one target. The logistical hubs that supply the front lines, and then also anywhere where there's troops getting ready to deploy. I think that's like the long range weapons. But when it comes to trench warfare, and I think the way the warfare is, Russia now is in a stagnated position, and that is not good for a fighting force. Not only are they worried about the front line, what's coming at them on the other side of the trenches, they also have to worry about partisans in the rear. So they're fighting an asymmetric battle where Ukrainians are able to control their territory behind enemy lines. So what this allows Ukraine to do is better pick out those targets when they're using, say, an Excalibur round. Where should they shoot that Excalibur round? Is it just a basic trench with a couple of mobilized soldiers, or is it a command control point? Is that a machine gun point? I think that Ukraine has a much better opportunity, and they can to pinpoint targets on the Russian line to help degrade their defensive capability, if that makes sense. So that's a long rant. I apologize if I didn't answer your story or not, or your question.
No, absolutely. You nailed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, go ahead.
Okay, I didn't want to talk today, but people talk about Wagner and Bakhmut. And last night, I saw something. Shoigu supporting a new private military contractor called Patriot. And nobody took this seriously. But for me, it's very, very serious. And I have two questions about this. First, where do you see a defense ministry supporting a private military company? and how powerful you are. Like, Minister of Defense, if you need to elaborate something like a competitor to Prigozhin. So it's more than funny. We'll see the battles and competitions of small private army inside Russian army.
I absolutely love that. And isn't his Shoigu's almost exclusively Tuvan as well? Isn't the whole point of his private army that it's all Tuvan?
Yeah, he talked about it in June, July, if I remember well, even earlier. But now we're celebrating something like, no, you have the man. We'll go there and we'll how I can say, demonstrate how good we are. Competition is like Russian Federation capitalism. Something totally wild. And when you add two private armies with clear political goals, which are very divergent, inside an army which is already not unified command, not unified action, where you have fronts of Prigozhin, we have the fronts of Shoigu, you understand what I want to say? It's not weird, it's already feudalism there. And this will be interesting to watch next 2-3 months if this idea of Shoigu to erode Prigozhin power, which probably has the blessing of the dwarf dictator, they not understand the consequences for medium term, because you erode your authority, your power. If you delegate being defense ministry to another mercenary company to compete with another mercenary company, is not weird, is madness.
Well, one thing that really strikes me is, Tuva as a republic has already had just about the highest death toll from the Russian invasion of Ukraine. If anything, this is just going to make it even more exceptionally higher.
It's a competition with Buryatia.
Yeah, exactly, right? They're really running ahead. Dagestan, I guess, is the third, maybe Kalmykia after that. So I'm just looking at Shoigu basically saying, aha, not enough of, my fourth cousins are dead yet. Okay, before I turn it too morbid, let's go on to Cajun. Hi there, Cajun.
Hey guys, that's a really interesting discussion. One of the things I agree with everything Daniel said, with the addition that we discussed this topic months ago, but it's worth mentioning again. The Wagner Group is extremely detrimental to the modernization and professionalization of the Russian military. So for years, on enlistment day, when soldiers would normally re-enlist into the Russian army, men in black limousines, Mercedes would show up with suitcases full of money, and they knew exactly who the best soldiers were, and they would open the suitcases full of money. The discussions would take place, and the very best NCOs of the Russian military go off into the Wagner Group. It dilutes the talent. It prevents the very thing that Russia needs, which is what few NCO and team leaders they have are going to get sucked into this new organization, which is only going to make the Russian military weaker. It's the exact opposite thing of what should be done, and it'll be even more corrosive to the Russian military as a whole. And there's no military contractor on the planet that's ever going to conquer a country of 43 million people. It's a sideshow. It's a distraction. It's just strategic idiocy. And, obviously with the current leadership in Russia, that's probably exactly why they're doing it. The topic that I wanted to really talk about, though, was was Bakhmut. An observation that I made yesterday. I agree with William's assessment 100%. The ability of the Ukrainians to rotate fresh troops in makes a huge difference as to the survivability of the troops, the effectiveness of the troops, and just the ability to just withstand a long-term fight, ugly fight like what's going on in Bakhmut. On the other side of the coin, there was a video posted by a Russian propagandist on Telegram, made the rounds on a few channels yesterday on Twitter. And what was really interesting about it was the interview of the propagandist took place with a member of VDV's, what we would call them in the United States. I can't remember the Russian acronym off the top of my head, but CBRN troops, chemical, biological, nuclear troops. He was attached to this Wagner infantry element. And the question you instantly ask is, where's his VDV unit? If the guy is not fighting with his VDV unit, it's not combat effective. It doesn't exist as a military force. It's a very telling statement to see VDV troops, even if they're kind of support troops, attached to a Wagner group, Wagner element, because they should be used as replacements within the VDV unit, and that's not happening. It's a very interesting data point. The other one was interesting, was a part of the same interview. He interviews some guys from a tank company, from a motorized rifle brigade. Well, the question is, where's the infantry from the motorized rifle brigade? So once again, we've got a tank company that either has Russian regular army troops that are either unwilling or incapable of fighting in combined arms, so they're attached to a Wagner infantry group. So these composite forces, that the Russians are using in Bakhmut are not a sign of flexibility and strength. They're a sign of extreme weakness. I mean, we saw these kind of composite forces out of the Germans in the late Second World War, where they would just throw together these ad hoc elements, and they really didn't work very well. They're not going to work very well for the Russians either. They lack unit cohesion. They don't have the same doctrine. They don't have the same tactics. They don't have enough time to understand each other, build teamwork, and clear communication skills with each other. It's a recipe for disaster, and it's hilarious to watch these guys, these propagandists, parade this stuff around like it's a great thing in complete military ignorance of what it really means. Anyway, that's just the two things that I wanted to talk about. Second was kind of ad hoc based on the previous conversation. I haven't seen you guys in a while, but thank you, and I'll go back to listener.
All right. William, please.
No occasion. If you want to just stay up for a second, that really made me think about it. Again, we know that there's always lessons to learn from past conflicts. None of them are exactly the same as what we're dealing with right now. And I go back to my first deployment in Iraq in 2004, where the insurgency had just started to really pick up. But we had a really ad hoc kind of, I think, command and control. We had a lot of National Guard units. We had all kinds of stuff going on. And then we realized we needed a big force to kind of control and maintain that area. By the time we came back in 2006, during the surge, almost all of that is fixed, right? The wave cross-pollination, I was an infantry company that was attached to a tank battalion during one deployment. Many different things like that. But what the United States did was they kind of was able to look at the threat on the ground and then cross-pollinate and review their doctrine. And I think you see Ukraine doing that also, where you see much more combined arms groups where you've got Humvees, MRAPs, tanks, fighting vehicles, along with infantry working together. They all might not have been in a fighting force combined before that. Now they're much better together, but it's really interesting thing. You have to learn those lessons, but it just seems like Russia they refuse to learn the lessons that are blatantly in their face. You know, even for an E6, for a staff sergeant, to, you know, from an infantry staff sergeant to see. Does that make sense to you, Cajun?
Yeah, and there's a big difference. I mean, you're talking about units that are all part of the Army, mostly, probably, and doctrinally they understand. You understand as an infantry officer what it means to have a tank company attached to you, even if you don't have one all the time. You know what it means. You study it, and there's clear. And the tank company understands what it's like to be attached to an infantry unit. And you have a clear, defined capabilities and responsibilities. But to use an example, and it's almost as different. Take some guys from the Navy, right, and say, hey, you're attached to a tank company. I mean, they're great sailors, but what are they going to know? The differences in doctrine between VDV troops, how they work, is totally different than how heavy mechanized infantry troops work and how Wagner works itself. So they just don't have the same. It's not even in the same league in terms of how broken it is. I mean, but I understand exactly what you're talking about from that time period, and I think it is two different things. To your point.
It definitely is, and I was trying to use that as an example. Even at the height of fighting force, you know, adapting to your situation is never easy. You know, the plan is never perfect. You have to adapt on the ground. The cross pollination of private military and actual fighting forces that has never played out well in history, if I'm not mistaken. But it really shows how desperate these folks are, because again, if Wagner is filled with this 50,000 convicts, you know, who's leading them? And maybe a person from a non-combat unit from the military has some sort of leadership skills, but have no idea. Are they cross-pollinating leaders into Wagner now? I'm not really sure, but what it does show is that they do not have an effective fighting force there in Bakhmut. And I think, again, we're going to see that area degrade for Russia over the next couple of weeks.
There's only one direction it can go, and that's down. Thanks, guys. I'll go back to listener, and I'll enjoy the commentary.
Thank you, Cajun. Thanks for joining us. Carlos, very good morning. There was some air activity earlier today that I think you've slept through rather. One of them was that all the areas around Saratov was free of all commercial traffic since before midday local time, let's say. And I think that's because the air defenses wanted to make sure that they had the clearest path possible. Would you expect similar things going forward around their major Air Force bases and other maybe strategic targets within about 600 kilometers of the Ukrainian border?
Yeah, I mean, I think we alluded to this yesterday. How would their posture change, whether it was moving assets or just reworking something, whatever they refashion. So if you were to, airspace control measures is what they've more than likely chosen to do, which does make sense. Not like a lot of people were traveling around there with general aviation, but I think it sounds like there's more control happening, and it is kind of a sad state if you have to do that, right? Because you can't rely on your systems themselves or the operators.
No, exactly. There were allegations that a Su-27 of the Russian Air Force got shot down by the Russian air defense at Saratov, but it seems to only be one sort of conspiratorial Telegram channel that really started the rumor, and Artois debunked that rather forcefully. So, alas, I was hopeful. I was hopeful earlier today that there was some quality red on red. I don't know, Carlos, you want to talk about that at all, or comment on it? I know you can't really talk about something that didn't happen, or shall we go to George and Charles?
Well, the only comment on that is like those are the ones that I will at least make a comment for, because I think it's interesting, even if they're putting out disinformation about it, just because, again, I think the real win in the thing is to know what they're doing, right? They're having to change their posture regardless. So whether that happened or not is kind of a different story, but it would still lend to the overall kind of intent of the effect of Ukraine being able to reach out and touch those bases.
Exactly. After 2, I thought that maybe they would have overcorrected from too many false negatives to maybe too many false positives. George, are you still around, or shall we go to Charles?
No, I'm still around. I was just going to say, in 2 nights, it's going to be very interesting. It's the ball is going to drop in Times Square, but even before that, because you guys are hours ahead, there'll be a lot of stuff dropping on Russian air bases, I would presume, because it would be the perfect time. It would be the perfect storm, because Russians love New Year's Eve, and I'm sure the radar operators will be stumbling around in their in the vans where the radar screens are supposed to be, tripping over all the empty vodka bottles. So, what do you think, Doman?
I mean, it makes perfect sense. They tend to also be round. It's easier to sort of roll all the way away and out the door. Charles, hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Dolman. I was listening to William, just nodding my head, saying this is fantastic. I've got kind of a question for William and for George, maybe. William gave us a great explanation of this movement to contact the tactics that we basically see daily up and down the line, all the way from Svatove down to Vuhledar, basically from the Russians. And we see the casualties. What were they? Over 700 yesterday. But we don't see armored vehicles. So I just wanted to get maybe your guys' thoughts on, the Russians do have some mechanized forces remaining. Why aren't they using it?
Go ahead, Will. I have.
Well,
I'd say
so George, I think that we're a little speculation from both of us, but I'm happy to take a quick swing at it. I think it's really hard to maintain mechanized vehicles on a front line in trench warfare. It's really easy to see. Russian vehicles have to be run very often. They make a big target, and there's only so many of them, and that's a long front line. So I'm not sure if we just don't see them, or they're holding them in the reserve, worried about a counterattack. I'm not quite sure, Charles, but I think it's hard to have fighting vehicles and mechanized units on a stagnated front line like that when you have the ability to pinpoint target that Ukraine has. Maybe it's self-preservation.
Yeah, I was going to say that there's a 4 to 5 kilometer kill box zone that they don't want to be in if they have them. I'm with Will. It's very hard to maintain them out, especially in the conditions they have, plus the lack of crews. But the biggest thing is there's a lot of NLAWs and javelins lurking around, and I think they've learned their lesson, at least in that regard.
And remember, I've never seen the actual number. We know how many javelins have gone to Ukraine, and I'm guessing there's plenty of javelins on any front line where there's serious contact. The javelin fire control system, the CLU, is one of the most. When I was in the military, it was such an advanced thermal imagery site that anywhere across the line where Ukrainian recon elements, special forces can be out and about observing the enemy, you can you can almost guarantee that if there's a tank out there, that's a big bright target for a javelin from many kilometers away.
You're exactly right, Will. And then that removes that night staging area where, like at dusk or in the early dawn, you might say, okay, I can move my tank into position. But having those systems on the front line turns night into day, and you don't even, you can bring down artillery fire and everything else of that nature onto whatever target you've seen.
And see, this is exactly why I keep settling on this idea that it must just be for fires, right? It must just be to determine the location of our Ukrainian forces to call in artillery. And, when Yehuda came up talking about shortage of shells, it just leads to the point, which is if they don't have the shells, they're done. I can't think of what's next. Maybe I'm just not thinking creatively enough.
Yeah, the problem is with them is that the Ukrainians also have counter battery fire. So once they fire on what they think is a Ukrainian position, they're opening themselves up too. So, it's a tit for tat. Sure.
I asked CJ that same question a little while back about Bakhmut and counter battery and he gave an interesting answer, because what he said is that sometimes on the counter battery, what he was seeing was that the Ukrainians were purposely choosing not to, even though they knew the location, they weren't firing back to not reveal the location of their own artillery. So they were being sparing about and very decisive about when they were using counter battery and not. It was interesting.
Yeah, again, there's a lot better ways to flush out an enemy position and throwing just a squad towards the front line. It just and how much, what kind of good information is that squad sending back to the forward observers? Are they just simply watching 10 Movics walk out there to get shot up and then hopefully figure out where they're getting shot from? It's just a very it's incredibly brutal, tactic if that's how they're doing it. But I believe it's about fires, Charles. I'm in your book, and if they don't have the ammunition, it's going to be I've not seen any idea, any proof that the Wagnerites or Russia, the BDB forces have the ability to actually have maneuver warfare to take ground. It seems like they decimate an area and then they kind of send some folks in to occupy that area, but it's more of a gray zone instead of a full controlled area.
Guys, what if we're all wrong? What if they're not doing it for anything, just that's all they need, that's all they know is to move forward? What if we're giving them too much credit into actually trying to figure something out, and that's what they're used to? Remember, in the beginning of the war, we heard reports, some of these captured guys that were brought in a tree line and told just move forward, just attack, one wave after the other, and the Ukrainians would just mow them down.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a valid idea, just to show action, especially if it's for some kind of commander's personal status or image or whatever. I could imagine that, especially from Wagner. I mean, on the point of how are they getting the information back from the squads, the reports we got back were that they just watch their own troops with their drones. That's how they overwatch, and because obviously those squads don't have a radio or anything like that, they just watch them with their own drones. That was the reports we were getting.
Right. Shall we go to Carlos and then to Raver? Carlos, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I was going to throw this out too. I don't know if Charles got to participate in this yesterday or not, and certainly William didn't. You remember, and Doman, I don't know if you were around when we asked this, but we kind of talked to Colonel Spencer. George was on here yesterday, Erland. We talked about things, and actually we asked Nuclei as well. A piece of kit or something that was a game changer for them in their individual units and then kind of what we've seen on the Ukrainian military side, if you will. And I know that Colonel Spencer had mentioned specifically the command launch unit of the Javelin being quite a game changer, which obviously we've brought that up again and again. And the interesting thing is it's been around for a while. It's not like this is a brand new thing. So I don't know, Charles, maybe you could, I can't remember if you participated yesterday, and then I'd like to hear from William if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, I wasn't there, but I agree with William. I think William and I have talked about it a little bit before. The Clue is a fantastic little piece of equipment, even if you don't have the Javelin missile with it, to use it for LPOP observation. You can see a really long way and really clearly. And you're right, it's very old. I mean, I learned it in 2002. So that's how old it is.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak enough of it when it comes to just being able to give a force multiplying piece of equipment to somebody on the ground, or an observation point, a sniper team. First and foremost, they're light. They're not big and heavy. They're a little bulky, but there's something that they're easy to maintain, and or not easy to maintain, but easy to be able to operate. It gives just incredibly clear thermal imagery. I apologize, I can't think of the actual kilometer distance that it goes out to. But what it does is it turns a nightscape into daytime. I mean, literally, and not only daytime. It amplifies any kind of heat signature, and especially in the cold, this is critically important. Thermal imagery, I think, at this time is going to be critical in any way, whether it's on a drone, etc. But again, getting those force multiplying tools into the Ukrainians' hands is important. You can range find with it. You can, it's just a really good piece of kit to have when it comes to thermal imagery. The U.S. has sent a few other pieces of equipment. Humvee, I'm trying to think there's another larger version of kind of like a Clue that can be mounted on Humvees, or you can put it in stationary positions. We use those on our combat outposts on the roofs to be able to look out for many kilometers. But with the Clue itself, with that launch system, in Iraq during my deployments, 4 years of deployment time, I think I saw maybe one Javelin shot, but we use Clue on a daily basis, mostly for security and defensive operations, or when we're out on overwatches or ambushes.
Yeah, perfect. If I could just tie that into some of the other speakers that we've had, because this is a very common thing. We've all just spoke of this great sensor, and sensors, I think, on the battlefield, getting them down to the smallest sized units. I know that Isaac Olvera spoke of this, and this is one of the things that he kind of from his interview that we took away, was getting night vision to the small unit leaders, even to the individual riflemen, but paired with the PEC systems, and in other words, the ability to be able to employ at night, not just have a sensor. And then, of course, just any observation you can get. I know that the Clue, I think it's up to 12 times magnification there, which obviously awesome for a sensor. And then these things just kind of go up the scale there. If you're putting sensors on rotary wing and fixed wing, you now gain immense capability. So it's not just for the soldiers or even the mech guys. As soon as you get those up to the rotary and fixed wing, you now gain a whole new world of employment opportunities and observation, and as well as being able to guide precision guided munitions and whatnot.
David? David, I know that cup of tea is very tempting.
Well, I was making a cup of tea. I think I put my hand up to talk about a topic that's changed. So, which was
in which case, if you want to switch, shall we go to 1 to 2 first? I think that's very much
we can do anything you want, Doman.
Love it. Okay, 1 to 2, go ahead.
Yeah, good day, everyone. Yes, I think it was George that said maybe we have overestimated the Russians, and maybe the only thing they know is to go forward. Was it you, George, that said it? Well, anyways, I could maybe get behind that, considering what we've seen and what I've spoken about. Spreading out information and all that. Maybe they're not just focusing at all in training on how to disperse after engagements, to regroup, and what how to use information properly and to move in different patterns than except attack patterns, because there's a lot of practicing that just comes into maneuvering, so to speak, in a more plain language, going sideways and backwards. Going sideways and backwards is not always a defensive move. It could be an offensive move. And also, judging by, you see how they drive into a minefield, 2 tanks, and then it's a gap between the 2 tanks, and the third tank decides to, oh, what the heck, let's just drive through it instead of going backwards. So there might actually be a good point that they only know how to go forwards. Or that's where they base their majority of their training, in forward maneuvers.
Raver?
Hey, good morning, everyone. So going back a few minutes to the talk on AFVs, when it comes to trench warfare, and I'm sure 122 will back me up on this, armored vehicles only serve 3 purposes. They can either provide some sort of fire support, whether it's suppressive support with machine guns, or using their main guns to reduce, obstacles or fortifications, move infantry across no man's land under cover, or evacuate wounded. We know, going last to first, we know the Ukrainians, for example, are using MTLBs and 113s as armored ambulances to get wounded out of the shell fire zone and then get them on to wheeled transport. Nobody's really moving infantry across no man's land in BMPs or BTRs right now. There's just too many anti-tank weapons. And that leads to tanks. Well, Russian tanks suck at this kind of fighting. So to be successful, you would, 1, need to be able to withstand the enemy's anti-tank fire, which with the javelins and the NLAWs they can't. But 2, if you could do that, you still need to see where you need to shoot, so optics and sensors, and be able to depress your gun low enough to actually engage a target that's that low to the ground. And so to get their guns low enough, because their depression is so bad, the Russians have to have their tanks back, which then interferes with their ability to actually see what they're shooting at, because their optics and sensors are so bad.
Charles?
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense, Raver. Thanks a lot. I think, going back to what William talked about earlier, and this whole aspect is in the training and going forward. I mean, if they are trained to just go forward, or if that's all they know, I don't even see basic principles of Overwatch. I don't know, William, if you've seen that, but it's like, an 8-year-old in South Korea who's playing Call of Duty knows Overwatch and fire suppression. So that just baffles me, because I often don't see any kind of Overwatch or fire suppression in any of these assaults, whether they be from a heavy machine gun, even just a PKM, or whether it's a BMP or a coax. Don't know, but I haven't seen much evidence of this.
Yeah, quick follow-up. I haven't either. Especially early in the war, when the tanking agents were a lot more common, I was looking for the Russians to be doing some sort of an overwatch, whether it was a bounding overwatch, a leaping overwatch, just putting a tank on a hill to cover the rest of the platoon while it moved forward, and you just never saw it. They had no idea about how to fight deep and fight as a team.
122.
Yeah, if this was me, and I'm just, I'm not saying I don't want the Russians to do this, but if I were them, I would use that artillery which they had at one point, to absolutely suppress the Ukrainian lines totally, and then with a massed armored assault, I'm not talking about one main battle tank and like 2 BMPs, I would use several, and you would then move in cover of the artillery, and probably also have air come in and suppress the lines so that the ATGMs could not fire at the advancing force, and you would breach with that armored force. But here's the thing, I don't think they're capable of that coordination to safely move forward with the artillery firing. The risk of their blue-on-blue fire is too large, so to speak. So yeah, I simply just feel that they were not greatly trained on these kind of combined maneuvers before the war, and I don't think they're better off now, losing a lot of tank crews, etc. now. So which is a good thing.
All right, since we're talking about tanks, I just want to make a small announcement. In exactly 31 minutes from now, we will be joined by 2 Finnish members of parliament, Ate Harjanne and Anders Adlercreutz. They're both the chairs of their respective parliamentary parties, as well as both members of the Finnish Parliamentary Defense Committee. And a couple of days ago, they have co-written an open letter arguing for Leopard 2s to Ukraine and outlining how that can be done, and pushing the Finnish government. And they're both in parties that are part of the coalition, the Green League and the Swedish People's Party of Finland. Also pushing the Finnish government to do that. I have just put the tweet announcing that in the nest. Can I please ask all 500 of you listening to click on it, like it, retweet it, get it out to as many people as you can. If you look at the 2 tweets threaded below that, it also tells you, the synopsis of the story. So pretty please go ahead and do that. Charles, I don't know where we are because I was dealing with helping make the cards. So can you help run the conversation, because I don't know where we are other than that we're talking about tanks. Sorry.
No worries, Doman, no worries. So just a quick pick up on that topic, just to kind of bring things a little bit full circle back to what Yehuda talked about when he came up, how these commentators, most commentators their analysis was that the Russian attack in Bakhmut was reaching culmination. It was exactly the tactics that we're talking about right now. This inability to muster even a company size element in attack, which was one of the main factors that led to this analysis. So it's great to have that. I think let's go to William first, then Raver, then David.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I completely agree that these folks, especially with the level of troops that are fighting now, they do not have the training and they don't have the knowledge of warfare to really. And I think again, this goes back to many conversations about the lack of NCOs, the kind of top-down approach to the Russian military. If you're assaulting a position and you're a company-sized element, you're not just going to send if you're a well-trained fighting force like Ukraine is, and you're putting together your piece of the battle plan for the day. Your job is to assault, a section of a Russian line. You're not going to send your entire company into that zone. First of all, each one of your soldiers understand battle drills. They understand how to fight. And one of the most important things is sometimes not engaging right away, right? Understanding that there's a team that's designated to look for armored personnel vehicles. That's their only job. There's machine gun teams for suppression. All of these things go into just a basic everyday assault that might happen a dozen times across the front in a given day by Ukraine, and they're doing it well. But what we're seeing from Russia again is the exact opposite. No fire control, no suppression, no real movement from the soldiers. When you see the soldiers, their individual battle tactics are very poor. They're not moving together. They're whether staying bunched up or not actually going moving when they get contact, actually spreading out and dispersing into a proper area. So all these things really matter, and we haven't seen it on the Russian side of things. And again, it's going to continue to watch squads get mowed down as they do this.
Raver?
Yeah, just a couple of quick follow-ups to 122 and then a comment. 122, I know they had MICLIC and they've had mine rollers, but the only video I've seen of MICLICs being used was to reduce buildings in urban combat. I've never seen them do an actual breaching operation. And then just a quick comment to the general audience, if anybody wants to get a first-hand look of what the fighting in Bakhmut is probably like, there's a couple of really good books by a couple of Germans. Ernst Junger's Storm of Steel and then Erwin Rommel's Blue Max both describe how trench warfare should be fought from first-hand experience.
Thank you. But don't let those memoirs affect your opinion of them. There's a lot of commentary on those. David?
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate. I thought what I pretty much said to you earlier on in the other group. That I think we're very, very quick to assign Western values to the way the Russians behave, and for pretty much the whole of this conflict, we've been shaking our heads and going, "Why would you do that?" Right? And I think it all comes down to their lack of respect for life. And everything that goes around it, their inability to even make normal decisions that an 8-year-old should be able to make. It comes down to lack of respect for life, and we see it all the time. You know, when they sent the troops out, they've sent the troops out without their without the equipment, without even sleeping bags. So all these conversations of would the Russians really just send some troops out so they could pick up some artillery? I think the answer has to be yes, they would, right? Because they do it day in, day out, and they have done for 10 months. They've done nonsensical things where it just means that people will die. I think we just have to shake our heads and go, why are you doing that? And just move on and recognize they're doing it because they just have a different way of looking at everything, and doing something in a consistent way that saves life isn't what they're about. They're just, nothing is about what anything that way any of us would normally think.
Thanks, David, and thanks for that. Yeah, I'm torn a little bit. Maybe you have a thought on this. I agree with you 100% with changing our thinking. I guess what baffles me is we treat the respect for life not necessarily as a human thing, but also a combat effectiveness thing. Like if you want to achieve the mission, you want to preserve your soldiers and preserve your firepower. And so this is kind of the disconnect that I see in this, and that we're kind of discussing. What do you think about that?
Well, I think you're right, isn't it? But if you look back through, let's call it a system that they've got. So they've got people who are highly experienced in some areas, people who are EW warfare experts on their side, and they're sending them out as infantry. Then that just makes no sense anywhere. Nothing makes any sense, does it? Why would you send out someone that you really need, or their helicopter pilots? They've denuded their helicopter training areas of their instructors to send them out to die. Well, if you don't have any instructors, how do you get more people in? How do you train them? There is very, very little thinking. I have changed my opinion of Russia and Russians as a result of this, because it's so systemic. The errors they make are simply systemic. I have changed my opinion to be the fact that I'm just not going to trust any Russian ever. And I'm always going to go whatever the decisions they're making, there's going to be a flaw in their process because of what I'm watching. That none of it makes any sense. Why would you send someone out who's an expert in one thing just to go and die? It doesn't make sense.
Thanks, David. Me too.
They thought, by the way, as to the helicopters, they evidently thought, and there's some radio traffic on this matter, that by sending out the instructors, they could just finish something off. They really believe that. You have to get into the gear. And by the way, David, I'm on the record since 1992 on these matters. You shouldn't trust them, that we cannot trust them. We should never concede anything to them. And I'm not trying to sound like Cassandra, because I wasn't, and I am not, but still, it is the same dang thing. And we still have the same tropes. We still listen to the same stuff today. People are making apologies for this. People are calling for human action in that regard, and so on and so forth, and trying to rationalize their behavior. We should stop that right away.
So you're saying you're Pollyanna then, Axel? If you're not a Cassandra, you're Pollyanna?
Well, you could argue this if you want to, but Pollyanna is also not very helpful. What I'm trying to tell you is that people who are significantly smarter than me would have said the same, have said the same. And by the way, Ben Hodges, who's going to come on Monday, has been saying this all the time. Most of the American generals, including the one who's currently U.S. Secretary of Defense, have said this all the time. And Philip Breedlove, who ran the show in Europe as Sucker, said the very same thing, which is why one or the other president didn't quite like him at that time.
Thanks, Axel. Let's go to 122 real quick because he raised his hand about David, and then Ben has been patient. So 122, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think I already know. I have a fear myself, and I don't think it will change. But here's the question: a lot of the troops we've seen so far from Russia, they have mostly come from regions that are not big cities like Moscow or St. Petersburg. Yes, some, but maybe not so many, such as the other regions. Do anyone think it will change the tactic when they need to start drawing in more troops from these cities or these regions that are more no? Yeah, that's my
the same.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Ben, go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. I've got a quick question for anyone who knows something about combat vehicles. How much does a combat vehicle consume in diesel per day on an average day on operation? And the subsidiary question to this is, what do you do with the diesel that the 10,000 odd combat vehicles that the Russians have lost are not consuming? So they've lost 10,000. Those 10,000 are not running. If they're not running, they don't consume diesel. What do you think they're doing with the diesel?
Oh, interesting question.
They're using it. They're using it in the other vehicles they put in place already and into practice. They've just replaced it with older vehicles which actually use more. And in terms of average use, there's no such thing as average use. You have to go vehicle by vehicle, look at the engines, and then you can actually sort this through. But the engines the Russians have produced are significantly more gas or diesel guzzling, is fairly well known. But what specifically is your question?
No, I'm using myself because apparently Russia is facing a diesel glut at the moment, which is in part due to the fact that they're pushing their economy as hard as they can, and as a result, producing a lot of things they don't necessarily need just to keep the numbers high. But the fact is that they don't have any space to put their diesel anymore. And I was wondering if it could be due to the fact that the military, which I'm sure is an important consumer of diesel, has lost usage for quite a lot of their vehicles, and as a result, maybe their consumption has declined. But yeah, I don't know. Like, does a T62 consume more diesel than a T90?
George, you want to take a stab at this?
I have no idea. I would think yes, because the engine's older. Plus, maintenance sucks, so that makes your fuel consumption go through the roof.
Yeah, I also question. You know, I think they had trouble getting enough diesel to the tanks anyway. But Raver, what do you think?
So Ben, I think you're overthinking this. Real quick rule of thumb is roughly a mile per gallon for a tracked vehicle moving. Some are a little bit better, some are a little bit worse. Age of the engine doesn't seem to matter as much because as engines have gotten more efficient, they've then generated more power to push heavier vehicles, keeping that as a pretty much constant. But I think the glut of diesel in Russia is due to the fact that they're not supplying European semis and merchant vessels and generators, because that was Russia's big market for diesel was Europe, and that's pretty much done and gone now. And that's, I think, where their glut is coming from.
Yeah, Raver, when I was talking about the what do you call it, the age of the engines, I was in regards to maintenance. You know, if the engines are not burning the right way, and most of these guys driving them wouldn't know, they're just going to consume even double the fuel, and that can happen.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, as a general rule of thumb, figure a tank's going to get about a mile per gallon on, hard pack, surfaces. Rough terrain be quite a bit higher. But that's just a basic rule of thumb. But I think Russia's glut is the loss of the European markets.
Great, and I also see that we have
And
completed.
domestic consumption is down. Domestic consumption is down because they have significantly less truck traffic because the economic activity is degrading.
I see we've completed the MriyaReport combined Arden's company here. We've now got Slava 6 is on the line. Welcome, CJ. 122, did you have something to add to the diesel thing before we go to Cajun?
Oh yes, the basic rule of thumb, at least for the 122, is you consume, let's say, I don't know the gallon and the liter. I'm just gonna go for liters because that's what I know. Sorry to my American friends. So the 122 roughly consumes like 2.3 liters per kilometer if you go like on a road, and then it slightly more than doubles if you go in the terrain, half the speed. So
do you know what 2.3 liters per kilometer is when converted to gallons to the mile in US gallons? 1.
Yeah, okay. Well,
so it's exactly as Raver said.
Yeah. Well, so it's the same then. Yeah, but I can't, convert. I don't get people not using the metric system, but hey, yeah, whatever. So just a rule of thumb for anyone that doesn't know, like if you go on road, it's one thing, but as soon as you go off the road, it like doubles instantly and a bit more.
Great. Thanks, 122. Cajun, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to emphasize. I want to go back to something Raver said a minute ago that's really important to understand. Russian tank design, since the advent of certainly the T-64, T-64, T-72, T-80, T-90, that family of tanks, the whole philosophy of that was to put the largest possible gun in the smallest possible tank so that the tank would be optimized for tank-on-tank warfare. And whenever you make that kind of decision, it comes with compromises. And Raver hit on 2 incredibly important side effects of that decision. When you put the smallest possible tank and pair it with the largest possible gun, what you give up is you give up the ability to elevate and depress the gun. So it has limited gun elevation and limited gun depression. It's fine if you're shooting at another tank 3,000 meters away, but it's terrible if you're trying to clear infantry in trenches, and terrible if you're trying to fight in a city, because you can't elevate the gun high enough to shoot the guys on the second floor. And you can't depress the gun low enough to shoot the infantry that are close up, tagging you with ATGMs. So because Russia's tank design is optimized for tank-on-tank warfare, it's poorer at anything else. And one of the things that everybody focuses on with tanks is how important they are. You know, tankers love to say the best thing to knock out a tank is another tank, which is true. Lots of historical evidence for that. But an enormous amount of armored operations and armored warfare involves everything but tank-on-tank warfare. And some of the most efficient uses of tanks is to attack where your enemy does not have tanks, so that you don't have, you literally drive the hammer where the shield isn't. So Russia's choices in tank design that were made decades ago and haven't changed make them extremely poor at anything other than tank-on-tank combat. And if the Ukrainians don't participate in that, it limits the effectiveness of Russian armor.
And they did this, Cajun, let's highlight this. They did this because they assumed that they would have a concentrated, very narrow 3, maybe 5 vectors of attack, 2 of which were in the center of Germany. And so that they could push through. They believed that this was worthy doing. Completely insane at the time already, given what kind of anti-tank weapons did exist. Whereas we've always looked for more mobility, maneuverability, and different firepower, meaning firepower with precision, which is why the Leopard 2 came into being, and which is why we improved our systems in a different way. Survivability, such as in the case of the Challenger 2 and Leopard 2 as well. And well, there you go. And for just firepower without great mobility and a huge supply chain, we always had the M1 Abrams. Having said this, Cajun, the key thing is you just highlighted the one thing which needs to come, and this is what we hit them where they're not. We managed to outrange them, yes, and then outmaneuver them. That's what the Leopard 2s are for.
Exactly. And the fact that the Leopard 2 is a much more flexible platform, and technology has negated the advantages of a small tank because of the precision of modern Western weapon systems. Doesn't matter how small the tank is. It's one shot, one kill in the vast majority of cases with any modern NATO tank. They're going to hit a T-72 or T-80 or T-90 and penetrate it at extreme range because of how good the weapon systems and the integrated weapon targeting and systems are on these vehicles. And it's so we end up in the West with tanks that are much more capable of tank-on-tank combat, and also much more capable in all the other aspects of armored warfare. And the Russians have stopped trying to fight a fold-a-gap engagement with basically not allowing the technology to change the way they think about armored warfare.
Absolutely right, Cajun. Now, what does that make us when we're withholding those weapons which are perfectly suited for what's necessary? What does that make us?
I don't like to use. It's a terrible thing. I mean, I'm absolutely disgusted by it. So I'm probably not the best person to make a characterization in polite company.
Well, this is a closed environment. There's maybe 10 people here on the panel. You know what? What does that make us?
Early.
It makes us enemies of our own. Yeah. Moral cowards and completely, utterly, deeply Chamberlain-esque peaceniks.
Moral cowards.
Despicable human beings.
Yeah, moral cowardice is a kind characterization, to say the least. So one other thing, Axel, if you don't mind, I wanted to jump on. I can't remember the gentleman's name who was speaking about how wasteful, and there was a topic going on about how wasteful Russian tactics were in terms of personnel. One of the things that's most interesting to me about Russian culture and psychology, they've built up this mythology about themselves over the Second World War, where they suffered these enormous losses for the motherland and defeated this terrible enemy, and they have this whole mythology that they built up around themselves, and they did took incredible losses in the Second World War, losses that would never be tolerated in the United States. But one of the things that's most interesting, and you and I have talked about this before, is almost exactly 20 to 30 years prior to the Second World War, the Soviet Union, Russian Empire / Soviet Union, had the largest birth rate in the history of in records. The birth rates have been recorded. An enormous boom in population. So during the Second World War, the Soviet Union literally had more people than they had rifles. They never had that many fighting age between 20 and 30 years old. Between 1997 and roughly 2002, roughly 20 years ago, plus or minus a little bit, the Russian Federation had the lowest birth rate in the history in recorded history of birth rate in the area. So they cannot fight this war of attrition, this wasteful war that they did in the past, and this whole mythology that they have of their ability to weather all these tremendous losses and still soldier on that they've convinced themselves of is just not mathematically possible. It's going to end in the destruction of the Russian Federation if they keep it up, because the population doesn't exist. The demographics are against them. They can't do this.
Cajun, thank you. I just wanted to remind everybody. So we have about 5 minutes left in this discussion before we need to greet our guests.
Yeah, let me go back to listener. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Cajun. I just wanted to make sure we get Yanis's comment in because, like I said, we want to end this before our guests arrive. Yanis?
Yanis?
Yes, so I a very short comment about this diesel problem. Very short. Do not forget that there is a cold weather, and this summer diesel is used like in summer months. It's not good below -5, at least in our region. So they have much more problems with the fuel. So they need to change it, otherwise it will clog up filters, etc., etc. I read these comments on some Instagram, but yeah, it's an issue for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanis. Yeah, so I'd just like to shortly summarize what we discussed before handing it back over to Doman. Thank you, Doman. Yeah, so we started with the I'll say the message from Yehuda talking what most analysts that the Russian attacks around Bakhmut are reaching culmination due to a range of signals. One of them being the Russian tactics that they are using to assault the Ukrainian forces entrenched and fortified at Bakhmut, as well as other locations, Svatove, basically all the way down. They use similar tactics with these squad-size elements. Then we went into the Russian tactics a bit and started talking about the capabilities of things like the clue, so thermal vision that the Ukrainians have, and the information that we have from our guests who come into this space, talking about what a game changer it is at an individual soldier level. Then going into why we don't see more losses of armored vehicles. We see large losses of personnel. 700 people yesterday, 720, something like that, but very few armored vehicles, and how these tactics all fit together. So thanks everybody for the really lively discussion. 122, George, William, Raver, Cajun, thank you very much. Doman?
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Charles, for jumping in. I was trying to get the advertisements for our guests, Ate, Hariane, and Anders.
And they should be with us in a second.
Exactly, and they should be with us in a second. So as soon as they're here, we'll bring them up. Shall we turn to our favorite parachutist in the meantime, very briefly? CJ, go ahead. How's the parachuting going? It's been a while.
There's been no parachuting in the last 2 weeks, and that's thanks to you, Doman, and your incredible wine suggestions. So apologize, everyone. I was off the space, gallivanting through European Christmas markets. But I just want to share two quick things. First, for Axel, I took the train from Munich to Prague to basically, see one of these areas that you had mentioned, one of these attack vectors that these tanks were designed for. I don't know if I would call it perfect tank country, but it certainly is flat, certainly is rolling hills, and certainly would be clear that Leopard 2s would be great there, but also, of course, in Ukraine. And then secondly, for the Americans in the audience that may not have been to Europe recently, I was stationed there before, but I just wasn't really aware of just the number of Ukrainians that are now living across Europe. I saw literally probably hundreds of roving bands of huskers or basically musicians collecting money for Ukraine, flags everywhere, way more so than as you went more and more towards Eastern Europe, the amount of support for Ukraine obviously grew. And, we all know that in the space, of course, because we've seen the military aid given. And but I just wanted to say, as an American, it was pretty profound to see that Europe is still standing so strong in support of Ukraine. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, CJ, and I'm glad that you could see some of Europe, at least this year. Your first year in a long time, I think, actually, that you had to go yourself rather than being sent by the military. I see that Anders is already with us. Very warmly welcome, Anders. We're still waiting for Ate to join us as well.
Thank you.
Hello, Anders. I'm not sure. Do you know whether Ate is on his desktop or on his mobile phone? There you go. He is.
Yes.
He
yeah,
is.
well, he seems to be
He just joined.
here. Yeah.
Hello, Ate.
Hi.
Moi. So, gentle people, thank you very much. I don't know how to start. Typically, we go in by, say, introducing the people, but at this point in time, you rocked the Northern European scene and internet in recent days, and you've made big progress. Now, why on earth would two Finnish men who are members of parliament reach across the aisle and do that?
Well, you want to start, Anders, or I guess you were the first one to move on this.
Go ahead, Anders.
Yeah, well, of course, the big picture is clear. I mean, we really need Ukraine to win this war. We've been kind of talking about this idea with Anders for a while. It actually took a while to get it together and in the media, but the idea, of course, is that as members of the Defense Committee in the Parliament, we are, of course, being closely following the events in Ukraine, the war, and different ways to support Ukrainian war effort. And I think it's pretty clear that it's of course right to support Ukraine now, but it's also clearly in Finnish interests as well. And looking at what capabilities Ukraine needs and what we got and what we could in a coordinated European effort to put together, of course, main battle tanks would be something we should and could be providing together with training and logistical support, of course. And then here, I think it was, I think, Anders originally envisioning that having the initiative here for Finland would help us help the bigger things moving forward, and I guess that's what we're hoping to see now. But I don't know. Anders, you want to continue?
Yes. As Atte said, we've been discussing this together for a while now, and of course the developments lately in Ukraine also maybe push this idea forward a little bit. But in general, I think, I mean, if you remember what happened, I mean, the discussion in Parliament in Finland, at least in February, March last year, how soon we progressed from there, like being a barrier to provide any military support to Ukraine, to actually loosen up the restrictions. But even so, I mean, it's stayed on the same level for quite some time, and for some reason we have shut out a certain kind of aid, while Russia, on the other hand, is blatantly disregarding any rules of war whatsoever. Today, I mean, they are hitting western Ukraine with missiles, and primarily or almost only civilian targets. I mean, it's a ruthless kind of warfare, and at the same time, we in Europe are somehow restricting ourselves. So we have several systems that we haven't provided Ukraine with, and of course, main battle tanks is one of them. Some countries have sent older T-72s, for example, but Leopards that we now are discussing haven't been sent, even if it's a very competent tank, and many European countries have them. And of course, Finland, I mean, we are unfortunately not a NATO member yet, due to the slowness of Hungary and Turkey. We are exposed. We have a long border, but we have certain capabilities, and we have quite a few of these Leopard tanks. And even though we can't probably provide with many of them, we could maybe get the discussion going again, and make other countries join the effort, so that if everybody gives a few, it might in the end become a significant contribution. But of course, here it might end up with Germany's position here, and that's of course also a discussion we want to get started.
Now, how would Finland go about it? Obviously, you are not yet in NATO. Then again, some people, such as our Swedish friends, evidently are quite afraid of the fact that they were to act prior to NATO membership. Otherwise, it's hard to understand why what had been promised by the now inbound new center-right government would be forthcoming, meaning support on both the IFV front as well as definitely the Archers is not forthcoming quite yet. We are supposed, and we are told also by people from the MOD, that we should trust the conversations between the Ukrainian and the Swedish government, which I appreciate. We've spoken to advocates, government members in Ukraine, and they have said as much, albeit it is a slow process. Now, Finland, fortunately, and well, I'm a German based in Tallinn, so as you can imagine, we do tend to be on the same page in that regard. We couldn't care less what the rest of the world says. We want these dang things in theater, and we completely agree that somebody has to speak out. Now, Estonia doesn't have a voice for this. Finland does. How would Finland go about it? What should the Finnish government do in view of its commitment under the UN Charter to support Ukraine, in view of its partnership with Germany, and in view of its ownership of these tanks as well as the CB90s? How would you go about it?
Well, good question. I think, well, Finland, of course, we've been providing material aid for Ukraine for ever since February already. I think it was the 11th package that was now decided, and we've haven't disclosed the exact materials, but clearly provided significant material aid. I guess here again the thing would be, I think it's important to look at ends over means. I think the ends that what we want, what I would like to see is a joint European effort that would result in, we're talking about brigade level of tanks be delivered with training to Ukrainians, Leopard 2s. So I think what's important is to kind of would be to open up the debate and see that, okay, of course it's about up to Ukrainians what they need the most, and that's where the clear signal. Okay, well, that's what we should be aiming to provide, but also give a clear signal that we, on the other hand, would not see any reason not to provide Ukrainians with main battle tanks. And if we get this European kind of package ongoing, that we are in it, and kind of from this side, kind of then start look at the different operator countries of Leopard 2s and see whether we could get this rolling. And I certainly hope that we do. And well, as Anders said, of course, then the eyes are on Germany in the end on this. But I think I would guess that having these signals from various operator countries would then also point out that this kind of, you could say, I would think that it maybe would get Germany moving as well, at least on permitting these deliveries. But of course, we're looking at Germany as a major possible provider of these armored of these tanks. But I think it's then a more detailed, like, diplomatic question of what's the actual best way to kind of move forward. But again, of course, here time is the key, and I would have hoped to see this happening already months before, already on this year.
Yes, if you go back to Finland and the Finnish process, of course, in Finland, the aid packages that Atte mentioned, they have been fairly apolitical decisions. I mean, our defense forces prepare the package, the defense ministry prepare the package, and then they are approved. And of course, also in this case, the word of our defense forces weighs heavily. And so far, this is only a suggestion from two politicians, two group leaders from two of the governmental parties. So of course, for this to move forward in Finland, the defense force has to concur with our assessment. But as Atte said, of course, we hope to get the discussion going, and I have already been contacted from several countries. I mean, from journalists from several countries about the discussion there, and that's of course one of the outcomes we hope to gain with this initiative of ours, that the discussion will get going in other countries, and at the end that this discussion then would influence the political decision makers and put the ball rolling.
Now, we've been talking Leopard 2s here for quite some time. You can actually rest assured this is the home of the Free the Leopards campaign. This is where it all started, in discussions with our friends. And we're very sincere about it. A few minutes before you joined, we had the discussion already with colleagues of ours who've been American friends of ours, indeed, who've been in the Cold War, as I was, in theatre, and who looked at these matters quite sincerely. And we are still completely, utterly bereft of any understanding as to why a rational thinking being would allow someone like Olaf Scholz to be obstinate in this regard. We cannot accept that the Free Democrats and the Green Party in Germany do not leave the coalition to save humanity, respectively freedom in Europe, and therefore help the Ukrainians win the war much more quickly, because the asset speaks for itself. The main battle tank, as used by the Finnish armed forces, the Leopard 2, even the recce tank, the Leopard 1, are significantly better in any shape or form, both as the recce tank as well as the main battle tank. They're significantly better in terms of survivability, maneuverability, sensor capacity, stability, therefore firing capacity, repeat fire capacity, can take out the Russian tank array left, right, and center, and therefore would help the Ukrainian troops outflank, overcome, bound over, and therefore encircle, and hopefully take out and destroy Russian forces galore. Having said this, it needs someone in the political sphere to make that statement extremely clear. My Finnish friends, typically, I'm not trying to pander, I'm not trying to say cajole you into it with too many compliments, but my Finnish friends tend to be extremely direct. Now, Pekka Toveri was on our space. You just highlighted the Finnish armed forces, Finnish military intelligence need to be, so to say, engaging in this regard and will obviously be heard by Sanna Marin and others. Pekka Toveri has been arguing here with us on this space since summer that both the Leopard 2s as well as wherever possible somebody could in Europe give Leopard 1s because they're supplemental and helpful, but definitely CV90s should be handed over to Ukraine without any further delay. He has made the same moral case as you, but he has made military cases. Do you hear this in the Finnish armed forces? Do you hear this from the current military intelligence, or is Pekka a lone caller in the desert?
Well, I guess one main worry, of course, here is what Anders already touched upon, is that we're a border country with Russia, and we need to take care of that. Our own preparedness is up to the level the time calls. And the other challenge, of course, which I think is a bit of a European, some kind of a bit of a failure, is the ability to replace the equipment given to Ukraine quickly enough. And here again, I guess what I mean by the failure is that I think European defense manufacturing, the industry we should have been mobilizing it much more faster already since spring to be able to provide new material, which would then, of course, help out in delivering the current material to Ukraine. But I think this is the kind of the balancing here, is that how to make sure that I think everyone pretty much agrees that yes, the equipment in Ukraine, as I was saying, to help and support Ukraine win the war is in the interests of Finnish and Finland's security, besides it being just and right. But then again, how to make sure that we don't erode our own defense capabilities whilst doing the support. And I think this is pretty much the idea of the kind of our view with Anders here, is that the kind of that as such country as we're positioned now with the equipment we have and our geography, I think we could play a key role in kind of opening up this this matter. But I think then it's up to quite detailed balancing in what are the exact amounts of equipment that could be provided from Finland. And then the key question there is, of course, also looking at the replaceability of a time scale it takes to replace those capabilities. I guess right now, main battle tanks are there aren't that many on the shelves waiting for buyers at the moment. So we really need to scale up and fast the industry capability also for the defense of Ukraine, but also to boost and replace and kind of bolster our own defense in Europe, but and replace the equipment we're providing. And it would kind of easy up here as well. But of course, time is the key, and we can't wait too long. And at the same time, of course, we've been seeing that the Russian capabilities have been eroding in the war as well. So kind of, we've seen units that have been deployed near our border to be actually fighting and getting heavy casualties and losses in Ukraine. So that's part of the equation as well.
Yes, I mean,
Finland does not. Anders, please correct me if I'm wrong, but Finland is currently not really at imminent risk. The imminent risk is that Ukraine doesn't attrit the Russians quickly enough and doesn't win the war quickly enough. Correct?
Yes, I mean, if you go back half a year, I think about our NATO accession process or the political process that led to us applying for membership. At that point, we thought that we are in a hurry. And then, of course, since then, a lot of things have happened, and I think we have seen the fairly, after all, I mean, fairly limited capacities of the Russian army. So in that sense, I think there is less of a sense of urgency security-wise in Finland than it was before. And just as Atte said, out of the three main units, Russian units along our border, two of them are in really, really bad shape in Ukraine, and one of them, and the last one is also almost emptied. So actually the capabilities around the border are very much lesser now than they were before. And in general, I think there's quite an awareness in Finland that when you think about military aid to Ukraine, things that Finland might send to Ukraine will be in good use there, and they also function to decrease the possible threat that we could face on our border. So it's, in that sense, it makes sense to help now. But I think it's a pity, of course, that we so slowly are reaching these conclusions that we are reaching. If all the decisions that we now have in the books as far as military aid goes, if all those decisions could have been made in March, or actually if those had been made already in January, then we might have stopped the war altogether. If we had made them in March, we could have ended the war much sooner. So we just slowly, like frogs in slowly heating water, adapt to the situation and change our mindset maybe. And of course, Atte and we hope that these main battle tanks could be the next step. But as with all these aid packages, the sooner you get things going, the better.
Now, Finland, correct me if I'm wrong, you have roughly 200 and 35, 38, 39, who knows, Leopard 2s. About 100 are used to 2A6. You have a lot of 2A4s. Some of them are in reserve. You've converted some of them. It's all very good and fine. But essentially, the Russians are not coming across the border at the moment, right? And you still have time, even if the Germans were to say, well, we're not going to help you upgrade. You could talk to your Swedish friends, and the Swedish friends could help you upgrade your 2A4s to deflective capacity as suitable for your defense. I mean, at least to a level which is, say, I would call it 2A5 plus, but it doesn't really matter. Why not hand the tank division over to Ukraine, tell the Germans to sod it, because under the respective articles of the UN Charter, if in case of, now it comes, and I think this is the argument which you were alluding to, correct me if I'm wrong, but Finland is completely free when it feels endangered as a border state, when its national security is at risk as a border state, to supply Ukraine with whatever it deems necessary, which is owned and in the possession of the Finnish sovereign. And that you could override and derogate, because you're not part of NATO quite yet. You could derogate German concerns because your national security overrides any kind of export limitations. You actually are one of the very few who have that right. The Swedes don't really have a border. They can't really make that argument, and they probably politically would never be prepared to do so. The Estonians, the Lithuanians, the Latvians could do the same. The Lithuanians wouldn't, because Germany is the lead nation in their country for their defense. The Latvians would probably do it because the Canadians would happily say yes. And the Estonians, if they had sufficient amount of Leopard tanks, they would already be in country in Ukraine. Trust me, 100%. No question asked. The Estonians, if nobody stops them, will take St. Petersburg just in order to prevent Russia from coming.
Yes,
so
I
why
think,
don't you use that unique position you have in the weeks up until you are part of NATO?
Yeah, I think you can make the moral argument, of course, thus, but of course, then you would set maybe a problematic precedent. I mean, so far we've gone by the rules that the original country providing the arms then can dictate as to where they can be taken or whom they can be given to. But of course, in this situation, it creates for a problematic situation. I'll give you that.
Your moral, I agree with you. Absolutely, you're right. And the issue of precedence is there. But you are the only country who currently has a significant level of Leopard 2 A6, you are at risk. You actually have stated so. Your government has stated so. Your armed forces have stated so. Your military intelligence services says you are at risk. There is a national security risk, and it's deeply vested in the Russian attack and their posture, even if it's now attrited to an extent. But Ukraine is the single biggest war happening at your border, which is why, by the way, you've argued that the Finnish populace has overwhelmingly supported joining NATO for that purpose. But at the same time, joining NATO does not help if Ukraine loses or doesn't win quickly enough. So, by that logic, your country is in the unique position that it's not bound yet by certain, shall we say, convivial discussions in NATO, can utilize its bilateral support capability as a sovereign, and you have the tanks. The question is, are you sufficiently dependent on Germany? Sorry, on this German chancellor and his government and his one party? Or do you feel strong enough to convince the rest of the coalition of the willing that enough is enough?
I would say that I kind of understand the logic and to some extent agree with it, but I think Anders' point there is good as well. And the other is that well, couple of points. I think maintaining us kind of coordinated and united response as a West to Ukraine as possible. That's actually quite a value itself, and I think it provides some continuity to the situation. I think I would love to see this happening as a joint effort. I'm a bit worried that if we kind of lose the certain unity in response, then that and coordination, that might actually, on considering all the things, I think that there are clear risks in that as well. The other thing being that yeah, I think we're pretty much already like a de facto. We're doing policy as a de facto NATO country already, because we see ourselves there in quite hopefully pretty soon. And then again, I would argue against the kind of the logic. I mean, the response by the Finnish populace to the Russian aggression in Ukraine was to overwhelming support for NATO application. But at the same time, we understand that NATO joining NATO is a long-term issue. Hopefully the joining doesn't take any much more longer. But the idea is that we align ourselves in the alliance in this sense that okay, it's clear that Russia's current regime, and who knows what's going to be in the future, is able to kind of is willing to use violence and force to try to oppress its neighboring countries. And I think this is the clarity that kind of pushed us into okay, that we should be NATO. We don't want to be facing this risk and threat alone. But NATO membership as such is not a kind of it's not an acute solution, so to say, in the sense that we still, of course, we need to make sure that our own defense capabilities, whether we are in NATO or not, that we maintain it in a good shape. And but yeah, so that's just, I don't know if I kind of we're able to explain it in a clear way, but the NATO trend, so to say, from us is it's not just an acute reaction; it's a long-term alignment. But yeah, so I think it does play down to cooperation, diplomacy being also important in here, and I'm a bit worried what would happen if it breaks down too much of kind of like individual countries making their moves. It might yeah.
Dilemma. Are you describing a Twitter dilemma? Because that's how it sounds like, if I may say so. Because as long as the obstinate Mr. Scholz in his own government, together with one part of his Socialist Workers' Party, sorry, Social Democratic Party, is in charge and blocks the release, not Germany delivering tanks, I'm not even saying this, but just the release of both industry and re-export licensing, because he doesn't want to lead, and he has highlighted very clearly in at least 3 interviews and 2 public statements. He has highlighted that he only wants to move in coordination with the allies. I'm not going for the rumors. I'm not going for what one or the other press secretary has said, or what one or the other press gaggle on Air Force One has conveyed. It doesn't really matter. What matters is what this chancellor says himself. He only wants to act in coordination with the allies. By that means, his constraint of not leading disincentivizes anyone and everyone else to act. So it requires moral and strategic leadership by someone to move the boat, to turn the ship around, as famously one admiral of the US Navy stated. Who turns the ship around if not Finland?
Yes, or Finland and many countries, and that's of course one of the ideas behind our initiative, that we would get the discussion going, and of course understanding Germany's special position here, try to get all the other countries that have some quantities of Leopard 2s to signal that they are, in case this can go forward, they could be on board with something like this. But it is, of course, I mean, in Finland, defense policy is not a very political matter, and there's a big degree of consensus in all matters that relate to national security, which of course is, I mean, one image of that fact is that 188 out of 200 voted for NATO membership in spring in Finland. That's was a huge unit and a huge turnaround. And then, of course, in that perspective, it is, of course, to some extent hard to understand that then military aid then becomes so politicized that we politicians then somehow try to limit what kind of operational aid that can be given to a country. I think I myself think that we should decide, okay, either we help or we don't help. And then if we decide to help, then that help should be optimized by professionals, those that are know their stuff, to be as effective as possible with regard to the outcome that we want. And as a whole, Europe isn't working like that at the moment.
Yeah, I was thinking that there's some point to the prisoner's dilemma or some kind of game theory approach here, because I mean, from Finnish perspective, it's for our own defense capabilities and readiness, providing Ukraine with a brigade worth of Leopard 2s is well, probably not feasible. But then again, if we get as many kind of countries, the operator countries, to say that they are willing and ready to do this, and they think that it's a good idea, then I think that could turn the tide also in Germany. And then Germany's role is, again, I think here, that if you look at the quantities of these tanks across different countries, having Germany chip in this project, also with its own Leopards, it would be clearly much easier to reach the significant numbers of the tanks in the end. So I think it's a matter of political will and some extent to kind of at least be open about it, and that's what and get the signal out. And that's what I guess we're hoping with Anders to achieve, that we would not only here in Finland to get this kind of this position, but also for the other operator countries as well. And I guess Germany, their German government also, of course, is pondering its position here and regarding the overall what the other countries are doing, and in that sense, I think I still believe this kind of trying to achieve this coordinated joint effort would be something we should be striving for, and it's possible, I think, definitely.
Okay, two things. A, I agree with you. Joint movement in this regard, unity is great. This should have been always our target. Unfortunately, somebody doesn't want that. So what do you do? Be it in a group, a family, a coalition, if one person or one party doesn't want to do that, you have to be creative. And by the way, you both have been, and this is why we wanted you to talk to our global audience. Now, there's a second vector. Before we go to Hans and to our colleagues with all their questions, there's a second vector where Finland is significantly more independent in its supplies. And that is working with BAE Systems, your Swedish colleagues and friends, your Norwegian friends, and likes the Dutch, and simply provide the other part, which is extremely important for Ukraine at this point in time. Some say even more important very quickly so, and that is the CV90s in their different versions. Because Ukraine currently has the problem that they do not have enough mobility to bring their troops into the various locations. They cannot move them quickly enough with proper, sensible helicopter transport, and it would never be enough. They need IFVs for the last miles, and they need IFVs with good gunnery, which definitely brings the CV90 to the forefront. Yet another topic which we've discussed here with General Ben Hodges, General McRyan, and of course, Pekka Toveri, who all said that if there is a choice, the CV90 is it. Why not start breaking down the German resistance on the Leopards by simply going, first and foremost, the most sensible, modern, tested, capable IFV with good gunnery, and Finland leading it so that the Swedes have no argument.
Yeah, I guess, well, the CV90 is basically the logic is, of course, the same again here is the what would be the availability of or the ability for Finland to provide this in order in balancing in the factor that we do need them ourselves as well for the readiness for training, and of course just to have the capability we need to provide our pretty vast country. I think here the thing is that again, what's critical, I think, is to be able to provide enough of a quantity of this that they matter. What we don't want to see is kind of piecemeal 10 IFVs of that kind, 10 of another kind, and 10 of another kind. So I think here again it's very important to go through and think about look together, I would say, with Sweden, Norway, the other operator countries, that could we provide a significant, meaningful amount of these vehicles to Ukraine. Whether that would actually be kind of go a way to go around to get the Leopards moving as well. Good question. Again, well, for some reason we've made the main battle tanks in the West one of these kind of threshold things that we haven't crossed yet. Whereas whether CV90 would kind of have the signal effect is a good question. I guess, but again, it's about same balancing between what would be the amount of equipment we could provide without eroding our own defense capability too much. But yeah, I think you do have a point in there that it could be a way, but I think again here, well, Germany doesn't have here. There are the obstacles are different regarding the Leopards, but then again, maybe that would not get them moving either. But well, as you said, I mean that they need IFVs definitely as well. So I think it's another it's rather a point that as we're talking about leopards, we should also be talking about how to provide Ukraine with a significant amount of IFVs to support them as well.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, every new system is a new system for Ukraine, and it needs training. And of course, I mean, we just now focused on the Leopard. Of course, it could be something else. I mean, but the main battle tank has been a main point of discussion in general. And of course, until now, providing Ukraine with what it has and what it knows has been a good strategy. But as the quantities available are being depleted, then we have to move on to another category, and of course that could be the CV92, but
Very
yeah,
good
it adds
point.
complexity.
It does, but we spoke this week on Tuesday. Doman remind me, I think it was Tuesday. We were very lucky because the program manager at the Swedish Ministry of Defense, Peter Öhman, joined us here for an extended discussion of about close to 2 hours, going through the various items, concerns, planning restrictions, and the likes. And he said it's just a matter. I mean, I'm shortening this for the purpose of this argument. Is just a matter of political will. Everything else is just logistics and work. And yes, when I asked him specifically, battle-hardened, well-trained, logistically capable, versatile Ukrainian soldiers who've been driving tanks as well as IFVs in the past, how long does it take for them to grow into the role of handling a CV90? Well, probably a month, heavy-duty training. If you start from scratch with other troops, longer, yes, of course, and under battle conditions, respectively, under existential threat, the Ukrainian government would be able to train them and decide which troops to release when. And the logistics train can be adjusted. Yes, there are different versions of the CV90, the older ones, the newer ones, the anti-air and the likes, all of them different in one way or another, and you wouldn't pair them into the same battalion, but still, it's doable. From his perspective, from a pure management perspective, and he has both as a former commander in the armed forces, as well as a procurement manager and lead manager of this program in the Swedish MOD with 25 years experience. He had absolutely no qualms about it. I'm quite sure that if we were to ask Tovori, he would come to the same conclusion. So it is all about political will. Fortunately, we have two politicians with us.
Yeah. Well, I think it does boil down to that. Then again, the question is then also balancing between the aid in Ukraine and also kind of keeping up the defense capabilities elsewhere. So that's the practical balancing, and there in the equation is again the replaceability, the ability to produce new CV90s. And what's the time scale of that? But yeah, I mean, I think often in these discussions, the challenge of training is somewhat overestimated to my ears. I mean, we're reserve officers with Anders, by the way, as well. But yeah. So and I truly I'm fully trustful of Ukrainians' ability to take this type of equipment quite quickly, actually in good use. But again, of course, here logistically it's very important, or it's much more effective as if we can provide them with large quantities of certain type of vehicles instead of piecemeal setting of all kinds of stuff. So I think that's one key here again. But I think with CV90s, I can't now recall from directly out of my memory the different quantities of different operator countries. But of course, Sweden is a key country regarding the CVs.
Would you mind? We have lots of hands up from people, both from the region as well as from America. Doma, why don't you give it a start and lead some questions?
Thank you very much, Axel, and thank you, Anders and Ante, for joining us. I'll just lead off with this one. It seems that it's all about coalition building. The German government has repeatedly said, "Oh, we don't want to do it alone." So it seems logical, sensible to me that what they should be presented with is a coalition. Build a coalition first among the Nordics, maybe including the Dutch for both the CV90s and the Leopards, maybe a couple of other countries here and there, but fundamentally a coalition of Finns, Swedes, Norwegians, Danes, the Dutch, maybe a couple of other countries that operate indeed both CV90s and Leopards. And maybe started that way. It just seems like a much easier way. And then when the Germans are encountering, not on a bilateral basis, but when the German government is talking to 4, 5, 6 governments on the other side, and Finland seems like a perfect prime mover in this. It's a lot more persuasive and it's a lot more difficult to ignore. What do you think about that? They definitely wouldn't be going in alone at that point, would they?
No, I mean, of course, the idea behind all this is that there should be a coalition formed, and that we should get the discussion going in other countries, and the countries you mentioned, I think, would be a natural fit for it to get started. Yes, so a discussion ideally between the ministers of defense of those countries and a declaration of a general intent would be a good starting point.
Yeah, I understand and fully agree. I think this would be, if I look at from a policymaker perspective, that this kind of moving towards getting this coalition together, get it running, would be the way to get this actually done. I think, yeah, that's pretty much what it's about.
And perhaps starting an international parliamentary coalition at the parliamentary level first. I'm sure there are a good number of parliamentary members from all of those countries who would be very happy to sort of lead the charge from within each party's parliament, indeed from coalition parties such as both of yours. Maybe that's a way to then build it up to the governmental level, to the executive level.
Yeah, I think it's, well, in general, it's always good to kind of coordinate and cooperate with colleagues in the different countries as well. But I think this is something, of course, now we're in I think in Finland, but elsewhere as well, in a Christmas break. So not much official is ongoing, but I'm about to start the discussion with a couple of colleagues across or friends in different countries and ask around what's the situation regarding the debate in there, and I think it's I think it's a good idea.
Excellent, very glad to hear it. I will just continue and pass it on first to Charles, then to George, and then we'll bring it over to this side of the Atlantic, I think. Charles, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming. It's really an honor to speak with you. So I'm an American in Germany, and I really appreciate you guys helping tighten the circle around the Chancellery. My question is a political one. My perception is that some countries have retained kind of a peacetime policy, whereas others have adopted a more wartime policy based on common understanding of a clear and present threat or clarity of purpose, and they've accelerated their decision-making processes a bit. What is your experience there in Finland? Do you see a change in the decision-making process since February 24th? And what are the prerequisites in your mind to getting a country to adopt a more wartime policy-making stance? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, in general, politics doesn't go on as it used to, but I think, there hasn't been really a change in process, but of course a change in attitude. As I mentioned earlier, how we discuss military aid, for example. I remember in January of last year, or January, February of last year, before the war, different group leaders from different parties were asked how they would feel about aiding Ukraine militarily. At that point, the threat was imminent, but of course there wasn't a war. And if I recollect those answers and compare to how everybody in Finland feel now, and probably in other countries too, it's, I mean, the change in mindset has been quite dramatic. But even so, I mean, Finland is not in war. Of course, we help Ukraine, and there's lots of problems on different levels that the whole of Europe has because of the war. But I wouldn't say that the decision-making process per se is different. Of course, we have had to face with different issues now. I mean, issues that we didn't thought were possible a year ago. But the main procedures are as they were. I don't know if I answered your question.
I can continue. Excellent question. I think Finland is a bit of a peculiar spot here because of two things. Of course, the thing that we started the NATO application with this war, so this is a kind of major turn or shift in a fundamental foreign and security policy of Finland that's taking place, and that has its own form of kind of decision making. How do we actually parliamentary do this? And that was pretty much of the focus in spring. At the same time, a bit differently from many other European countries, Finland has been taking pretty good care of its defense. We have our compulsory military service in place. We've been kind of having the conventional capabilities, be it main battle tanks, artillery, that stuff. Also, just last year made the decision to replace our F-18s with F-35s. So in different ways, I think in many other countries in Europe, there's been a wake up call that, okay, what we did after the 90s, kind of dismantling a lot of conventional defense and armed forces capabilities, they have to kind of turn around and start building it. We don't have that challenge here. So that I think that has kind of changed the position from which we do this policy making now. But I think we're kind of in a gray zone in the sense, I'm not in a kind of military sense, but in a policy making sense, that there's clear idea that now we need to prioritize to make sure that we fund armed forces, that we fix our legislations regarding hybrid influencing, for example, stuff like this. So there's been kind of change in attitude, but then again, as in Finland and I think elsewhere in Europe, my own view is that we still should kind of find this kind of mental mobilization mode that, okay, we should be starting, for example, to produce material in aid of Ukraine on a very different scale that we used to, and so on. So I think there's still that work to be done. But I think in general the kind of starting position in Finland was a bit different from some other countries in Europe.
Yes, if I just continue slightly, I mean, just as at the, like insinuated, I mean, we have, I mean, of course, the war hasn't only changed the mindset and of course caused us to consider aid in a different way, but we also done other legislation in Finland to counter hybrid and cyber threats. We are looking at strategic ownership and ownership of land and facilities in a different way, and I think there's, in that sense, there are of course a totally new sense of awareness in Finland and abroad.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
All right. Gentlemen, who's next?
George.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming on here. It's amazing to get two guys that are really pushing hard to get the what seem the impossible possible happen. In regards to the CV90s, I just wanted to float something toward you. I understand wholeheartedly Finland's issue. You guys are a border country with the Russian lunatics, but and I know that Finland right now has just about approximately about 100 CV90s, but my suggestion, maybe this would be an idea, maybe that the Finnish government might bite on with a couple of the other governments, and maybe Sweden and Norway, is to send about 10 just send the initial 10 and say, hey, we're sending those so that the Ukrainians can train on them. Because remember, the training is they tried to use that as oh, it's going to take too long. Send 10 as a training contingent, and then maybe get into negotiations, including with the Ukrainian government, obviously, and Sweden, into a procurement of about another 90. Maybe that is some way that you could maybe get this to happen faster. I don't know what your opinions on that would be, but that's how I would start it off, small with a big tail end. Send 10. Hey, we're sending them so they can train the Ukrainians on them, and we're gonna come out with a deal maybe with Finland and Sweden and Ukraine for a procurement of another 90. What do you think?
Yeah, or then another way of course approaching it through training is just inviting Ukrainians to Finland to train with them, and and through that take down one of the hurdles on the way.
Yeah, I think that could be a smart approach, and I think Anders' addition is good as well. I mean, one kind of the kind of lowest effort would be to kind of invite for training. But here, as I emphasize that it's very important we would have visibility for the kind of the long term, that we do have the 90 CVs then in Ukraine, so that we don't kind of I mean that training and the initial 10 don't go, so to say, to waste, that they kind of become a dead end in a sense, that we just did something. So we should make sure that we plan it in a way that it's actually achievable to scale it up from the initial training, from the initial small amount of equipment to a significant unit size force. So I think that's a very important to keep it in there. Whatever, if this would be the approach taken, which I think it's pretty smart way of kind of piecemeal getting or stepwise getting into the target we're talking about, but still it's very important to keep it kind of planned in a way that we actually have the vision and the target of equipping Ukrainians with enough that they make actually a difference, enough of ISVs, CV90.
Yes, and while I have you on here, just as a former soldier myself, if you guys, I know that the Finns have about 70,000 M72 laws, or what the Finns called Kessis. Yeah, if you can spare 5,000 of the bunker busting version and send them to Ukraine, please, because they'll need them in the upcoming offensive. And thank you for coming up here.
George, I'm just gonna say, how do you know they haven't already in the first 10 packages? Because nobody says anything.
Oh, I know they've, but another 5,000. Trust me, won't hurt. They'll do what we need, because they have a bunker busting version that's really good version that they developed on them on their own, the Finns, and I haven't seen that in the country yet, but it would be nice if we get them there.
Thank you, George. Carlos.
Yes, I'm an American in America, so I just want to give you that. Thank you for this opportunity, and I guess really the two questions I have. One, if you wouldn't mind talking, what are the kind of the tailwinds that you're facing? So in other words, what kind of support has been garnered in your campaign? Obviously, thank you for the formalization of this. It gives us a lot here on the space to be able to kind of push forward on our own spaces. But and I guess the tailwinds that you're facing, kind of the support, what is the next formal steps that you'll take, whether it's meetings with your colleagues, hearings, kind of, I guess, moving the ball forward from that respect, and not just on platforms like this? And is there potential that you maybe would go to Ukraine to maybe show a presence and maybe meet with your colleagues there? Thank you.
Well, I mean, we now this initiative was now released during the Christmas break in Parliament, and Parliament only returns to session in Finland on the 9th of January. So of course it's a good time to make an initiative because very little happens, but it's a bad time to push things forward because we will not be meeting our colleagues in a while. But I mean, generally, a very unscientific analysis of the responses that it has been positive, and I think both Atte and me, we probably will be making calls to colleagues anyway now during the break and try to get an idea of what people think. But of course, as Atte mentioned earlier, I mean, this is not an idea that was born now, but we've been discussing it for a while now, and the idea has been presented to other people too. So there was a bigger awareness of this thought in Finland too, and in the defense committee too before our text came out. But yes, if you ask about the next steps, yes, we'll continue discussions here and probably try to make international contacts with colleagues, and then of course, I mean, yeah, as far as traveling to Ukraine, in Finland, we as parliamentarians, we don't really travel freely. We have strict budgets and so on. So that probably won't be the case. But of course, international discussions through other means, hopefully.
Yeah, I'll add to that. I mean, to clarify, in our legislation in Finland, the parliament actually isn't needed if the government would go ahead, and they have pretty much the authority to provide this material aid. Well, there's some interpretation of how significant it is and so on, but so on. So I think what we'll be doing here is kind of creating the political atmosphere for the support, and hopefully that will lead to something. And I think that it's also groundwork regarding talking to colleagues here and in other countries as well. But I would like to kind of point out that we don't want to make this about ourselves. And I think we have elections coming in April in Finland, and I'm a bit worried that I don't want, this is too important thing to be considered as some kind of a campaign move or something. So I'm a bit wary of making too much of a, hey, look at me doing this. What's more important is that the actual thing gets done. Then we see this happening. So I think it's a bit of a kind of balancing here in kind of calendar wise for me and Anders, that I don't want us to be considered that we're kind of trying to collect some points here. That's not the case, and I rather the opposite. It doesn't matter whose idea is and who's speaking for it, as long as it happens.
No, absolutely. I mean, obviously, leadership is moving the ball forward regardless of the individual. But I guess I would just one other small point. One of my colleagues was the first American fighter pilot to come and do a tour with your F-18 guys. He had a wonderful experience there, by the way. Obviously, this is prior to NATO, the NATO conversation that we're kind of having. And so I guess as we look to the future here, and not just in regard to this particular system, but as George was alluding to, do you see that happening in terms of just as we look to the future of all of this synergy we want to build with NATO forces and ultimately Ukraine also being on the front there, that they would be invited to come and train the same way that my colleague did, not just on these systems, but as a general rotation. I don't know your thoughts on that.
It sounds good, I guess. I mean, but this is something that I mean, on a practical level, as you said, there's Finnish forces have been doing very close cooperation and training with the Americans, with a lot of NATO allies, key countries there. Now I think it's a political thing, kind of the atmosphere here to start thinking also our defense and security policy as from a broader perspective than just Finland. but I think, yeah, definitely. I mean, I think if looking at it in the future, it's clear that Ukraine is kind of part of the security infrastructure we want to be integrating in our kind of the best way in the defense architecture of Europe. I think one key challenge here in Europe, looking at this, that we're pretty inefficient in building our capacity. I mean, one thing is, of course, that the already old issue of how much of European countries are spending on their budgets regarding the NATO target of 2%. But the other thing is that the European defense forces, there's a lot of potential for much better synergy in any way, and I think in every way already as it is. And I hope this one of the lessons in this war is that we need to sharpen up in this matter. And it's just and of course transatlantic cooperation and integration here is as well very important. But I think we've been doing considering already. I mean, the money in Europe is spent on defense. The capabilities that we've been able to get with that money is actually not as good as it should be. And now we're spending, as we should be, spending more money on our defense capabilities. We should make sure that we do it effectively. And this comes down to kind of training together, military mobility, also looking at the procurements and different equipment. So it's I think there's a lot of potential on that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for this one. I'd just like to remind everyone in the audience to please share and retweet the space. Tell the good people you're talking to Finnish MPs trying to get leopards to Ukraine. Indeed, hashtag free the leopards. And also in an hour, we'll be joined by Douglas London, a veteran CIA counterintelligence officer. You might want to mention that as well. All right, let's go on to the Nordics. Edvard, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Domen, and thank you, Anders and Ante, for being in the space. I'm from Sweden, and the obvious question for me to you guys is, have you been in contact with Paul Jonsson or any other politicians in Sweden regarding this? That's my question.
No. I mean, I'm not talking for myself. I haven't at least been in contact now. I mean, on this matter, but of course, otherwise, I mean, the Finnish and Swedish defense committees, we have quite a tight cooperation, and we meet with regular intervals, but not on this issue now.
Yeah, not yet. Of course, MriyaReport is not in the government coalition in the bloc at the moment, but of course we have other contacts as well besides sister parties, but not yet. But probably it would be worthwhile.
Because I think maybe some politicians in Sweden and so on it would be good if we also in Sweden had some outside pressure from, for instance, our friends in Finland. That would be very good, and I see this as a natural way to move forward, so to speak. Yeah, thanks again.
Thank you. Kasper, go ahead.
Hello, and as a fellow Finn, I'm very honored to see two MPs on this international arena, and I can vouch for these guys that these guys know what they're talking about, and they will get it. They will get this done. But talking about Germany, have you been talking with the Greens in Germany through your individual capacity or through your party? And the same goes for Anders. Have you talked to the sister party FDP in Germany, as both are your sister parties and in the government? And what would you say? What is the vibe check in Germany through your closest parties, will they change their minds, or is this only Olaf Scholz doing his personal business or working in his personal opinion? And then my other question, do you guys think Finland could cooperate with the Nordics and the Baltics and maybe even Poland on producing important parts for Ukraine if we do not get the Leopards? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kasper. No, I haven't been in contact this week, but I as I mentioned, I'm that's on my to-do list. I've been talking frequently in different occasions with the German colleagues, also some European Greens, and I think we're actually pretty much on the same page on the need to kind of scale up and help Ukraine win this war. But I think I'll probably be in touch and see how to best play this out now. In regards to the second question, yeah, I think definitely it's a matter of also kind of this is kind of stuff that we should be already doing in a much more effective scale. I think that we're already doing a kind of, this is something we're talking about the previous question about the kind of the war mentality in decision making. This is actually where we need it, looking at open-minded, what are the best ways of kind of utilizing our manufacturing capabilities to provide Ukrainians with the stuff they need. And it's a bit I'm not just talking about Finland, I'm talking about kind of the whole Europe at least. It's been a bit too reactive this far. And I think cutting the red tape here is important, and making sure that we do fully utilize the industrial capabilities we have.
Yes, I mean, I haven't either been in contact with any FDP colleagues. Yeah, unfortunately. About the industrial capabilities, I mean, the Nordics, much of the defense industry I mean, operates in many of the Nordic countries. So in that way, I mean, there is, on an industrial level, probably a lot of cooperation already. But of course, I mean, in general, generally the EU has been caught fairly unprepared as to the need for industrial capacity to provide the help that Ukraine needs. And of course, in the future, I think, I mean, we can be more effective, we can coordinate better, and I also think as countries that if we get rid of some of the maybe protectionistic tendencies that we have as far as in defense industry goes, we could probably do more with less, be more effective, and buy more effectively, produce more effectively. But that's of course a longer project.
Thanks for your answers.
And don't worry, we have
another
more Finns. We have more Finns, and I think we're going to have more Finns trickling up momentarily as well. Pauli, in the meantime.
Yeah, thank you, Anders and Atte, for your time, and thank you for the initiative regarding Leopard 2s. During this year, the Finnish Parliament has been quite united on making the decisions relating to lethal and non-lethal material support to Ukraine. Do you see any fertile ground on reaching a consensus among the Finnish Parliament to set out a training plan, training assistance for Leopards and possibly CV90s? And if so, would it be also possible to set out a minimum amount of Leopard 2s and CV90s that Finland is ready to send when there is a green light among the participating countries in this project? Thank you.
Yeah, Anders, you want to start? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the packages we've sent this far, including the training operation as well, they haven't. I mean, they've been pretty much unanimous in the Parliament. So I think there's a clear stance on we want to support Ukraine. And I think if the Leopard thing, we have to kind of how would I formulate that? I think it's not going to be up to the parliament. I mean, the parliament is not going to become the obstacle if we have the kind of the MOD and the defense forces and other countries also chipping in and in favor of this. Then I don't see the parliament getting in the way. Pretty much the opposite. That actually there's probably they're kind of there are voices like us, I guess, rooting for faster moving faster in this matter. But yeah, so I think so I would not expect major opposition, at least on support of this kind.
No, me neither. I think this is not a question of a political will, but of course about maybe practical details and resources to some extent, and because of that, of course, I mean the word of the defense forces weighs heavily here, and of course they have a one could say a final say in what can be given and what resources for training there are, but in general I think political support shouldn't be the problem. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I sure didn't think so. Thank you. Simo.
Yes, thanks, Domen, and thank you, Anders, and thank you, Atte, very much for your leadership in this issue. I think it's a common European effort where everybody can do more. So this is like you deserve all the credit due for this important initiative, which, as you can see, is gathering traction here. And you can see the excitement in this space also. My kind of comment is like, and I hope that our defense establishment doesn't take it the wrong way, and it's not really directed on you, but I'm just putting this out there that to think about the communication that Finland and Romania, I think we have been quite tight-lipped on the information front, because there is this hybrid effort, information war effort, that we could be maybe a little bit more strategic on releasing info on what we provide also in the lethal side, because anyway we see that the Ukrainians are anyway announcing it in the international forum, and we see the picture from battlefield where our material is ending up. So there should be this kind of like I use the Finnish term here, harkittu avoimuus, this kind of strategic openness also. I'm just putting it out there if you want to comment, but very much thanks for taking the time, and this is wonderful. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, I think, I mean, as a general rule, I think it's wise for Finland to having a tight lid on what we are given. Of course, it's also like operational security in the sense that I think it increases the probability that everything will get to where it's going safely and according to schedule. But yes, I don't disagree with your point that there could be some informational benefits and some other benefits from maybe announcing some parts of it, if not for another reason that of course, as in the case of these leopards, when you say that you're giving something, maybe you can push another country to do so too. There might be, for example, such an upside of releasing slightly more information. But as general rule, I think it's been quite a prudent policy.
Yeah, good comment, Simo. I think, of course, operational security is the most important here, so that should not be threatened. But I do agree that there's more room for openness, looking at the other countries as well, doing more open line. And to be honest, this is kind of position. It's somewhat a bit awkward when you're having discussions and people come and ask, and okay, so why doesn't Finland do more? What are we actually doing, and so on. So in an open democracy, it would be great to kind of tell. But now, I mean, we can't do that because of our kind of tight line. So I think there's a strategic communication aspect outside, but also inside to kind of make sure that we have the democratic support for continuing the support. And I think for that, the open debate is healthy and important. And in that sense, I would welcome a bit more open stance.
All right, thank you. Scandinavo, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, mic check.
Perfect.
Well, yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen, for taking your time and contributing to Mirror Space, and especially for this initiative of yours, which I think truly gives Finland, as a country that usually people take seriously, to show that we take this business seriously, and also show leadership with respect to providing Ukraine with the material that they will need and are already in the desperate need of. I also want to especially thank Atte, because you are